And good morning, happy Friday, everyone. No. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy day 2 of our first Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum 2026. Are we good? Online. We good? As I'm seeing, we've got quite a bit of people online right now as well. Give me the thumbs ups, the hearts, the reactions happening on the chat. Good. Yesterday, I learned that our chat was actually quite busy yesterday. So today, I'm going to be taking a look at what's happening on the chat today. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Tanya Jones. I'm seeing Kristen, Derek. Good morning to you from Jamaica. Aaron Lam. Morning to you as well. Klaus, my good friend. Camila, Rhonda, Tamara. Wow. Okay, a lot of people. I see you. Edmund. What's going on? All right. So we're going to kick things off this morning. Yesterday was a day, and today is going to be an even better day. So I trust that everyone had a chance to connect with each other yesterday, whether it be through one of the sessions that we have on the table that you are sitting on, whether it be via lunch or in the afternoon. So we are now acquainted with each other, and I know that the chat was speaking to each other yesterday as well. So everybody is acquainted with each other in some form or fashion today, and that means that we are going to be much more interactive today. We're going to talk to each other today. Today is going to be a lot of action. So yesterday, I would say that we laid the foundations for where we want to go. We spoke about concepts of turning those ideas into actions. Today, I challenge you to be a little more practical about that. So when we talk about some of the topics today that you're going to see, throughout the day today, we're going to explore the role of our youth, the importance of AI literacy and workforce readiness, AI development in SIDS, its role in climate resilience and disaster risk and reduction, and how artificial intelligence can become a catalyst for economic transformation across the Caribbean. So that's just to give you an idea of the discussions that we are going to have today. What I want to challenge you today, now that we know each other and we've gone past the awkwardness, the weirdness of meeting new people, we know each other now. I'd like to challenge everyone in the room today and even online to let's think about, what does collaboration mean? What does it look like? What does success look like? And what do we need to achieve that? And that's what I want to challenge you with today, because what I gathered from most of the sessions yesterday is that we have the willingness to. But willing is only part of the equation. Being ready for it is the next part of that. And ready means, what am I willing to do or ready to do today that I'm willing to bring to the table tomorrow to be ready to collaborate to achieve success. And being vocal about that and being ready to give your time and energy behind that. I would like to challenge everyone today to be much more open about that and to think about, how do we now turn these conversations into practical actions that are, as Deputy SG said, time-bound, measurable, and fundable. All right? So we are going to kick things off with our first session today. And let me tell you, since yesterday morning, I was excited about this morning because I'm so looking forward to what we have this morning. So this morning we have a youth debate Moot, right? So I'm excited about this, to be honest, no pressure. Listen, all right? I'm excited about this, and we are going to have two teams today that are going to debate. The motion for today is the House believes that mandatory cyber insurance requirements will improve AI security standards more effectively than government regulation. So if I'm going to be very honest and vulnerable with everyone today, I didn't understand what a moot was. So if you will like me, let me elaborate a little bit more about what is going to happen. So this debate invites participants to critically examine the most effective approaches to strengthening cybersecurity and AI governance. Teams are encouraged to consider legal, economic, technological, ethical, and public policy perspectives while assessing whether market-driven mechanisms such as cyber insurance create stronger incentives for secure AI systems than traditional regulatory approaches. So if you didn't know what the Moot covers, that's what the Moot covers today, all right? So this debate is going to be judged by 4 judges today. We have Mr. Kevon Swift, the past chair of ISACA, Trinidad and Tobago. We have Mr. Terren Finley, president of the ISG. Mr. Andrew Sieupersad, Director of TAIROne Initiative, Miss Gabrielle Johnson, who's the lead judge, Vice Chair of the Caribbean ICT Youth Network at the CTU. She's also going to introduce our participants today as well. I also want to make mention to some of our, at the end of this, there's going to be a prize given, and we're going to have some special guests that's going to be a part of that as well. So definitely want to make mention to Miss Jennifer Britton, who's the Program Manager of Information and Communications Technology for Development, and she's here from the CARICOM Secretariat as well. So definitely want to thank Ms. Jennifer Britton for being here. I think you were with us yesterday as well. So we are happy to have you, and definitely want to highlight that your participation is very important to us. And we are happy to have you as a part of today's debate as well. And we're going to have Mr. Andrew Sieupersad, who's going to be part of our prize given today. And then Deputy SG Nigel Casimir will be part of that for the first place and second place winner as well. So without delaying things further, let's get the action started. We said we wanted to turn things into action yesterday. Well, we're going to start with action today. Let's invite Ms. Gabrielle Johnson on stage to tell us about our teams A and B, who's going to take us through the debate today. Give everyone a round of applause, and please, let's make lots of noise, lots of encouragement, lots of empowerment for our debaters today. It takes a lot of courage as a young person to come stand in front of a crowd, in front of an audience, like what we have, to do what they are doing today. And I'm so proud of them, proud for choosing to participate today. And you should feel proud of yourselves for that as well. Good luck.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. So, as Kristerbella said, before we begin, I would like to introduce our participating teams. So, speaking in favor of the Moot, we have Bryan Balkissoon, Zephion Lee Harris. Yes, round of applause. We have Samisha Maharaj. We have Mikail Barrock. Speaking against the Moot, we have the opposition team. We have Shania Sobers, Zacharias Dyer, Ezekiel Renne Cambridge, and Annalisa Maharaj. So just as a reminder, before we start, we encourage all participants and audience members to support a respectful exchange of ideas as our debaters present their perspectives. So without further delay, let us begin. So participants, please join me on the stage. Okay, so as Kristerbella said, the moot for this morning's debate is the House believes that mandatory cyber insurance requirements will improve AI security standards more effectively than government regulation. So, the debaters for the moot can begin.
The Honorable Mia Motley emphasized herself that digital transformation cannot succeed without trust, and trust depends on cybersecurity. Good morning, judges, opposing team, and members of the House. I am Bryan Balkissoon, first speaker of the proposition. Now, the motion before us is as follows: that mandatory cyber insurance will improve AI security standards more effectively than government regulation. We are here to strongly support this motion. But before we get into the meat of the matter, what exactly does this motion mean? To properly understand what we are comparing, let's set out some definitions. Mandatory cyber insurance requirements, as supported by sources like the European Insurance Authority, refer to risk management devices, where firms with AI systems must have coverage to mitigate heavy costs of potential cyber risks, based on real security benchmarks, such as independent audits and incident response planning. Okay. Government regulation. Let me continue. Government regulation, on the other hand, as outlined by EBSCO research, means statutory rules created through legislative processes and enforced by regulators after the fact. Essentially, mandatory cyber insurance requires mitigating heavy risk through strong planning before, while the legislation and regulation establishes rules to punish after. Now, once again, our position is that mandatory insurance is more effective than government regulation. Not necessarily that government regulation has no merit whatsoever. We measure effectiveness by how quickly and how precisely someone can actually respond to a threat. Remember that. The fact of the matter is, insurance outperforms regulation because insurers carry direct financial risk, while legislators do not. Rest assured, when you actually have skin in the game, you'll make sure the rules are followed. But more than just this, let's talk about speed. The internet is constantly changing. The World Economic Forum has established that the cyberverse grows almost 40% every single year. So of course, security standards need to adapt and evolve to suit this. Now, let's see. Which of the two options really do this? Insurers must review their price risks continuously because their own finances, their own money, their own solvency are at risk. Remember what I said about having skin in the game? They must have their standards adapted to the changing cyber environment as often and as soon as possible. They must ensure that new threats and new loopholes are addressed. This is not just a theory though. Let's look at it in practice. In 2020, Lloyd's of London moved to close a gap known as silent cyber in all its risk policies. They kept updating their policies and information, over the course of 3 years. And guess what? By March 2023, Lloyd's had already gone far enough to include clear exclusion clauses to combat cyber risks. Now, this might sound like a lot, but what we see is simple. We see a market correcting a structural weakness continuously over those 3 years without a single new law needing to be passed. No politics, no debates, no pushback. Just efficient and constant improvement. What more can you really ask for? That was one side of the aisle, but let's look at the other. The beauty of statutory regulation. New York's Department of Financial Services amended its cybersecurity regulations in November of 2023. Mind you, although already established, the final requirements were not fully brought until November 2025. Those are 2 years for one regulation to be passed, a regulation that was already passed in law. 2 years for something already established? Genuinely unimaginable. Now, before the opposition comes to tell me that we haven't spoke about the Caribbean perspective, let's rope in our own region, our own systems, and our own law. This also connects to SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, because building resilient AI infrastructure into justice systems is exactly what this goal encompasses. The Caribbean Court of Justice, known as the CCJ, working with the Caribbean Agency for Judicial Solutions, actually recently launched 2 AI tools right here in the Caribbean. Judy automates the creation of court documents, and Ada assists in legal research across judiciaries. This is genuine regional innovation, and we seriously applaud it. But innovation without security discipline creates risk. In 2025 alone, a High Court judge right here in Trinidad referred 2 attorneys to the Law Association's disciplinary committee. Why? They had fabricated false case evidence generated by AI. This is a serious breach of professional ethics. Mind you, it was not a traditional cyber attack. It was a failure of verification standards around AI output. Precisely the type of gap that mandatory insurance requirements covering AI tool use could have prevented. Remember, insurance is not just the payout when something goes wrong. It's setting rules and regulations in place beforehand so that the insurance payout is only a last resort. The same failure actually occurred 2 years prior in a different jurisdiction in the well-known case of Mata v. Avianca, where 2 attorneys were sanctioned in June of 2023. They had also submitted false court documents generated by none other than ChatGPT. The court similarly would have fined these attorneys and punished them accordingly. But what we see, 2 jurisdictions, 2 years apart, but the exact same issue. No binding verification standard existed at either time. Now, this may be the opposition's strongest point, but let's address it now. What we notice is that the Caribbean Court of Justice issued a practice direction permitting generative AI use could only be used with proper verification standards in place. Do you know what we see there? A regulator responding after the harm occurred. A mandatory insurance requirement could have done that without any need for harm caused beforehand. An insurance model tied to professional indemnity coverage could have prevented any damage whatsoever. This is our argument in one sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Insurance can price in a lesson before any bad ever happens. Regulation can only legislate after. When insurers risk their own money and their own financial well-being, they will make sure the rules are followed, and they will make sure they are followed well. Mandatory insurance is more effective than any sort of government regulation, because prevention is better than cure. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shania Sobers, and as you all know, my team, we are against this motion. And today I would like to present some key terms. Cyber insurance is an insurance policy that helps organizations recover financially from cyber incidents, such as data breaches, ransomware attacks, or system failures. AI security standards refer to the policies, practices, and technical measures designed to ensure that artificial intelligence systems are safe, secure, reliable, and protected from misuse or cyber threats. Government regulation refers to legally enforceable laws and policies established by the state to ensure organizations meet minimum cybersecurity and AI requirements. Our team position is clear. While cyber insurance can support organizations by helping them recover financially after a cyber attack, it is not more effective than government regulation in improving AI security standards. Insurance primarily transfers financial risk after an incident occurs, whereas government regulation works to prevent attacks after by establishing mandatory, consistent, and enforceable security standards for all organizations. And I would like to bring up a point that my opposition was talking about. As we all know, Trinidad and Tobago lacks the infrastructure to support a large-scale AI data center, making cyber insurance less practical than government regulation. As AI systems rely on data centers, which require enormous amount of electricity and water to cool servers and keep them operating safely. As we all know, Trinidad and Tobago has water problems in several communities around the world. So why would we bring this AI center here to dry up our sources and have us struggling more than we already do? It has been shown that data centers around the world, people that live near them, their water systems are very dirty and very unclean. And it was shown in a parliament video, not in Trinidad, but I think in New York. I can't remember where exactly. But she actually brought the evidence to show them that this is what the people living near the data centers are having to live on. They have to import water in order to have drinking water, in order to be able to cook, to flush their toilets, and to bathe cleanly. And it all has evidence that shows there are people who depend on their farms and things for living on basic necessities. They cannot do this while relying on while these data centers are in the area, because it is polluting their land, and there is a constant noise in this there's a constant noise in the areas where these data centers are contributing to people being unwell, and there are elderly people living in these areas that think this is very annoying and contributes to their sickness. Imagine you're sleeping in the night and you're hearing this constant buzzing, and you cannot turn it off or anything. How would you get peaceful rest? How would you be able to wake up in the morning feeling happy and ready for the day? You cannot do these things. That is all.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone present today. Judges, colleagues, opponents, industry leaders, and members of the public. Building on my teammates' opening, I want to show the House that the pattern we saw in law and public institution, it repeats itself in healthcare, and explain the economics behind mandatory insurance. Let me bring this home with something every person in this room can relate to: healthcare. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, AI-assisted diagnostic technology is already part of our medical system. The Sinclair MRI Center operates a GE Voyager Tesla scanner that uses AI software to speed up scan processing and improve image quality for patients. Simultaneously, Medical Associates Hospital in St. Joseph has similarly built its imaging services around a telehealth model in which scans are read remotely by radiologists overseas. These are not futuristic ideas. They are running in our hospitals right now. And every one of these systems depends on network digital infrastructure that can be attacked exactly like any other AI system at the snap of a finger. Now, look abroad to see what happens when the infrastructure fails. In May 2017, the WannaCry ransomware attack hit the United Kingdom's National Health Service. More than 600 NHS organizations were affected. Over 1,200 pieces of diagnostic equipment, including MRI scanners, were locked out. roughly 19,000 appointments were cancelled, including at least 139 urgent care referrals. The total cost to the NHS, you may ask, has been estimated at approximately £92 million. These are the stakes of this debate. When AI-powered medical equipment is compromised, it's not an abstract data breach. It is cancelled cancer referral. It is diverted ambulance. It is delayed patient care. It is delayed in closing surgeries and life-saving medication. This is why one of our core SDG anchors for this debate is SDG 3, good health and well-being. Any governance mechanism we choose for AI security must be judged by how well it protects the system that patients now depend on. Here is why mandatory insurance is the stronger mechanism for the job. An insurer covering a hospital's AI diagnostic system has an immediate and ongoing financial incentive to verify that patching cadence, access controls, and system monitoring are actually in place, because the insurer is the one who pays if these systems fail. If you were to Google AI insurance payout, as of right now, one of the first articles you would see to come up is by NBC News on how AI companies are improving to lower costs by making AI safer. That incentives update continuously as new threats emerge. Unlike government regulations, which often require only minimum compliance, mandatory cyber insurance encourages organizations to continuously improve their AI security. Insurers reward strong cybersecurity practices with lower premiums and better coverage, while organizations with weak security pay more or may even be denied insurance. This creates an ongoing financial incentive to invest in better AI security. Government regulation on healthcare technology security, by contrast, tends to move through multi-year rulemaking processes, and by the time the regulation catches up to a threat like WannaCry, the threat has already evolved to a next level. AI threats evolve much faster than government can pass new laws. Cyber insurers regularly update their underwriting requirements and security standards to address emerging risks such as deepfake fraud, AI-powered phishing, and prompt injection attacks. As a result, organizations must keep improving their cybersecurity to remain insured, allowing security standards to evolve much faster than traditional regulation. Our case across this debate shows that this pattern holds true, not only in healthcare, but in law, economics, and the public sector. Mandatory cyber insurance creates a living, evolving standard of care in the same way that clinical practice itself evolves through continuous risk assessment rather than through static policy manuals revised only once every few years. We ask the House to hold this thought as our teammates build the rest of our case. The strongest system for AI security is not the one that adapts, is the one that adapts, as fast as the security risk itself. That is mandatory cyber insurance. Thank you.
Testing. Hi. See, judges, audience, online people, online fam, camera were there. While my opponents were just building their case for insurance on AI already answered this debate. It just was just days ago, actually, without asking anyone's permission. My name is Zacharias Dyer. I'm the second speaker from my against table on my opposition. My teammate earlier talked about the lack of resources and infrastructure that Trinidad has. I am going to show you exactly what failure in practice looks like, because it already happened. Just this week, in July 2026, OpenAI disclosed that during an internal security test, one of its most advanced AI agents broke out of its sandbox test environment. It reached the open internet on its own and hacked into a real production servers of another company being named Hugging Face. I'm sure most of you inside here, obviously any tech-related field, would know about this. So, still, while hacking into the company and stuff like that, AI does, it stole a lot of credentials in the process. OpenAI itself called it, quote, an unprecedented cyber incident involving state-of-the-art cyber capabilities. So the thing is, Hugging Face actually detected the breach before it even knew it was OpenAI's own very test. So members of the House, all you lovely faces, and online, ask yourselves, what insurance policy underwrites that? There was no attacker to the profile. There was no premium calculated for this risk. There was no claim to file after the damage was already done, until after the damage was already done. So this was not a criminal exploiting the system. It was the system exploiting itself. And in response, a sitting US congressman didn't call for more insurance. He actually called for mandatory independent safety testing and mandatory breach disclosure. See, that is regulation and it is not underwriting. This actually connects directly to our second point. Insurers themselves already lean on government frameworks, specifically NIST. And to those who don't know what NIST is, NIST, it is a globally recognized voluntary set of guidelines and best practices that insurers themselves lean on as prerequisites before they'll even offer any coverages. So take a second to think about what that really means. The insurance industry's own security bar is borrowed from regulatory standards in the first place. So when the proposition asks you to trust insurance to drive security improvements, they are asking you to trust a system that depends on regulation to know what secure even looks like. So insurance is not competing with regulation at all. It is dependent on it. So this week's event shows you exactly that insurance has no answer for AI acting on its own at all. And insurance, more often than not, it's not itself. Sorry, losing my point. But it borrows standards from regulation. It isn't a substitute for it, not at all. And that is, to me, the exact reason why regulation, not insurance, is what actually improves AI security standards. Thank you. Now is it break? Next person. On this side.
The next person is the rebuttals. We've had our two speakers already, then the rebuttal and the conclusion.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the portion of the debate called the rebuttal. And we are going to allow our judges or ask our judges to come share a bit more of their feels while we give our participants a couple moments to gather their thoughts to come back with their findings from their debate today, right? So I'm going to ask Ms. Gabrielle as the head judge to come and kick things off here, and she's also going to share with us what the rebuttal means, because if you are like me and you are unsure and this is your first debate, we also need some of that as well. So let's ask Ms. Gabrielle to do that.
So hi again, everyone. So basically, the rebuttal is basically where they come up with their points to, rebut their teams. So yeah, that's basically what they're doing now. So while they are doing that, I will speak to you about the Caribbean ICT Youth Network. So, the Caribbean ICT Youth Network is an initiative of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union established to develop the next generation of ICT leaders, of future policymakers, regulators, engineers, entrepreneurs, and the like. The network was born in 2022 following the ITU's, the International Telecommunications Union, inaugural Generation Connect Youth Summit in Kigali, Rwanda. So after returning from the summit, the Caribbean youth delegates, including myself, were challenged by the CTU Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General to create a platform where young people could continue engaging in meaningful discussions about the digital future of our region. So that challenge led to the creation of the Caribbean Youth Internet Governance Forum, or the CIYGF, the first of its kind in the Caribbean. Since then, it has grown into CIYN's flagship initiative and now is formally recognized as a national and regional initiative under the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. This year marks an exciting milestone as we prepare to host the 5th Caribbean Youth Internet Governance Forum in Grenada from the 24th to the 26th of August. Young people from across the Caribbean will come together to explore critical issues shaping our digital future, including AI, cybersecurity, digital inclusion, internet governance, and other emerging technologies. The CIYGF continues to provide a unique platform for young voices to engage with the experts, policymakers, industry leaders, while building the skills and networks needed to lead the region's digital transformation. So today, CIYN continues to bring together young people who are passionate about technology, digital development, and creating positive change. Our mission is to foster a collaborative, informed, and action-oriented youth community that actively contributes to ICT policy, digital transformation, and inclusive digital governance throughout the Caribbean. So we do this through capacity building workshops, mentorship opportunities, networking, regional collaboration, and by creating pathways for young people to participate in international ICT events and fellowships. Many of our members have represented the Caribbean at major global conferences organized by the ITU and other international organizations, ensuring that the Caribbean youth perspective is heard on the world stage. Perhaps one of the things I'm most proud of the CIYN is that it's youth-led. As the CIYN continues to grow, we are also strengthening the network's governance and expanding opportunities for youth leadership across the region. Our vision is for young people from the CTU member states to play an integral role in shaping CIYN's priorities, activities, and regional engagement, ensuring that the network remains truly youth-driven and responsive to the needs of the Caribbean youth. And the debate that you've been enjoying today is a perfect example of what the CIYN is all about. We believe young people shouldn't just be invited into conversations about technology. We should be helping to shape and lead them. AI is transforming every sector of society, and today's debate has demonstrated just how thoughtful, informed, and innovative Caribbean youth can be when given the opportunity to engage. If you're here today and you're between the ages of 16 and 35, I'd like to encourage you to become part of the growing community. You don't need to be a programmer or an engineer. Whether your interests are technology, law, business, communications, international relations, education, public policy, you name it, there is a place for you at the CIYN. What matters most is your passion for helping shape the Caribbean's digital future. So, thank you once again, and I hope you continue to enjoy the remainder of today's youth debate. I will now hand you over to Mr. Kevon Swift, who will speak about the ISACA TT chapter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle, and good morning, everyone. As Gabrielle said, my name is Kevon Swift. I am a man of many hats, and in today's activity, I'll be representing the Internet Society Trinidad and Tobago chapter. I am the immediate past chair. We have a new chair as of 1 month ago. His name is Niran Bihari. He's following online. And as immediate vice past chair, of course, engaging in these sorts of activities and spreading knowledge about Internet Society is one of my key functions. So before I talk about the Internet Society Trinidad and Tobago chapter, let me tell you what the Internet Society is. It is a global, not-for-profit organization that works towards ensuring that the Internet remains an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy platform for everyone. The Internet Society was started in the early 90s, and it is the institutional home for two key bodies that generate the technical standards that underpin the Internet that we know today. One body is the IETF, and apologies for all these acronyms I'm going to teach you right now. The IETF is the Internet Engineering Task Force, and this is the body that's responsible for the standards that you may have heard of, like IPv4, IPv6, HTTPS, DNSSEC, RPKI. All these are relevant to the security of the Internet. And it's also the institutional home of another body called the IAB, or the Internet Architecture Board. And the IAB is the body that looks at the evolution of the Internet as we know it. So, to use an analogy of a good friend of mine and former Internet Society employee, if the Global Internet Society is a mega church, the local chapters are like the assemblies you see that promote this work on the ground. So our local chapter was established in 2011, and the activities that we do concretely are policy advocacy. So with policy advocacy, once there is some form of local regulation or local law that is being developed, the Internet Society Trinidad and Tobago chapter is encouraged to make representations on behalf of the principles that we would love to maintain to ensure that we have the Internet that we know that permeates. We also do educational workshops. So there are lots of webinars explaining what encryption is, explaining what how the ITF works, webinars on every and any digital policy that you can imagine. We do community building. The chapter has been responsible for developing a community network in an underserved area of Trinidad and Tobago. And we also do awareness on security. Now, security is going to forever be one of the main trends that we talk about, especially in this age of AI. So, without further ado, I will stop there. Thanks to the Caribbean ICT Youth Network for inviting me. I feel privileged to still be considered a youth in these spaces, but I think my knee would disagree. And happy to be part of this debate this morning. So thanks very much, and I'll hand over to the next judge to explain his organization.
Morning, everybody. Morning. How are you all? Good? Nice, nice. So I'm here to speak about, sorry, speaker right here. It's kind of distracting. But yeah, I'm here to speak about the IEEE YIPTT. Basically, the IEEE stands for the Institution of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. It's the world's largest technical professional organization uniting over 500,000 engineers, scientists, and technology professionals. By the way, you don't have to be an engineer to join this chapter. So, right. It is in over 160 countries with a mission of IEEE is to advance technology for the benefit of humanity. IEEE, as a global connector, standard setter, and publisher, its primary activities include developing industry standards, publishing technical literature, hosting conferences, and providing professional resources. Through the IEEE Humanitarian Technologies Board, IEEE funds, designs, and deploys grassroots technical solutions in underserved areas globally. Any IEEE member who graduated from university in the past 15 years automatically becomes a YP member. So yeah, if you did graduate from a first degree in the last 15 years, you are already part of this chapter. Just so by the way, please look out for our publications and announcements. New Young Professionals TT Committee formed in 2022, a gap in YAPTT over previous years. Since then, we have done many capacity building and networking sessions. The aim is to connect young professionals and promote youth representation in the sphere of STEM professionals at national, regional, and international fora, in support from and collaboration with other IEEE branches. And now, onto my NPU, aka TAIROne initiative. We are the proud sponsors of today's awards. And just to inform you all, we focus on the advancement of scientific, educational, environmental, and technological developments within Trinidad and Tobago through educational programs, environmental conservation and sustainability initiatives, technological development and digital literacy initiatives, and advocacy campaigns. The beneficiaries of all these campaigns we seek are the youths and young professionals, women and girls, and other vulnerable communities in areas impacted by social and environmental considerations within Trinidad and Tobago. The benefit of such programs are also applicable to wider residents of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you. I'll now passing you on to Terren here.
All right, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's doing well today. My name is Terren, and I am representing the ISACA student group of UWI-ROYTEC. So to give a little bit of context, hopefully short and sweet. So what we do, well, ISACA stands for Information System Audit and Control Association. So at ISACA, on a greater context, as Ms. Kristerbella well know, we don't only deal with like the auditing aspect of things, we also deal with the cybersecurity things of things. Now at UWI-ROYTEC, which is the context I'll be mainly speaking about, to kind of make it more relevant in a sense, we are the major, well not only cybersecurity, but technology scoop of the school. So like we try to hope like a game jam to help also develop our computer skills and not only programming and cybersecurity, but generally speaking, the relevant skills that we can have for us, because we are the common leaders in our respective industries. So, and for this opportunity, to be honest, it's quite grateful in a sense, because I wasn't expected to be here, to be honest. I kind of got dragged into it, but a little bit for that. So, besides from that, I think that's more honest. I'll say to make it a little bit short and sweet, because in a sense we are running out a little bit out of time. I hope you guys and the debaters here are ready for the show. So enjoy.
Judges, are we ready? Are we ready to proceed? Okay, everyone, we have heard this morning from Team A and Team B, who both presented their cases. What's going to happen next is they are going to actually debate. I got that right? They're actually going to debate each other's points right now. So this is the action time. I want to ask everyone online to also show some encouragement and support to our participants today. And to, who's going first, Team A or Team B? Team A, good luck to you.
Thank you. Good morning, members, judges, all persons present here today. My role now is to take apart the strongest arguments the opposition raised, and I want to do that with precision, because this is what the House deserves. I am Samisha Maharaj. The opposition stated that government regulations are more effective than cybersecurity insurance, but they didn't provide a single evidence towards this argument. Let me remind everyone here today, this debate is on cybersecurity insurance and not on the effects of data centers. This debate focuses on regulation versus insurance. And let us lay out some facts. Trinidad and Tobago has a Ministry of Artificial Intelligence and Public Administration. This proves that we are an evolving nation, and there will be a time where insurance will become mandatory. Companies are already adapting, and in the near future, it will be fundamental. So making the statement that cyber insurance isn't necessary is blatant ignorance. Moving on, my opponents would have opened the discussion of the Open AI case, July 2026. Let us examine this case properly, because the facts favor us. This incident involves an autonomous Open AI model escaping its testing environments during a cybersecurity evaluation. In reality, cyber insurance would have actually created stronger incentives to prevent this incident than regulations alone. An insurer covering Open AI would have required regular independent security audits, continuous monitoring, and tested internet response. Yes, we agree that insurance aligns with regulation, but that does not mean that regulations are the better tools and regulation cannot stand alone. Lastly, My opponent spoke about premium insurance, stating that insurance premiums, will never be able to protect against AI security breaches. But as the proposition would have already established, insurance is more than just a payout. Insurance requires clear research, rules, and protective contracts, which are already signed and enforced long before any issue can occur. This anchors our SDG for SDG 16, peace, justice, and social institutions. Strong institutions are not defined by how many laws they pass or how comprehensive these laws appear on paper. They are defined by how quickly they can identify failure and correct it before more harm occurs. We do not deny that legislation and regulations have a role to play. Instead, our argument has never been that regulation is irrelevant. Our argument instead stated that insurance adapts faster and law follows after. And that order matters, and this is why our motion stands. I thank you.
Testing. Hello, everyone. My name is Ezekiel, Renne, Cambridge, and I will be rebuting their points. But to begin, I would like to first ask the opposition, if cyber insurance is more effective than government regulation, then how come in 2024, almost 75% of all insurance claims will close without payment? How can an organization rely on a system that often falls but fails to compensate them after an attack? According to the IBM's Cost of Data Breach report, the average global cost of a data breach is $4.4 million USD. While in the United States alone, the average cost reaches about $10.22 million USD. These numbers demonstrate that cyber attacks are extremely expensive. While cyber insurance may help organizations recover some of these financial losses, in the end, it does not stop the attack from occurring. As my opposition stated, it's about regulation, not about insurance. So I would like to then ask, how does cyber insurance prevent these cyber breaches? Government regulation is more effective because it focuses on prevention. Regulation requires organizations to conduct risk assessments, implement strong access controls, perform regular security audits, and comply with cyber security standards before an attack. I would like to ask, if insurance pays after a cyber attack, how does it actually prevent the attack from happening? According to the Financial Times, only about 45% of businesses in specific places like the UK have cyber insurance, and many policies contain significant exclusions, particularly for state-backed cyber attacks, physical damages caused by cyber incidents, and emerging AI-related risks. I would like to end off by asking my opposition, how much money would businesses have to pay in premiums in order to just have the bare minimum? Thank you for your time.
Testing. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mikail, Barrock. So, at closing government, our role is not to introduce new arguments. Our role is to ask one simple question. Which side gives you the fastest, most effective improvement in cybersecurity standards? Not who has better intentions, not who has greater authority. Who actually changes behavior sooner? That is the weighing mechanism for this debate. The opposition has consistently defended regulation as the gold standard. We agree that regulation has an important place. It protects fundamental rights, ensures transparency, and addresses systemic risks that cannot simply be priced into a financial product. But that is not today's motion. Today's motion asks, which is more effective at improving cybersecurity standards? And when we compare them in practice, insurance wins because it acts immediately. Let's look at the timeline. The European Union AI Act was proposed in 2021. It was finally adopted in 2024. Yet many of the high-risk obligations, the provisions that matter most for cybersecurity and safety, have been delayed until December 2027. Think about that. From proposal to meaningful compliance is approximately 6 years. 6 years in cybersecurity is an eternity. Entire technologies emerge. Attack techniques evolve, and thousands of vulnerabilities are discovered every single year. Now, compare that with insurance. When ransomware losses exploded, the insurance market didn't spend years debating legislation. Insurers immediately tightened underwriting standards. Lloyd's of London identified the problem of silent cyber exposure and corrected it within a single underwriting cycle in 2020. Refining those requirements again by 2023 based on real claims and experiences. That is adaptation measured in months and not years. Even one of the faster examples of government regulation proves our point. The New York Department of Financial Services finalized amendments in November 2023 with full compliance required by November 2025. That is still 2 years. Insurance had already changed market behavior before many regulations even came into force. The opposition wants you to believe regulation creates better standards because governments can mandate them. But standards only matter if organizations actually improve. Insurance doesn't simply publish rules. It makes companies prove that they have implemented them. No multi-factor authentication, higher premiums. Poor incident response, limited coverage. Weak backup systems, your coverage will be denied. Every renewal becomes an audit. Every claim becomes feedback. Every cyber attack immediately teaches the market what must improve next. That continuous cycle simply does not exist with legislation. The opposition may argue that insurance only protects companies willing to buy policies, but that misunderstands how markets work. Large organizations increasingly require suppliers and contractors to carry cyber insurance. Insurers require minimum security controls before issuing policies. Those expectations cascade throughout supply chains, reaching businesses far beyond the largest corporations. Insurance creates incentives that spread organically across the economy. Now let me make one important concession. Insurance is not a substitute for government regulation. There are issues involving privacy, civil liberties, transparency, and broader societal values that insurance cannot solve because they cannot be neatly priced into a policy. Government absolutely has a role here, but acknowledging that does not lose the motion, because today's question is much narrower. Which is more effective at improving cybersecurity standards? And on that question, insurance is simply the stronger operational tool. Governments decide what society values. Insurance ensures organizations actually implement security. So when you retire to deliberate, ask yourselves this: would you rather wait 6 years for compliance or have organizations improve security before the next policy renewal? One system reacts after legislation, the other reacts after every cyber attack. One evolves through political compromise, the other evolves through real-world evidence. In cybersecurity, speed saves systems, adaptability saves organizations, and incentives change behavior. For those reasons, mandatory cyber insurance is the more effective tool for improving cybersecurity standards. and I proudly beg you to affirm this motion. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As my team established, I would like to get into some fundamental definitions. Cyber insurance is a financial loss after a disaster. AI security standards are the technical armor built to keep these systems safe and reliable. And government regulation is the binding enforceable law that forces every organization to protect public safety. Throughout this debate, our team position has remained unshakable. Cyber insurance is an ambulance after the disaster. And government regulation prevents the crash in the first place. The affirmative asks you to trust private insurance mandates to secure our artificial intelligence. But let's look at the cold hard reality. 75% of cyber insurance claims are denied or closed without a single dollar paid. And when a single data breach costs upwards of $10 million or a 25% chance of financial help, is a gamble no government cannot afford. And Trinidad and Tobago cannot even afford that right now. Cyber insurance does not stop data breaches. It does not protect citizens' data. It does not stop a rogue AI. As my colleague spoke about the open AI breakout, when an experimental AI agent escaped its testing sandbox and accessed the open internet and freely hacked Hugging Face servers to steal answers, what insurance underwriter on earth, and I mean in any universe, would predict that? There was no policy written for it, no claim filed before it. Sorry. And, oh geez. And no payout that could restore stolen credentials. Insurance calculates past financial risk. It cannot underwrite chaotic self-learning code. When a breach occurred, lawmakers didn't ask for higher insurance policies. As a matter of fact, they demanded mandatory independent safety testing and regulatory disclosure standards. An insurance policy merely writes a check after the disasters has already destroyed your home. But we aren't here asking how to pay for the ashes. We are demanding that the house never catches fire in the first place. Protecting our citizens' personal data, our economy, and national infrastructure requires real legal oversight, not private insurance claims. Insurance treats the fallout, but government regulations secure our future. If cyber insurance fails 75% of the time, and I want everyone to think about this properly. If cyber insurance fails 75% of the time when a crisis hits, how on earth can we trust it to protect the future of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Okay, guys, let's give our participants one more round of applause. At this time, the judges are going to deliberate based on Team A and B's findings from their debate. So we are actually right on schedule. So it is time for us to take a 15 minutes, a 15-minute coffee break. So go grab some coffee, and make your way back inside in promptly 15 minutes. When we come back, our head judge, Ms. Gabrielle, is going to share feedback from the debate and also announce our winners. So more action when we come back from the break. So don't be late. Exactly, promptly 15 minutes, be back in the room, okay? Great. Announce our winners as well. I do want to ask Miss Jennifer Britton and Andrew Sieupersad to be on standby as we prepare for the prize giving ceremony, as well as Mr. Nigel Casimir. All right, so let's hand over to Ms. Gabrielle Johnson to give us feedback about today's debate.
Thanks so much, Kristerbella. So, first, I would like to commend both teams for the effort, the preparation, and confidence you brought to today's debate. The Moot was both, timely, complex. It required you to consider the interaction of AI, cybersecurity, governance, etc. So you should all be proud of the research, the dedication, and willingness to engage with such an important topic. So I would like everyone to just give a round of applause to both teams. So Team A, I will start with you. So your presentation definitely stood out for the quality and credibility of the evidence you presented. You effectively supported your arguments with authoritative sources and made strong connections to things like the Sustainable Development Goals, which really demonstrated an understanding of the broader implications of the topic. Your analysis was particularly strong, and you were successful in demonstrating how regulatory processes can influence and improve security standards. Your delivery was also a strength with confident body language, strong use of language, and a level of professionalism that enhanced your arguments. So, a round of applause. What I will say is, as you continue to develop your debating skills, there are, a few areas for growth, as with everyone. So while you effectively demonstrated examples of regulation within mature regulatory environments, we would have liked to see more examples of how companies are adapting their practices in response to market-driven approaches, such as cyber insurance requirements. Further exploring how market-driven approaches are influenced by public trust could have added another layer or depth to your arguments. So Team B, thank you for your commitment and taking the time on, a challenging position. We appreciated your effort to connect to your arguments and to current developments, particularly your example involving OpenAI, which helped illustrate the practical relevance of the discussion. Your team, demonstrated confidence and made a genuine effort to defend your position. So for future debates, we encourage you to continue strengthening your research base and developing deeper analysis. Some of the rebuttals revisited points already made rather than introducing new arguments or directly challenging the opposing team's position. Strong rebuttals should provide fresh perspectives, identify gaps in the opposing argument, and reinforce your own case. So we also encourage you to incorporate more examples and evidence to support your arguments. Overall, the judges observed that One team demonstrated a higher level of debating experience, particularly in terms of research depth, analysis, and delivery. However, both teams contributed meaningfully to the discussion and demonstrated the importance of youth engagement in conversations surrounding AI, cybersecurity, and digital governance. So, before announcing the final results, I would like to recognize all of our debaters for their participation, commitment, and contribution to today's youth debate. So, I would like, yes. So I would like to invite Mrs. Jennifer Britton to the stage. Yes, Ms. Jennifer Britton from the CARICOM Secretariat, and also, yes, Andrew. Please come to the stage. Andrew from TAIROne Initiative. Oh. So I will call, yes, give me 1 second. Just calling the names out. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I will start with Miss Shania Sobers. Please come to the stage. Yeah. And when everyone collects their awards, please stay on the stage for a picture, a photo. A round of applause for Ms. Shania. Then we have Mr. Ezekiel Renne Cambridge. Please come to the stage. Then we have Mr. Zacharias Dyer. Miss Samisha Maharaj, please come to the stage. Miss Annalisa Maharaj. Mr. Zephion Lee Harris. Mr. Bryan Balkissoon. Mr. Mikail Barrock. And last, we have everyone? Right, great. So, let me just pull up some of my notes here. So, I would now like to invite Mr. Nigel Casimir, Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, to give out our first and second prize. So, after careful deliberation, the judges awarded Team A an average score of 45.2 out of 50. Yes. Reflecting their strong research evidence, analysis, rebuttals, and presentation. Team B received an average score of 24.3 out of 50, recognizing their efforts, engagement, and the valuable perspectives they brought to the debate. So, I would now like for Mr. Casimir to present. So, the winner, which is self-explanatory, is Team A.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it and my folks locked down. I never win no.
Great. And now I'll present our second place winners also. Team B. Give them a round of applause. Yes. So once again, congratulations to all of our debaters, and thank you for contributing to such an insightful and important discussion on the future of AI in the Caribbean. So before we conclude, we would like to possibly open up the floor to the audience for any questions, comments, reflections on today's debates. So we're encouraging everyone to share their thoughts, but please remember that this session is not about having all the answers or being an expert in the field. AI, cybersecurity, and digital governance are evolving areas, and today's discussion is an opportunity for us to all learn, exchange perspectives, and explore different viewpoints. So I am opening the floor for anyone who may have questions for the debaters.
Okay, so I will go while he sets up. So I just want to thank the debaters for a lot of information. I appreciated the fact that CTU gave me a really good idea in terms of how to get a wider group of persons involved in researching, one, and two, presenting their cases in a way that is palatable for everyone. And I appreciated the young people's efforts in terms of presenting those pieces of information. I appreciated the person who gave us the environmental impact, because it's very topical, of course, to our local context. But the wider event itself, I think, and I'm sure everybody could agree, that it gave a different tenor to the conference itself, but allowed us to explore different things from their perspective, because as we understand, they are going to inherit this space when we depart. So I just wanted to thank CTU for that innovative way of including everyone. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Stephen Williams from Barbados. And for those who were here yesterday, remember my analogy, the mutt. So, first of all, congratulations to both teams, wherever you are in the audience. It's so interesting because I have to go back and deal with a customer who is now looking at buying cyber insurance. So I was smiling when I heard this debate. And also for where I sit, because I also have been known to advise government from time to time on legislation. So my question would be, as someone said, chicken or egg? Because both seem to be in the same house, right? You can have a left hand, you need the right hand to clap. So for me, while it was either or pros and cons, I think what came over to me is that both are needed, right? From different perspectives. So while you fought admirably and there's always a winner, right? I think that both sides showed and demonstrated what's important. So my question would be to anyone who wants to answer, was that, what does that mutt look like? Right? Because government has not been known to be very, let's say, speedy when it comes to delivering. But what will be the core things that legislation should never be, should be specific. The one thing a legislation should not be specific, it should be broad enough to have enough coverage for things to move, especially as moving so quickly. So what does this mutt look like?
Does anybody in the audience want to comment on our question?
Okay, or you could disagree. You could disagree that. You can disagree. So you can disagree the idea being the mutt, but you know.
I do believe we have some comments in the chat as well, but yeah. I think we can discuss this one offline. We have another comment.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes.
Gregory Fernandez. I do have the insurance they were all debating, and it moves very quickly, including the cost, right? So as the technology changes, so does the requirements to get the insurance, right? And there are international certifications that assist in keeping the costs down. So there's the ISO 42001, which deals with AI. So having that in place keeps your costs down. But then, as more attacks happen globally, and I do have the insurance with Lloyd's of London, their prices have gone up. So yeah, so the debate was actually quite relevant. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We have one more from the audience. Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking basically on, I'm Dennis Jagannath. I heard the presentation. My area of expertise is more on presenting. So I could say, well, I am very nervous and what has happened, even though you may have good information to share, the way you do it, the way you present, your body language, your posture and everything plays a significant part in what the judge or whoever picks up. I am willing to see if I could help pro bono, at least for now,
yes,
the ROYTEC, UE, if they would need my assistance. Because I'm really passionate to see young people catapult and move forward in this age we are in.
Love that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, just to put that in context, that's a call to action to the CTU and the team that planned the debate this year, that we have a gentleman that is willing to do some pre-training to our debaters before the debate. So when we have this debate next year, it's going to be a lot more action. All right? I see Erwin has a comment, or I can't deny Erwin, so let's go. Come on.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Kristerbella. Hi, I'm Erwin Williams, Head of Software Development at iGovTT. Our long name is the National ICT Company of Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of the services we deliver tend to be, they kind of run in the background, the back end. We support a lot of the transactions and government services you use online, things like your passport appointment service, for example, or Employee TT. Just services we deliver that have been being delivered for a number of years. Love the debate. I love the idea of the debate, for sure. I could see a lot of nerves were being sorted out. The experience does build you up as a student and a fresh graduate. And I agree with Stephen, for sure. It's not really either or for us in the industry. At the industry, first of all, like my colleague said, you can't even qualify for certain levels of insurance if you don't have a particular working framework and environment. And yet, as I heard today, 75% of the claims don't go through. From the government perspective, I will not comment on behalf of the government, my friends, though I work for a state agency. We do have a really new solution. It's called Verify TT. I'm sorry for all of you who heard about it before, and yet again, he's here to talk about it. But in the context of AI, when I walked in, I heard one of the presenters saying credentials, a lack of credentials, untested or unproven credentials. So I felt like he was actually calling out to me saying, Erwin, come tell them about verifiable credentials, because it does line up in the same space. In that, these days you need it in both directions. How do you know that the thing the AI agent is saying to you is valid? Well, in the past, it may have taken many routes to get there and connections to APIs, but with verifiable credentials, you can have anybody issuing you a document telling you, here is the issue and here is the proof, and it's cryptographic and it's strong. So from a framework or regulation perspective, you have verifiable credentials, which is beyond simply the platform Verify TT. It's an open technology that you can use to verify AI output. But it goes the other direction as well. Suppose an AI agent is asking you for information and you want to make sure that you're dealing with trustworthy sources of knowledge. It can demand of you, well, present me your verifiable credential. Oh, you're trying to find out about Gate? Where is your UE credentials? The tools we have today can let that be presented. So there's a third column, really. If one column is regulation and policy, and another one is insurance, the third one is practices and tools that you can use to mitigate some of the challenges we see. And so this debate certainly sparked the ideas that already exist that you could take advantage of, one of which is Verify TT.
Thank you for that verifiable information.
Sorry, I had to make just one interjection.
No
To
problem.
those who were not there yesterday, when I said mutt is a mixed breed dog, I was told that. You said what? So.
Thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Gabrielle is just going to close off this session, and then we're going to head straight into our panel for today.
Thank you, Kristerbella. So as we bring this session to a close, I would like to, extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who made today's youth debate possible. So to our distinguished panel of judges, thank you for sharing your expertise, your thoughtful evaluations, and your constructive feedback. Your guidance has made this a valuable learning experience for all our participants. To our sponsors and partners, thank you for your generous support and for your continued investment in developing the next generation of digital leaders. Your commitment makes opportunities like this possible. A special thank you to the Caribbean Telecommunications Union for providing this platform within the Caribbean AI Forum 2026 and for its continued leadership in advancing digital transformation, innovation, and youth engagement across the region. So, thank you everyone in attendance for your participation and your support. We hope you enjoy the remainder of the forum, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Gabrielle. We are going to head straight into our next panel, but I do want to do one thing before we head into that. I think this morning was a testament of bravery. It was empowerment, and it was a very positive experience, nerves or not. And it took tremendous effort actually from our teams to step on stage and to speak in the way that they did in front of us today. I just want to ask the winners one more time to stand where you sit right now. Please just stand or raise your hand. Stand and raise your hand, because I've seen more people standing. Good. I'd like to ask the audience to give them, please, a proper round of applause this time. Because they deserve it. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so as we head into our agenda for the rest of the day, I'm told that the next panel is the most popular panel of the day today. And our guests of honor are here and ready for this panel, but I also want to remind you guys that the panels that we have throughout the day today is going to feed every piece of information from each panel is going to also feed into our last panel today, which is a roundtable discussion as well. And I'm also told that that one is going to be quite exciting, so I want to encourage everyone to stay connected today, to stay for the roundtable discussion today, because what we are about to discuss in this panel is going to come together from a different perspective in our last panel today, and it's going to complete our discussion where we could now find actionable items to take away from our forum today. So, with that being said, our panel today, the next discussion explores how intergovernmental organizations and multilateral partners can work alongside the Caribbean to advance our AI journey. The panel is led by Ms. Sandria Maynard. She is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. The panel... Nigel? Yeah? Okay. The panel is titled Driving AI Development in SIDS, the role of intergovernmental organizations and multilateral development. I want to ask Ms. Andrea to come on stage. Is she here? Yes? Okay, good. Our panelists for today, Mr. Ahmed El Raghi, who's going to join us remotely. He is the head of the RME division at the ITU. We want to invite on stage as well Mr. Hugo Blanco, the resident representative at the UNDP, Trinidad and Tobago, heading Curacao, also Curacao, Aruba, and St. Martin. He's the digital facility lead for AI and emerging technologies at the UNDP. And also I want to invite on stage Mr. Demetrius Heraclius, the Associate Economic Affairs Officer at UN ECLAC. Please give them a big round of applause as we welcome our panelists on stage and online for our panel, again titled For Small Island Development States, the Role in Intergovernmental Organizations in Multilateral Development.
Good morning, colleagues. For those of you who were here and paying attention yesterday, you will know that I am not, in fact, Pro-Vice Chancellor Sandra Maynard, who regrettably is not able to join us in person. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lois St-Bryce. I am Senior Program Officer for Strategic Partnerships and Initiatives in the Office of Global Affairs at the University of the West Indies. We are part of the Office of the Vice Chancellor. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this very important discussion on driving AI development in SIDS, the role of intergovernmental organizations in multilateral development. Joining me on stage, as you will see, we have Mr. Hugo Blanco, as well as Dimitris. And joining us online, we have Paula and Ahmed. So thank you once again, colleagues, for joining us for this very important and critical discussion. So, as we know, the recently published task force report concludes that the Caribbean is operating in what is called a high intent but low capacity equilibrium. And based on the discussions that we've been having yesterday and today, I think we can agree with that assessment. While governments clearly recognize the transformative potential of AI, implementation unfortunately remains constrained by fragmented governance, limited research capacity, insufficient investment, weak institutional coordination, and dependence on external technologies. The report argues that implementation, not necessarily policy development, is now the region's greatest challenge, and that intergovernmental organizations have a critical role in helping the region to bridge this implementation gap. Today's discussion, therefore, asks not simply whether AI can transform small island developing states, and henceforth I will simply use the term SIDS, but how multilateral institutions can collectively help move the Caribbean from policy ambition to implementation at scale. We are therefore delighted to be joined by 4 distinguished leaders representing organizations that are shaping global and regional approaches to AI governance, digital development, capacity building, and inclusive innovation. So at this point, I would like to invite each of our panelists to take approximately 3 minutes to share a snapshot of the impactful work their organizations are advancing to support AI readiness, governance, innovation, and sustainable development in the Caribbean, as well as across SIDS generally. But before turning to our first speaker, Mr. Blanco, I should note that in the midst of our collective World Cup tabanca, we must acknowledge that Spain has recently given the world a true masterclass in turning talent into results. The Caribbean AI Task Force report reminds us that implementation matters more than ambition alone. And in football and in AI policy, success ultimately comes from execution. So on that note, and with congratulations still very much in order, let me now invite Mr. Hugo Blanco to begin our discussion. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad I recovered my voice. I'm from Spain myself, and I'm a big football fan. I'm from Madrid, so you can imagine how excited I was these couple of weeks. I'm gonna move around because I don't see people behind the pillars, so very quickly, 2 minutes. And thank you for this, Nigel. Thank you to CTU for this. 2 minutes to share not the work UNDP is doing, but some of the thinking we are discussing. One thing we know and one thing we are trying to work out. One thing we know is that AI is here. AI is everywhere. It's in our systems, in our institutions, in our economies, in our job market. We know that. Sometimes we don't realize, but we know that AI is a reality already. What we are trying to work out is what's the role small countries, small island states have to play in this global conversation. Are we just adapters? We inherit, we take something being developed in other countries, and try to use it the best way we can, or we are part of the building, or we use it in a way that is trusted, with people-centered, that is towards development. That's the conversation I think we have to have. And UNDP, with ECLAD, with UNESCO, and many others are really interested in that conversation. We just finalized a study on AI in seats all over the world. And we learned one thing. Seats are not, small states are not just edge examples. They are signals of what's happening. What I'm trying to say is that given our limited capacities and our very strong accountability, because we are small, we are facing the challenges of AI adoption faster and more visibly than big countries. And there is a lot we can learn from that. So the work of countries like Trinidad and Tobago or Barbados or some others we are working with is not going to only influence the Caribbean agenda, but the global discussion on AI. So the role small countries can play in this conversation is much bigger than we think. And that's why these sort of conversations with CTU, with CARICOM, with ITU and others are so important. So thank you again for allowing us to be part of this conversation.
Excellent. And I suppose coming off of your last comment, we in the Caribbean, well, I thank the Jamaicans for this one. We say we are little, but we are Talawa. And I suppose we potentially have that role to play in the global agenda as well. So at this point, I want to ask Ahmed to please present your introduction. Thanks. And I believe he has some slides, so asking the tech team if they can share the slides.
Yeah. First, you hear me well? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lewis, and for having me today in the panel. And for sure, thank you so much for the CTU for inviting ITU for this AI forum. Great opportunity to share with you and discuss with you what ITU offer in the area of artificial intelligence, specifically for SETS and Caribbean region. I just highlighted that AI is not just a futuristic technology that we still consider as something that we will have in future. We have now AI in our life, in our economy, in our business, impacted all our aspects in this regard. We in ITU working on supporting our members, our stakeholders in the area of AI in multiple of perspectives. If I may highlight specifically the AI for Good, which is the main global platform organized by ITU annually to harness the artificial intelligence to the global challenges and achieve the sustainable development goal. We have like the largest global summit, and also through this initiative and this platform, we launch a lot of collaborative initiative between the UN agencies and even so many stakeholders, and push for all kind of innovation and the skills program that support members and to adopt the AI in their development plan. In area of standards also, ITU working very closely with all standard houses on a global level to issue the needed standard for safety and interoperability on AI domain, testing and assurance, handling areas as deepfake and the challenges that we have in AI. And finally, beside that, for sure, capacity building and supporting our members for the needed technical assistance and training for enhancing their skills, their knowledge, their policy and regulatory framework in area of AI. In a nutshell, we are trying to tackle all main aspects, standards, capacity building, regulatory and policy, supporting government, supporting even technical community in working in the AI different door fronts, and supporting the global community to achieve the needed action to move in the area of AI from just being a receiver to be a proactive player in the AI big economy that we have in our hands.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Ahmed. And I think one thing coming out clearly through your remarks is you're already leveraging collaboration. And I know that's something that we spoke a lot about yesterday. And I think we will be touching on that several times today. Yeah? At this point, can I ask you, Paula, to join and give us your introduction? Thanks.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. You can hear me well? It's all good? Great. Thanks for the thumbs up. So thank you again for the invitation, and we're really honored to be part of this conversation. Maybe just also to share maybe 3 elements that UNESCO is kind of supporting member states on. One is focused on normative frameworks or guidance. So actually in 2021, UNESCO member states, so that's 194 countries, unanimously adopted by acclamation the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And so this document provides, underpinned by a series of values and principles, is at the service of member states to provide guidance on developing, deploying, and designing AI systems that are ethical, responsible, accountable. And so we have made this recommendation. It's available for all member states, and it provides kind of a blueprint. It's the first normative document of this kind that we hope to support countries in rendering operational. And so how do we do that? Well, we've developed a series of tools that accompany the recommendation. One of them is the readiness assessment methodology, which has been implemented in over 70 countries around the world, that is looking at, now we've upgraded it. So it's looking at 11 policy areas that allows countries to get a snapshot in a specific moment in time of its AI readiness. And then this is also complemented by the ethical impact assessment, which is another tool that is really aim to help stakeholders and government officials in terms as it relates to more about specific tools that are going to be engaged towards social services. So the procurement of public goods, which are important in order to evaluate kind of that ethical aspect, especially if we're talking about privacy, data, and accountability and transparency, especially in those domains. And then from that side, one of the other areas that we've been working on, specifically in the Caribbean, but it stems from a broader report or work that UNESCO is leading, is really focusing on what is the impact of AI on gender equality. And we've been looking at this through over the last year and a half, where we've conducted, at least in the Caribbean, surveys, focus groups, an audit of large language models. And actually, a couple of weeks ago, we launched this regional report that's focused, it's called Blocking is Not Enough, and it's really focused on the impact of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and recognizing that AI systems, if we don't have the appropriate guardrails or the frameworks in place, then they can exacerbate different forms of inequalities. And so what we found here, for example, is that 67% of respondents that were women have reported experiencing at least one form of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in the last 12 months. And so what is happening is that women are blocking, but this is not enough. This is not enough in terms of the policy response that needs to take place to ensure that digital spaces continue to be inclusive and equitable and safe for women. And finally, just to mention that, the work that we're doing comes with a suite of resources and tools that are available for member states. One of them is actually specific to the Caribbean, which is the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Policy Roadmap, that is really looking at the specificities of the Caribbean as it relates to the deployment of AI. But there are also a series of capacity development tools and resources available for countries, as well as a network of experts that are also available to be deployed to different countries. So in addition to having kind of this normative framework, producing knowledge, there's also a lot of support that UNESCO is ready to provide to member states to strengthen capacities, whether it be at the decision-making level, but also for educators, for media professionals, for the judiciary, as it relates to AI. So yeah, thank you so much, and hand it back to the facilitator. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Paula. And in terms of the component related to gender, I know we closed out yesterday with a really strong panel, and that was one of the issues that was raised. So I'm glad you touched on that. But I think what's coming through as well, which is especially relevant in our context, which is resource constrained, is the work that you're doing in terms of providing tools that can be deployed, which I think is very important. So at this stage, may I ask Dimitris to share your introduction, please. Thanks.
I will stand up as I promised 5 minutes. There are some slides, but I will be fast.
Yes. So can we bring up Dimitri's slides, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. So I'm Dimitris Irakleous. I'm Associate Economic Affairs Officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for the Latin American and the Caribbean. And I try to give at a glimpse what ECLAC is doing in terms of AI governance and ecosystem development, especially focused in the Caribbean. So the question of the panel is what actually the international, the intergovernmental organizations can do. In order to answer that, is quite important to understand what ECLAC is, what the United Nations Economic Commission for the Latin American and the Caribbean is, and how it's structured, how it's working. ECLAC is one of the 5 commissions of the United Nations, anchored to the Charter of the United Nations, the Article 68 of the Charter of the United Nations, which gives the possibility to the Economic and Social Commission of the United Nations to establish regional commissions. So in 1948, the Resolution 106 of ECOSOC established the 5 regional commissions, and ECLAC is a commission for the Latin American and the Caribbean. Act as the primary think tank of the region by investigations regarding economic and social development, offering intergovernmental platforms in order for the governments to come together, discuss. It's important to outline that every single Caribbean state, independent state and overseas territory has a seat on the table, as well as every Latin American country. And lastly, is offering practical technical assistance support to the policy-making process of the countries. So ECLAC main platform on digital transformation dialogue is ILAC. ILAC is a ministerial conference on digital transformation on the informative society for the Latin America and the Caribbean. Was established in 2005 and is currently in the 4th circle, what we like to call 4th circle of mature, which is focused on AI development. This year in Sao Paulo, at 3 and 4 of December, we will have the ministerial conference, the 11th ministerial conference, which will set the agenda for until the 2028. So, within the framework of ILAC, ECLAC has developed a number of activities supporting the Caribbean countries into AI ecosystem development. Initiatives, framework, discussion platforms. In Eclipse, the first tool that we recently announced and start developing products within it is a digital laboratory, digital transformation laboratory, which is a co-development of ECLAC and the German alliance, GIZ. So within the laboratory, there are 2 tools already developed and already in practice in a number of Latin American and Caribbean countries. The first is the RESMA methodology for regulatory sandboxes. Yesterday, it was highlighted the importance of regulatory sandboxes in AI development, regulations development. But in fact, the regulatory sandboxes for the developing countries is a much different concept than what we know in the sandboxes that are already advanced in the global north. So with the RESMA methodology, we have a specialized assessment and roadmap development process, specialized developed for developing countries.
Within the framework of the laboratory as well, we have the AI applications for the public sector guide, a guide which is a pure methodology, not an overwhelming list, but a guide step-by-step guide to help small teams in the developing stage concept to develop AI applications within the public sector. It's a very unique tool in the way that is designed exactly to support institutions with small teams, small and fragile, if you want, governance structures to deliver solid products to the citizens. Thirdly, we have the data embassies, ECLAC Data Embassies Coalition, based on research presented earlier this year in January, and the increased interest from the member states. ECLAC, within the mandate of the ELAC Working Group for the Caribbean, established the ECLAC Data Embassies Coalition. 11 Caribbean countries has expressed their official interest through the Ministries of Foreign Affairs to participate in the coalition. 2 and 3 of June, we had in the Belize City the high-level ministerial policy dialogue on data embassies with 2 important outcomes that came out through this dialogue. First is a declaration of Belize City, the first multilateral political document globally on data embassies, which is a Caribbean achievement. And secondly, the clear mandate from the countries that they want to proceed to the exploration of the data embassies model to ensure data sovereignty in the era of AI. In order to achieve AI sovereignty, we need to own our data. We have a clear roadmap, a clear mandate from the countries, and we're proceeding into the next steps of the coalition of the data embassy exploration in order to transform this innovative concept from a theoretical discussion to the region into practical results. As for the capacity building section, the flagship capacity building program that ECLAC is co-organizing with its partners, particularly with the Caribbean partners, CTU and the University of the West Indies, is a School of Digital Transformation and Innovation. A couple of weeks ago, we had the 3rd edition in Jamaica. The school was started here in Trinidad and Tobago 3 years ago as the sibling of the Latin American School of Digital Transformation and Innovation. It had become since then an important capacity building institution for the region, with more than 80 high-level Caribbean policymakers already participated. This year we had the opportunity to have an extended capacity building process from Slovenia, which showed exactly how a country with let's say limited expectations in AI development had turned the table upside down and had become a regional leader in Europe on AI governance. Earlier in May, we had the AI for LACA dialogue co-organized with the government of Costa Rica. It was within the mandate of the General Assembly of the United Nations, for which Costa Rica was with Spain, the 2 countries that were leading the resolution. And jumping to the end, dear moderator, we are developing the AI Latin American Index. I want to make a very small stop in the AI Latin American Index because the AI index for the Latin American and the Caribbean. In the Caribbean, fortunately, only the Jamaica and Dominican Republic and Cuba are the countries that are included, not because we don't intend and we don't want to include the Caribbean countries, but there is a serious limitation in the data availability, and this is a topic to discuss. From another podium, we can discuss what are the challenges, what are the methodological challenges. But during the ILIA development, personally I was working on the AI governance indices. It was when we realized through our investigation that AI governance is a challenge in the Caribbean, a particular challenge. As you can see, only one Caribbean country has a full developed national AI agenda. This is Dominican Republic. In comparison with Latin America, which a number of countries have already developed national AI strategies. The majority of them were within the last 2 years. Our investigation will be soon out. So this was a base for our work that we are, let's say, it's the head of the spear in our work in the Caribbean is the National AI Agendas for the Caribbean Seats methodology. The publication is already submitted. It will be out very soon. We are working with a team of Caribbean experts. I want to acknowledge Ms. Denise White, which is here, and Dr. Kristerbella, which are parts of that team. And the idea is to create exactly a clear methodology that will assist the Caribbean countries face their unique challenges, creating national agendas in the base of the tools, of the assessment tools that there already exist from the colleagues from UNICEF, UNDP, that they already developed their assessments tools, and in the base of those assessments, how we can get a step forward and build the national AI strategies. Those national AI strategies, the idea is that they will build together what is described in the report as the regional AI governance model, to be blocks that supporting these regional AI governance models. Thank you very much. I took advantage of your understanding, dear moderator, but I'm
more than advantage, Demetrius. But we are grateful because a lot of very pertinent information, and I think addressing some of the issues that we raised yesterday again, as Dr. Ramlal would have pointed out, if we're not even on the index, then how are we going to be accounted for? So I think some of the insights here in terms of where the data gaps are and how we can address them through cooperation, I think is quite important. So on that note, I want to transition into looking at this question of regional leadership, collective action, and global influence. And I want to bring in Paula here, right? So the task force report argued that effective AI governance cannot be achieved through isolated national strategies, and instead calls for harmonized regional frameworks and stronger multilateral cooperation. So my question to you is actually a multifaceted question, and it is, what should be the respective roles of regional organizations and multilateral partners in moving the Caribbean from fragmented national AI initiatives to a coordinated regional implementation agenda that is ethical, inclusive, and aligned with the SDGs? And where should leadership sit so that we avoid duplication while strengthening collective capacity and governance? Over to you, Paula.
Great, thank you so much for that question. And I think regional and multilateral organizations work together in complementary ways, reinforcing national and regional action and enabling the transition of AI kind of theory and recommendations to policy action, and hopefully around the shared regional framework. And so regional organizations provide kind of that notion of strategic coordination, policy coherence, convening power, and mechanisms for shared standards, which can then be translated and adapted to national context. Whereas when we look at multilateral organizations, including, for example, UNESCO, we work together with regional organizations and governments as maybe connectors or enablers. And so our contribution is really focused on mobilizing knowledge, helping bridge research and policy expertise, kind of finding those data, supporting in many those data gaps that were identified prior. And by providing globally recognized normative frameworks, technical expertise, and capacity building tools. So for example, UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI, which was adopted by member states, offers for this common foundation upon which countries and regional organizations can build regional approaches while being aligned to kind of international standards. And a perfect example, I think, of this type of synergy is the recent endorsement by CARICOM's Council of Trade and Economic Development, so the COTED, of UNESCO's Caribbean AI policy roadmap. So this signals to member states that it recognizes the value of a common regional approach to AI governance, grounded on ethical principles, on inclusion and responsibility that is tailored specifically to the Caribbean reality. So this roadmap, which took, it's kind of done 2 iterations that was updated because, AI moves really fast, was developed through consultations with more than 1,000 stakeholders. And so it provides kind of exactly that type of shared foundation that can help align national and regional efforts and shows that kind of complementarity between what can be done at a regional level through multilateral organizations as well as through regional organizations. And so when we're looking at duplication, you also included this in your question. And so avoiding duplication really, I think, requires looking beyond actions led by perhaps individual countries, but maybe regional approaches and kind of, for example, looking at common capacity development programs or regional pools of expertise, regional data gathering and analysis, and coordinating engagement in global AI governance discussions. And so this was why, for example, it was very important that the CARICOM Secretariat participate at it's a conference, a third ministerial conference on the ethics of artificial intelligence for Latin America and the Caribbean that took place last June in the Dominican Republic. And so having the voice of CARICOM in this space is really important to share and amplify the realities of Caribbean, small and developing states. And so for small states with limited resources, collective action is really essential. And so there is strength in being able to act together, especially in the Caribbean, and that allows to build stronger and more coherent AI governance ecosystems that promote innovation while also protecting human rights, inclusion. Specifically in the Caribbean, it's very important to talk about cultural diversity and sustainable development.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that, Paula. Mr. Blanco, if I can ask you as well to respond to that in terms of what should the respective roles of these organizations be and how can we avoid duplication?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Sorry to my team. I missed the memo on the time management, so apologies for that. The AI conversation is tough. It's expensive. It's difficult. It's very political. We have to be real. And not a single nation in the Caribbean can do this alone. I think we can agree on that. Mm-hmm. So we have to work together. I mean, it's probably a no-brainer, but it's not happening. Mm-hmm. It's not happening. So the question is, what do we need to do? Because this is a speed train. It's not a train, it's a speed train. The AI revolution is fast. So we have very little time. So I think the international organizations have a place to steer this conversation. Mm-hmm. And everybody has an agenda, right? I mean, we are working with different countries. Everybody has an agenda. We sometimes know we have an agenda. The UN has an agenda. Our agenda is the 2030 agenda, the SDGs. And I think this is a powerful starting point to have some of these difficult conversations. In UNDP, we host the Digital Facility for the Caribbean, where we provide services on digitalization and AI to all English-speaking Caribbean countries. To do what? To have tough conversations, mm-hmm. to have blunt discussions about difficult topics, helping countries to talk about what's the priorities, what's the national challenges, what is my comparative advantage as a Caribbean country in this conversation. So in the UNDP Digital Facility for the Caribbean, we're helping countries to do that and to build the capacity. The AI is landing, is coming to our systems through software updates, and sometimes we didn't even know. Sometimes our civil servants are not aware of what's happening. Sometimes we have to review our business processes. And these are the sort of capacity building exercises that we and UDP are doing. Paula has mentioned CARICOM, and I want to thank Jennifer and the team, because we have worked for a year or so on a joint UNDP CARICOM AI program, where precisely we build on the regional advantage, because we have to come together. Otherwise, we are going to be either missing the train or coming in the last wagons of the train. Is that where we want to be? Fine. Some governments say, I don't want to be an early adopter. I want to see what's happening in other countries, and then according to that experience, I take the decision. But governments and national decision makers have to have the information to take those decisions. And last point, the point on trust and people-centered approach is critical. AI has to be a tool for development, for growth, for well-being, for equity, for inclusion, not the other way around. And we are seeing very strong signals that that's not the case so far. So this is not about stopping AI, it's about taking deliberate decisions about the AI I want for my country and for my region. And I think the work we all are doing, and I'm very pleased, and I thank the UNDP team for all the technical assistance and the strategic thinking and the implementing capacity we are bringing to the Caribbean. Not because we have the solutions, because we can learn from other countries in the world and connect the dots.
Yes, excellent. So I think on that note, I want to then touch on governance, the issue of governance, regulation, and institutional capacity. Yeah. So the report also identifies 4 major governance gaps: representation, coordination, implementation, and research. And it argues that institutional capacity has become the key limiting factor for AI development in the Caribbean. So again, Mr. Blanco, if I can bring you in here, which of these gaps, representation, coordination, implementation, or research, should intergovernmental organizations prioritize first, and why?
In a minute or so, there is no shortage of knowledge or capacities in our countries here in the Caribbean. But we have to translate that knowledge, that capacity into results, into action. And I think that's where we are lacking as the Caribbean region. So I would choose, if I have to, coordination, because coordination is a multiplier. And I know the room got kind of excited yesterday when we talk about coordination, who has to coordinate, who is mandated, why it's happening and why it's not happening. To me, the answer is, what's the added value of coordination? What are the transaction costs? And if we add value in that conversation, let's do it. Coordination cannot be an afterthought, okay, I want to do this. It has to be part of the conversation at the very beginning. And you coordinate, you collaborate with someone either because you have to, it's mandated, it's imposed, you do it or you're fired. You collaborate because you want to, because I like you, my brother is working in that organization, I like that logo, whatever. Or because I win something, because it's a win-win situation. So the first two, because I have to or because I like you, are very volatile, fluctuate, elections change. So what are the win-win arrangements we can have? Because this is not a competition. If we see this AI race revolution as a competition, we are going to spend too much time, energy, and resources on things that are not going to lead to the results we want. So we have to be quick, we have to be fast, and we have to build on our comparative advantages. The UN, I think, and we have demonstrated that we have some added value, but it has to be driven by the national governments. And let me bring in the communities, the users, the beneficiaries, the clients, because sometimes they are left out of this conversation. So the coordination comes at different levels. And as UN, we are happy to be part of that big picture, making sure that it translates into the lives of the people we serve.
Excellent. So on that point, Ahmed, I want to bring in you in here because we're building on your work with regulators and digital policy institutions, right, across the region. So how must traditional regulators and SIDS evolve from passive rule setters to proactive ecosystem builders to support responsible AI adoption and innovation?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lewis. And yes, as colleague highlighted, that the AI development way forward is a tough one. It's not that easy one. Having 3 main gaps for regulators and policymakers to tackle when working with the AI speed gap, where the technology of the speed of technology is very fast in compared to the speed of the policy creation. If we have the statement of that AI technology double its computing power and even its ability every 6 months, making you very different perspective from regulatory and policy maker to consider. This means that we should consider different way of how we are building our policy and regulatory rules and way forward. The second gap is the complexity gap, having the AI application that go through multiple of authorities or governance areas, AI model for considering AI model for banking, reviewing banking scores or banking trust scores. This means that this kind of AI model will consider data protection authority, banking, definitely central banks, cybersecurity agencies. So this kind of complexity need a very collaborative regulatory model applied on definitely on the national level and also on a regional and global level. Finally, the innovation gap or the risk of innovation, having this kind of technologies, which is what we call it the black box technology model, where the AI model evolve and change its ability in a way even the developer of the AI, those AI models couldn't expect exactly how it will be the way they evolve. So it will be very challenging for policymakers, regulator to expect how this kind of technology will evolve and what will be the regulatory and policy risks will come in the even close future. So regulatory bodies with those kind of gaps need to change their way of work, need to change their way of their implementing their regulations, their rules, what we call it or what we push for the regulator, the digital ecosystem builder regulatory style, rather than the rule setters that the normal way working top-down approach for regulator. It should be considered to be a major or an urgent change for regulators and policymakers in this regard. And we always encourage regulators in this front to thinking on three main pillars: the innovative regulatory practices, which here we highlight the sandboxing and the policy lab. And here CTU Regional Office for Americas and even our area office for Caribbeans, working very closely with the member states to support them to enhance their skills and even regulatory and legal platforms for regulatory sandboxing, and supporting them to enhance also their regulatory policy lab if they wish to develop. Secondly is the institutional capacity and enhancing the institutional capacity for ICT regulators, especially in area of strategic foresighting and also understanding such kind of complex technologies as AI, cloud computing, and even quantum, because having the quantum computing power with agentic AI power, this will create a huge challenges for policymaker regulators, especially in area of cybersecurity. Finally, the institutional collaboration or embedding collaboration as a main pillar for regulator and helping them to initiate a whole government approach and also a whole society approach in their implementation of AI development or national strategy or even regional strategy. And here in ITU, we are sharing with our regulatory and policy maker community what we call it the 5th generation of regulatory standard, which helping them to develop the collaborative regulatory model. So for us, it's clear that regulators should and policymakers should take an urgent actions to deal with the challenges and also the changes happening in this regulatory and policy landscape, and to evolve their skills, evolve their speeds, and their way of working to be more cross-sectorial and working as a whole government and also whole society in their approaches dealing with the AI on opportunity way and also on the challenges and other. Thank you.
Excellent. So allow me to follow up with you on that, Ahmed, in terms of ensuring that governance frameworks developed internationally are genuinely implementable within the SIDS, right? Rather than becoming what we referred to multiple times yesterday as copy and paste governance. How do we ensure that that doesn't happen?
Definitely for first, and that regulator and policy maker that they should be very keen about the international collaboration and being engaged in the international forum. I can highlight the Global Symposium for Regulator as a global event that is offering for policymakers and regulators the chance to share their knowledge, share their challenges in area on regulations and policy challenges. Definitely the close collaboration also with regional organization, where they have also a very crucial role in this regard, ensuring having this kind of global dialogue between all kind of different policymaker and regulators from different regions to share their challenges and also share their ways of or best practices of solving those kind of challenges. So highlighting that global collaboration and also the regional one and the group and the crucial role for regional organization to helping and to developing such kind of channels and opportunity for this collaboration.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Blanco? I know you had some thoughts on this as well.
Very quickly on AI frameworks, something we have learned already in the recent past. The best AI framework is the AI framework that works for the country. So if we are thinking about importing the AI framework from countries that are building frontier AI models to the Caribbean, I don't think that's a good idea. The best AI model framework is the one that is built upon the foundations of your country. Your data, your governance systems, the national capacities. Otherwise, we are going to miss the point. So that's why AI readiness, in my opinion, is very linked to institutional readiness. And importing models from other countries is good to learn, but it cannot be a cut and paste. And we've seen, for instance, good practices on procurement. How procurement can be one of the best tools for AI governance. Those contracts, those audits, those HR regulations are critical. We are seeing that change. So I finish with this sentence. I think international institutions, we have to help countries to move from the AI hype to the AI real readiness. And I think that's important.
Thank you so much for that. And on that note, moving away from the hype, I think that's a good place to segue into looking at this question of productivity and inclusion as it relates to AI. So Demetrius, I want to bring you in here. At a time when productivity growth is stagnating, digital adoption among SMEs remains limited, and a significant share of the region's workforce continues to operate in low productivity and informal sectors. And that's a point that kept coming up yesterday as well. The stakes are clearly very high. How can Caribbean countries use AI to support productive transformation and social inclusion rather than deepening existing inequalities?
So, Shernon Oseba had introduced, Shernon Oseba of CTU has introduced a new term, the digital hurricane. We are in an AI hurricane era, and this AI hurricane is arriving in the region, which already face a significant gap in productivity with the developed nations. In 1950s, one worker from the Latin America and the Caribbean region needed 2.5 hours to produce what the United States worker was producing in 1 hour. Today, this has almost doubled. Our prediction is that by 2050, this will be a large even further. And the fact is that the AI has a dual possibility, either tackle this challenge, but also it can also deepen this gap. And the fact is that we are competing with countries with more investment available, more skills, infrastructure, governmental institutions, computing power, etc., etc. And the question is how we tackle this, how we can reshape the landscape, how we can put Caribbean in the front. It is fact that it is not about Caribbean AI development per se. It's about what will be the position of the Caribbean in the future of global AI development, because AI development will come eventually in the Caribbean. The question is when and where we will position ourselves in this future world. It's clear that the report is it's a milestone moment for the Caribbean. The report gives us a clear instructions what we should do in very simple words, and we're in the moment that we need to translate those solid recommendations into actions. We are in this critical moment, and in reality, transforming those processes to actions is what will make exactly the productivity gap to become smaller. And because the small and medium enterprises, the productivity, the economy of the country is directly related to the policies implemented by the government. And those policies, they need to have something in focus. It's not about offering more technology. It's not about offering more AI applications. It's about resolving problems, offering solutions, and bridging gaps. It's about offering the technical support, the sector-specific capacity building. It's about offering support directly to the small and medium enterprises in order to not use the technology, but to actually adopt it and take advantage of it to get forward. I will close this intervention by saying something, since we're on time already. The United Nations systems and each of the entities within the United Nations system has their mandate. And we are working within our mandate in order to offer solutions, to offer frameworks, to offer technical assistance, dialogue. But the ownership is at the countries. The countries should take action. The countries should come together and work on the regional cooperation within the framework of CARICOM, CTU, OCS, and the regional organizations to find solutions, create mechanisms, and to adopt the recommendations of the report and translate them into practical steps forward. So yes, we are here. We can offer our expertise. Each organization within its mandate and its expertise and focus. But in reality, the discussion is what the organizations can do, is what the countries can do with the support of the international organizations. Thank you very much.
Nice. So then, just to follow up on that, if I can ask Paula and Ahmed, if you can respond. Given the limited technical, financial, and institutional capacity of the Caribbean SIDS, which AI governance capabilities should be developed nationally, and which would be more effectively pooled or delivered at a regional level? I'll ask Paula first, and then Ahmed, if we can do a quick fire response.
Great, thank you. So In terms of what could be developed regionally, I think it's important to think about, well, nationally, what we need to strengthen our data resources, because that's going to come through national. And what we found out when we've been doing our different AI readiness assessments is that the data sometimes is there, it's captured somewhere, but it's not being analyzed or utilized. And so kind of looking at that would be really helpful at the national level for countries to be able to make informed decisions. And that is why we don't always see kind of the Caribbean countries in kind of these global, statistics, because we don't have the data. So that would be something that should be worked on perhaps at the national level. But when we're looking at the regional level and kind of that idea of moving as a block, joint capacity development opportunities, instead of perhaps when we're looking at, we've been doing a lot of trainings for educators in terms of AI, for the judiciary, for civil servants, perhaps blocking these so that multiple countries can benefit from these types of trainings that could be, for example, led through a regional body. We're also thinking what other areas would be important is capacity development, but also building public trust and public awareness. So some of the things that we found when we were doing the assessments is that there's generally kind of a lack of public trust in terms of how is government using my data? Do I have the appropriate mechanisms to notify someone or to report? If we're looking, for example, at the issue of gender. So kind of building that public trust is also important. That's something that can be done at a regional level in terms of strengthening advocacy, awareness raising, and some sort of communication actions around that. That would also be something that could be done at the regional level. And then I think another area is to really have that coordinated engagement in global AI governance discussions. So when we have these type of global meetings, it's really important that the Caribbean participate in these spaces. We sometimes see, well, there's Latin America and the Caribbean, but the reality is that Latin America it's completely different. And so being able to have that voice in these global spaces and conversations of AI policy are also very important to position the realities of Caribbeans while in developing states.
Excellent. Ahmed, do you want to come in here quickly?
Yes, Lewis. I'm really fully support the statement that really the best AI framework that's serving the national economy, the national objectives, which I believe so. It's it should be the main objective for any policymakers and the government to consider in their development of their AI strategy. I agree with Paula. Yes, data it could be one of the best to be considered on the national level because it's the key of any kind of development in the area of AIs. Generally, we should consider what we call it the 4 C's, the computing power. We started with, which definitely could be a very potential for regional consideration for the Caribbean, considering having a shared computing power. Content, and here we have the data perspective. I just said that, okay, we can have on a national level that every nation should consider having their own data, but on infrastructure-wise, are we calling about the data center for Caribbean, they may consider on a regional level having a regional data center working for this national data implemented framework. Then the competencies or the skills, and here we can have 2 levels of implementation. National level, every country should have critically and urgently their national AI skills program for everyone, for every citizen have the basic AI skills. And in the regional level, we should have those minds that capable to develop the model that that serve the Caribbeans. So in every perspective for those 4 C's, computing power, data, the content, the competency, and finally, definitely the connectivity, which every nation should have its capable connectivity level. And even in a regional level, having a regional data center, you should have also your regional connectivity map that helping you to develop such regional data centers.
Thanks so much for that, Amit. So on that note, with our last 5 minutes, I would like to invite some questions from the audience for our esteemed panel. And I see Dr. Ramlal is ready and raring to go.
Of course, must have a little. So okay, me first, right? Okay, unless the ladies first, I don't mind. Okay, all right. Okay, this is a long one.
Yes.
So we, as a Caribbean community, are coming out of recommendations and assessments. So I want to put some things in perspective. We say we are resource constrained. That is very true. We are resource constrained, and at the same time, our multilaterals have been working very hard in building out AI solutions, AI capacity building, and so on. And sometimes in a fragmented way, sometimes not so much. So with the ITU supported this Caribbean AI task force. We had Preeta Malur on the task force. He's the head of digital and emerging technologies. The AIC would have worked with the UNDP CARICOM's regional AI program 2026-2030. Both documents are in alignment. We also worked with UNECLAC's National AI SIDS agenda, also in alignment. We did not exist at that time, but we were the Intelligent Systems Lab, who also reviewed the UNESCO's CARICOM AI regional policy. All documents are now saying the same thing. We are now moving out of recommendation. Some of our countries are feeling they are tired of being assessed. We need to move into implementation. 2026 has to be the year that we move into implementation. So here's what I'm calling for. I am asking, if it is possible, with all of our multilaterals, regional institutions, we have connections with CXC, impacts, and so on, can we move towards a multilateral cooperation on implementation of AI? And can that be the case for 2027?
Well, Dr. Ramlal, I don't know if you were looking at my notes, but that was actually the closing question for the panel. So on that note, Mr. Blanco, I don't know if you want to take that question first.
Greg, I hope so. Analysis paralysis. I've been in the Caribbean for 10 years. I keep hearing analysis paralysis, but also we need data, data, data. So policymakers at some point have to say, okay, I have enough. I don't have everything, but I have enough information to go in this direction. And then we need those direction, that vision that can stay for this political cycle and the next one. Because this is a long-term development plan in many ways. AI is going to change everything, that's what I said. So absolutely, I would add perhaps we need that vision, those national or regional strategies, so we know. So if you had if you had $1 billion to invest on AI, where would you invest? Each one of you, don't tell me. My answer is very clear. I know where I would invest $1 billion, because I'm not thinking about today, I'm thinking about the AI of the future, the AI of 10 years, 15 years down the line. Our country is thinking down 10, 15 years down, where Trinidad and Tobago, where Barbados, where Antigua and Barbuda want to be in 10 years in this. I'm not sure this conversation is happening, because once I know where I want to get, then I can take the steps. So implementation, clearly important, but I think that vision, we still need to work a little bit on that and help in that conversation. Happy to continue the chat.
May I? Oh, sorry.
Paula, 1 second. Just in the interest of time, we have 3 questions on the floor. So let's take those 3 very quickly, and then you can also tie in your response for your closing, yeah? Thanks.
Sure, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Kristerbella again. And I am here wondering if we're not, just to maybe flip the script, need to flip the script a little bit. Having worked in the multilateral environment as well, so I know very closely what goes on in here. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't be considering that AI is actually exposing and augmenting gaps that already exist, and point to the systematic flaws that we have not addressed. We have not addressed in terms of when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and all those few hundred targets and what have you. We're coming very close to that period, the end of the first decade of that and what have you. So I'm always concerned that we're entering the discussion at the wrong point. Just now my thing has just disappeared with my notes there. All right, yeah. So one is in terms of that, the flaws that already exist within the system. We're not just seeing augmentation of that, of things that we have not addressed and have remained on the table, and shouldn't our focus be on that, fixing the foundation, because laying something new on a fractured foundation is going to collapse. Mm-hmm. We in the States well know that. We don't want to be in quicksand, you know. And the second thing I want to draw, and I think it hinges on Dr. Ramlal's point earlier, in terms of, apart from sluggish systematic reform, which we don't get to because the next generation comes to the table and they're just back to the same point again. So we're not building, we're not implementing, we're not transforming. The fact that we in the region, we fought this through all kinds of systems, gender, culture, what have you, underrepresented. With it, we get lost within Latin America and the Caribbean. You know, Caribbean realities are very much different from the Latin American realities. But in many of the reports and much of the research and much of the data capture, we don't factor in there, not in the significant values that we should be. So back to Dr. Ramlal's point on the data deficit. And it's not that we don't have data and we don't have experience, it's just that we're not being factored into the reporting elements. Mm-hmm. And the third thing is the point that, and I see it every day being programmed and regurgitated by AI, where we are treated as if we are in a position from need and not on the basis of what kind of strengths we bring to the table. Dr. Ramlal spoke in the inaugural session, I think, about his struggle in terms of getting SIDS on the agenda, for instance, because that distinguishes us from the rest of the agenda. And from my point of view, I think, and we keep saying this, our greatest strength is the experiences that we've had from a cultural perspective, not in terms of just the music and the dance and the song that we produce, but in terms of how we understand multiculturalism. We keep hearing that we don't know how to work together. We live together, you know, and we keep discounting that. So those are our strengths. Those are areas in which I was telling Mr. Casimir yesterday, where we can leverage an international community. And many of these metropolitans just now come into understanding of what multiculturalism is. Thanks so much. We come there. We come to the table with that kind of strength, and we should demand being treated from not the position of needs, but of strength.
Thank you. We take that point. I am very mindful that we are between you and lunch. So I am asking the last two persons if you can keep your questions and comments to 20 seconds so that we can have the panelists close us out. Thanks.
Okay, I'll try. My name is Anika Seeley, and my question circumvents quantum computing because there's a lot of talk about AI and AI adoption in the Caribbean. But it seems as though AI is fast becoming yesterday's news, with quantum computing coming in on its heels. Have we considered the impact of quantum computing-driven AI? And are we as regulators and policymakers including that in our assessments and our decisions going forward? Especially since I think President Trump, last month made a mandate that America becomes ready for quantum computing cryptography attacks by 2028, which is just 2 years from now.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Yes. So coming from the CSO sector and understanding that CSOs also align with governments to do, well, to get to the SDGs. My question is to Paula and to the UN representative. What are 3 steps do you think that civil society should be getting into to then work alongside government? Because we are very, very behind in this AI question.
Okay, excellent. So I'm going to ask my panelists to work with me here. I know that's a lot for us to mull over, but I'm going to ask, let's start with our online colleagues for a 1-minute closeout and response. And then we'll have Dimitri and Mr. Blanco, you will close us out. Yes, thanks. Paula, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so very quickly, bridging in with what Dr. Ramla was saying, we fully agree that there's a lot of reports, there's a lot of policy recommendations, and we have to really make these operational and translate it into policy, whether it be legislative reviews, policy reviews. But in the Caribbean, we only have the Dominican Republic that has an AI policy. And so we don't have it for the rest of the countries in the region. And so this is something that is definitely important to provide kind of the guardrails and the framework for design deployment of AI. As it relates to what was mentioned in terms of other upcoming technologies, I think that's really important also to take into consideration. Last November, UNESCO member states adopted a new recommendation. It's a recommendation on the ethics of neural technology. So this is technologies that can deal with your mind. And so that brings up a lot of other new types of questions as it relates to human rights, privacy, ethics. And so it's true that the situation will continue to evolve, and it's evolving at a much faster pace than governments are able to produce policy. But it is definitely something that we need to take into consideration. And of course, just to conclude, from UNESCO's side, we are of course stand ready to support and continue working with regional bodies, but also with member states to hopefully be able to move into that implementation, operationalization of AI policy and frameworks in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thanks. Ahmed, just before you respond, the organizers have told us that it's okay to take this one last question. So go ahead, good sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Atiba Phillips. I just wanted to pose the question. So Dr. Ramlal just asked or stated that the CITF was essentially the point of coordination across the deliverables of a number of these UN bodies. So it worked with UNDP on a regional plan, gave feedback on the ITU stuff, worked with UNESCO, etc. And he said that all of those documents and initiatives are now aligned. That was in the assessment stage. So now in implementation, what's the plan for coordination? So I ask it back to Dr. Ramlal. Shouldn't the CIAF, the task force, continue to be the point of coordination? Well, so my point then, there was a point of coordination on the assessment stage. We need a point of coordination on the implementation stage. And I'm asking if the same or similar structures could not be done.
Okay, and I love the question, because what I'm asking for is to get that done, a multilateral cooperation in signing be placed. Because why? If we come separately again, and we keep doing these things separately without a show to the nations that we are together at signing, doing these particular things, how are they to say that we are harmonizing these recommendations going forward, moving as a regional bloc?
So that's not a UNDP question.
That's
a CARICOM question.
That's a CTU question.
CTU question.
And so on that note, because I know we're going to have a wrap up at the end of the day, that is one of the questions that I guess we can address then. So thank you very much for that. So going back to Ahmed, quickly, if we can have your closing.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah, I know that the implementation phase now it's a challenging one, especially definitely with the limited resources having in the government hands and definitely on the UN side. But one of the major or the main steps is first of all the vision, the regional one and the national one. So we can't have a regional vision without having some sort of understanding and visions on a national level. So I believe one of the main steps that on a national level we need to have a momentum and a certain level of adopted strategies for AI for a larger number of nations capable to give this kind of regional vision and regional way forward to be clear for everyone. So based on that, this kind of frameworks that we already got in our hands could help us to take for the next steps. Also, the crucial action is that for any kind of regional implementation that could help to mobilize the resources as regional sandbox or regional computing power, regional data center, all these kind of initiatives and implementation. If there is agreement between the Caribbean region about those implementation, I believe this where UN within different agencies can help and engage in a more efficient and also immediate way. So having the regional vision, having the national vision and regional vision, and also try to accelerate any regional action for immediate implementation.
Thank you so much for that, Hamid. Dimitris, 1 minute.
So, 1 minute will be 1 minute. So, very quickly, I want to touch 3 points. The first one is the data collection process about the Caribbean. It's a crucial point, and the fact that the Caribbean is not included in many global indices is not because there are data and the developers are refusing to include the Caribbean. It's because the Caribbean does not have. The Caribbean cannot generate the data following the traditional methodologies that are following to the rest of the world. So this is a great challenge, that there are data in the Caribbean, but you need alternative, different contextualized data collection processes. We are working on investigations on that to understand how those processes for collecting data in the Caribbean should be implemented, and it's something that is crucial for the region because it's not only about delivering policies, but also about assessing if those policies can deliver. Secondly, Caribbean countries in the United Nations Assembly are 7% of the Assembly. It's a huge percentage. Within the Latin American and the Caribbean different forums, there are almost 45% of those forums in absolute, in percentage of absolute numbers. So the reality is that Caribbean has a voice. It needs to be there and express this voice loudly and boldly. The Caribbean is on the table and it needs to raise its voice. There is a lot of power if the Caribbean countries block together and have a common agenda in various topics, not only AI, but there is a lot of power there to be leveraged. Thirdly, I want to applaud Dr. Ramlal's recommendation. One of the greatest richness of the report is not only the recommendations, the actual recommendations of the report, but also that it offers the space to align efforts into a regional narrative. And Deputy Secretary Casimir, I know that you already had this discussion, I'm pretty sure you had the discussion, but I don't think that today is the conclusion or the end of the mission of the task force. I do believe that is the starting point of the mission of the task force, which we need to implement what is leveraged there. And it's important that all the regional stakeholders, international stakeholders, the UN system, but also all the other stakeholders that are working in the AI development in the Caribbean to align the efforts with the regional narrative. We are here to serve the countries, and the countries should step forward, take the decision, move forward, and all of us will need to pull our resources together and support this narrative. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for extending the 1 minute.
Thanks so much. Mr. Blanco, close us out.
3 reactions in 30 seconds. Dr. Ramlal, yes, let's do it. Let's do it. We are here
We are physically here, we have people from the region, let's do it. And let's do it together with others. And I see the representative of the European Union here with us. I think we can learn a lot from other experiences, so let's do it. On quantum computing, my question about what's the scenario, the horizon in 10 years' time was going in that direction. Quantum computing and physical AI. That, if I'm a country, I will be thinking in those terms. And 3, on civil society, etc., trust cannot be retrofitted. If it's an afterthought, it's not going to work. And there we are missing the point, because this is fast, there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of money behind. And there is where we are missing the point. So we definitely have to have that conversation right here, right now, or it will be too late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on that note, I appreciate that. Thank you. On that note, I think trust is the word. We want more coordination and collaboration, so let's work on it. Thank you to the esteemed panelists, and thank you for your patience. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, she said it, it's time to go to lunch. Before we do that, we are going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at exactly 1:30 p.m., making sure I say that very clearly, 1:30 p.m. After the lunch break, though, do want to encourage you guys to take a look at what's on the agenda and the panels that are coming up next. Our panelists need to stay for a photo. My apologies. So just stay for a photo, please. We are going to talk about AI literacy. We're also going to talk about climate risk and disaster, climate resilience and disaster risk. And then we're going to have a roundtable discussion on AI for economic transformation, which I've had the pleasure of being a fly on the wall for those panelists yesterday. And I can tell you that that's absolutely going to be an exciting panel, as well as the others as well when you come back from lunch. So 1:30 p.m. promptly, back in the room. I'll see you in 55 minutes. You can go for lunch. It's served. Lunch is served. We are going to kickstart our first post-lunch panel. Just want to give a huge shout and acknowledgement to our online community as well. Hope you guys are there. Send me some thumbs up so that I know that you are good to go. All right, here we go. We are ready to go. Good. So, before the break, we explored how governments, intergovernmental organizations, and developmental partners can work together to advance AI across small island developing states. But even with the right partnerships, policies, and investment, one question still remains. Who will build it? Who will lead it? Who will ensure that every Caribbean citizen is prepared to thrive in an AI-driven future? That's the question that we must ask ourselves. Who will build it? Who will lead it? And how do we ensure that the users use it? So our next panel focuses on AI literacy, youth, and the future workforce, exploring how we equip today's and tomorrow's talent with knowledge and skills needed to seize opportunities that AI presents. Please join me in welcoming, they're already on stage, our moderator, Tariq Mohammed. He is the advisor to the Secretary General and chair of the Caribbean Youth Forum with the CTU. And our distinguished panelists today are Ms. Celoise St. Bryce, make sure I got that right, Senior Program Officer, Strategic Partnerships and Initiatives, Office of Global Affairs, and Office of the Vice Chancellor at UWI. We also have on stage Dr. Andrea Kenner. You heard from her yesterday. Now you will have the chance to ask her questions today. So Dr. Andrea Kenner, Manager of Performance and Engagement at the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. And we do have online, happy to see you, Professor Sean Thorpe, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing at the UOT, University of Technology, Jamaica. So please join me in welcoming our next panel and panelists on stage.
Testing. Okay, great. Thank you, Bella. Good afternoon, everyone. How was lunch? Lunch was good? It was great. So we're all ready to wrap up today. We had a very long day yesterday, and we heard this morning some very interactive sessions about youth. I got a lot of good feedback from the floor and everybody outside. We heard all about youth, and this panel kind of ties that together, where we're talking about AI literacy, youth, and the future workforce. As we've seen in the past day and a half, AI is changing how we learn, work, communicate, and even make decisions. For the Caribbean, however, the challenge is not simply adopting new tools. It is to ensure that our people in the Caribbean have the knowledge, the confidence, and the opportunity to use and leverage AI critically, meaningfully, and safely for productivity and everyday uses. But more importantly, to move away from just being the consumers of AI, but rather being the developers, the creators, and ensuring that the Caribbean and the interests of SIDS are met within the global AI space, much to what the work of the AI Task Force speaks on. AI literacy must therefore mean more than just learning how to write prompts or how to operate a particular platform, whether you're Claude, whether you're ChatGPT, DeepSeek, whatever. It's really about understanding how AI works, where we can trust it, where it can fail, and how to assess for ourselves AI-generated content and how we can use that in our education, our employment, business, and public life. So with that in mind, this discussion that we're going to have now is really to explore what meaningful AI literacy should look like in the Caribbean and how we can leverage our education systems, our employments, our governments to really create a practical positioning of AI as an engine for inclusive employment as well as more resilient economies. Now, I mean, I don't know if you've met my panelists in the past 2 days, but I think I'm joined by probably the best people to speak on this. So, starting off with Professor Thorpe, who's online. Professor Thorpe, by the way, is also the AI Task Force Working Group Lead on Capacity Building, but also a lecturer at the University of Technology in Jamaica. So, Sean, from the perspective of engineering and computing education, in your opinion, what should an AI literacy framework contain? And how should institutions distinguish themselves from foundational literacy, applied capability, and technical expertise?
All right, good afternoon, Tarek, to you and the rest of the panel, and to all those who are here online, like myself, and those in person. A warm good afternoon to you all. So if we step back for a moment and take a careful look first of what AI literacy is, because I've been listening to the general theme of this two-day conference, and our main objective is to be the creators of AI technologies that can provide economic value to the region. So by definition, what you want to really say is that, and as a general take on what AI literacy is for one to understand, is you want to appreciate first what are these AI tools and methodologies, how you apply the AI, for example, to real-world problems, and eventually how you engineer AI systems from the ground up. I like to make the analogy, for example, to those who are new to this space, when they come into our AI laboratories and into our projects. I said, if you had a new kitchen, the first thing you want to do is to familiarize yourself with all the appliances in this new kitchen. Of course, the appliances are new, and by analogy, those appliances are like your AI technologies. And of course, you really want to ensure that you know how to use these appliances safely inside of that kitchen. So that's a simple way of actually starting the conversation to relate to what is a foundation as it relates to how we treat with understanding AI. So there are really three tiers as you correctly described. So the foundation tier, if we treat it as the case that you're an appliance user, you need to understand the basics of prompting, which is no longer a serious science, as was said in 2022, 2023, when we had the advent of generative AI, but it's now a basic or fundamental requirement in understanding how to use these AI models. So in the foundation, you need to treat with understanding how the prompts work, what's a chain of thought prompt, what's a zero-shot prompt, and understanding the difference between all these various LLMs, large language models and small language model tools that are coming out on the market. Equally important is the need to treat with responsible AI. And by that, what we mean, persons need to understand what is meant by data privacy, how you ensure that there are no hallucinations from these tools, and very importantly, recognizing things like algorithmic biases. You have an AI solution that provides credit or loan from a bank. You don't provide discrimination to those in Port of Spain versus those in Kingston, right? So this is what the foundational layer entails. Secondly, you need to look at the applied capability. And if I go back to the analogy of the kitchen, you know the head chef in that kitchen who is coming up with a new recipe, or coming up with a recipe, an existing recipe, given the appliances you have before you. Not really new necessarily, but from the existing appliance, you can now come up with recipes for providing to that kitchen. In AI terminology, this tier of the applied capability says that, well, okay, you're going to look at your AI tools, what application programming interfaces need to be interacting within those domains for which you're going to use the AI. Because to be very clear, a medical doctor, a nurse, an engineer, even public utilities and public officers no longer a challenge at this layer to really be worrying about writing code per se to provide the type of solution that they need to understand with respect to their domain, including, for example, as well, financiers. So we could use computer vision in agricultural crop monitoring, for example. You don't have to be a computer scientist or engineer to know that. Importantly, though, at this tier for the applied capability is that you want to ensure that the data that you're handling goes through what we call pipelines. So at this layer, using the existing AI technologies, you understand how to treat with pipelines, how to pre-train the models and fine-tune them. And of course, I said at the beginning, because you're in an environment where you appreciate data privacy, you are in fact using the AI inside of a regulatory sandbox. We've been seeing what's going on all across the world recently with the whole spin-off of the attacks in artificial intelligence. So in short, at that layer, you're really just simply plugging the AI into different processes in particular domains of technology, finance, business, accounting, all the different tiers there, which doesn't have to be in computer science or engineering. And that's a great thing. And it's giving a lot more leverage to the wider global community to participate, and for us in this region to participate in this new technology. The third and final tier, to the point of your question, is that advanced technical expertise tier. And if I akin this to the kitchen, now we're going to build new appliances for the kitchen, because the ones that we came in there and saw at the beginning we are now saying we want new ones, which means that we can now move to building of newer variations of what the technologies can provide for the region. And here we move into levels of novelty. You have to understand how the algorithms work, what are the mathematical formalisms behind them. And we in academia have, spent time arguing about these constructs as to what should come into the curriculum that informs AI literacy. So at the end of the day, the data sets that you're going to use, They should be de-identifiable, for example, so they don't violate data protection. So these are all new constructs that the engineer that we are producing now, Tariq, is no longer called necessarily just a machine learning engineer. In the last 6 months, the whole terminology has shifted to what we call forward deployed engineers. So here we have our researchers, we have our hands-on practitioners who are now dabbling with the engineering at the ground up, as I said in the beginning, in order to produce technologies that can be used locally across this region, but can also be of global value to others. So I leave it there as a part of that overview of what AI literacy is. And I don't want to mix it up with fluency, because mastery at each of these levels that I just described, mastery at the point where you can execute, is a build-up to AI fluency. So I leave that probably for the end of the conversation when you return to me. So I'll hand back over to you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, and that was a really excellent way to kickstart things. I really like the analogy of first time in your kitchen, you know? You first look in your kitchen, you see what's there, moving from a novice, never been in the kitchen, to then having a mastery of being, what did he say, a head chef? Yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at AI. Yes. So next up, let's now look at Lois. Lois, you do a lot at UE in partnerships, and I mean, it's partially because of you that we're here today, you know, so thanks so much for that. Yes. But based on your role at the university, how do you think that Caribbean universities and other regional institutions like CTU, other CARICOM agencies and otherwise can work together to expand the access to AI education, share expertise, and create learning pathways that are visible for, like in the Caribbean, small states and with limited resources?
Thank you so much for that, Tariq. And as you say, this is my passion, right? So at the heart of your question, we have 3 C's: collaboration, coordination, and coherence. And just to build off of yesterday's point about collaboration, the collaboration that's happening is not between just the institutions. The institutions aren't vessels unto themselves, right? These institutions, they live, they breathe, and they work because of the people in them. And so the people at the heart of the institutions need to be able to collaborate with each other. And what does that require? It means we need to have shared vision. We have to have commitment to a shared purpose that is beyond our individual mandates, both at a personal level as well as an institutional level. And it means that we must have trust, right? Trust is something that keeps coming up over and over, but it's something I think in the region that we really need to pay particular attention to. So in terms of what does a successful collaboration look like, I think we have lots of examples within the UWI. And as you rightfully pointed out, the fact that all of these persons are here for this particular event at the UWI is a testament to how we work together. So we've been working with the CTU for a while, but we recognize, okay, in order for us to be able to collaborate in a much more strategic way, we need to formalize our partnership. And so we would have recently executed an MOU between our organizations. And what that does is that it provides us now for a framework for us to be able to coordinate with each other in a less transactional way, right? We can actually have a work program of activities that is looking at what are our shared strategic goals and what are some of the things that we want to accomplish in the region. As it relates specifically to the matters on this panel, one of the things we recognize is that we need to have a better sense of what is the actual capacity gap in the region, right? As institutions, especially as educational institutions, we can offer all types of programs, but I think what we would recognize is just because we offer it doesn't mean that somebody's interested in taking it, yeah? The other thing that we need to look at is the modalities that we execute our programs, as well as the pathways. And I'm sure that my colleague will get into that some more. But we have to recognize that traditional education may be a bit out of step with what the market demands, especially when it comes to AI capacity development in the region. And so, yes, you will continue to have some level of demand for the traditional programs, be it at the undergraduate master's and PhD level, but people are also looking for micro-credentials. People are also looking for engagements that are much shorter and targeted based on their particular needs. We also need to upskill people, right? So yes, we're looking at targeting young people, but we also have people who are mid-career, as we touched on yesterday, who are trying to change their careers. How can we upskill and reskill persons? What are the modalities that are best suited to that? And of course, people, especially I would say Gen Z, are not interested in having credentials for credentials' sake. They want a path from credentialing to employment, or from credentialing to opportunities for them to create their own jobs. And I think that's something that as higher education institutions especially, we need to be very cognizant of and leverage that in terms of the partnerships that we explore in the region, be it with industry, be it with our regional institutions, with our development partners, so that we can meet the needs of the region. The other thing I want to point on here, of course, is that we as a region, we cannot afford for every institution to build AI capacity independently, right? We cannot afford replication. We cannot afford too much competition either. Because the point is, if we look globally, uptake for higher education is the lowest in this region compared to other regions, right? And when we take that into consideration in the context of a resource-constrained environment, and also looking at what are the socioeconomic needs of our region, then we need to, the question of coherence and coordination comes in. Yes, we must have competition. Competition is good, but we also need to strategically understand in the big picture what the needs are and who's best placed to meet those needs. And let's support each other in those paths. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Well, you left us with a lot, but now you have me wondering whether it's 3 C's or 4, because the 3 C's you said were collaboration, coordination, what was the third one?
Coherence.
Coherence. But then you leave us with a 4th one, competition, which
Exactly.
is also healthy. So
Yes.
it's 4 C's, which is great, which is great. But I strongly agree with what you said, especially with universities having to look at its audience and adapt and tailor its needs to the market. And I think that's what really helps make education systems fit for purpose, not just getting a degree for the sake of having a piece of paper, though some of us do it. But, but really making it an experience that is useful and worthwhile. And I think you've also kind of hinted at our next speaker, Andrea, coming from that government perspective as we're looking at this collaboration, coordination, multi-stakeholder views. So Andrea, as I have you on the floor now, how should governments, as a representative of the government yourself, prepare its public officers, public servants, and its wider workforce to adopt AI confidently, while addressing the concerns about job security, changing roles, and the overall organizational trust?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, those here in person and those online. As the manager of the Performance and Engagement Unit, we run the Digital Skills Development Program. It's branded as Learn TT, and we have been doing this for more than 3 years. What we have seen is that we can't do transactional courses, just throwing courses out. We look at people and develop people. So coming out of your question, I gathered 2 things. Getting people to use AI confidently, and then trying to build confidence in terms of this changing workforce about jobs. Sean and Lois covered the first part in building AI confidently, understanding AI literacy, how to use AI, what is AI, responsible use of AI. So when we are training someone, it cannot just be the content, the technical content of AI. We have the responsibility to train the ethics of the person as well. People need to understand what is ethical use. They need to understand data privacy and confidentiality, so that they could put the tool, AI, into a framework. So human development is the real thing, right? People development. With respect to like job security, we know jobs are changing. So we could never promise someone that their job today would be there tomorrow. What we could do is prepare people for the changing world in terms of upskilling and reskilling. And we have trained more than 11,800 people so far. What is key is to provide a safe environment, something like a sandbox or some sort of test environment where people can make mistakes. Because a lot of times we train people and we forget to train managers or employers or educators to understand that there is a learning thread, like there's a teething problem there too. When people learn things, they need to be able to apply it and make mistakes, right? So training is not just for the person, but the person who is going to be inheriting this trained person. In terms of job security, we need to create a mindset in individuals, that empowered mindset, so that they too will do research in terms of the trends that are happening in their industry, so they would look to see what is coming. Because we can't keep up, and we can't do it alone. We need a person to sort of take an active role or responsibility for understanding what is coming and to seek the training. We create pathways, as Royce mentioned. And you might change your pathway, you might stick to your pathway. We train every age, senior citizens, youth, middle age, people who want to change their stream. So one of the things that we do, of course, is create the pathways and create the safe environment, but we encourage empowerment as well, so that people could go out and actively seek. So they could come back to us and tell us what they want to learn, or they might find it somewhere else. Yeah?
I mean, that was excellent, working with the people, for the people, upskilling and reskilling, but also no job is secure. I've never heard somebody actually say that. Job security is a myth. So thank you for saying that. You have to keep looking and growing and building your characters. You keep moving.
And it would change, yeah? So it's not that it would disappear, but the job role would change.
Exactly. So you have to continue growing with the role. So, but as I have you here, I mean, let's ask you some more questions, right? So, we just heard about the Wheeler and TT and these other initiatives that you're doing, talking about the women, the youth, the elderly. But how also can governments ensure that AI-driven workforce transformation is inclusive and that it doesn't leave them behind? How do we not leave these young people, these lower-skilled workers, rural communities, or those with limited digital access? So what can we do to fill that gap?
So that's a good question. And somebody said it here, in that you can't put something beautiful on top of a shady foundation and expect it to last, right? So that inclusion is intentional. We started off, let's say, hoping for inclusion, but now we build it into everything we are doing. So inclusion is about, well, first of all, we have multiple modes in terms of how we deliver training. So we have the self-paced online for those who already know how to use IT and they're independent enough to learn. Then we have the hybrid approach where you could go live to an AI center, and the AI centers are in all the communities, so that people could go to a community, meet people from their community, learn with others from their community. Then, of course, we have like a hybrid. So some will be, sometimes you're online, sometimes you're in person. We have webinars, different modes. So that's key in terms of inclusion. But then we go further in terms of understanding that there are different types of users and people have different goals. So some might be seeking to understand the job world, some might be seeking to improve, some might be seeking to learn how to use government e-services, some might be creating a business, some might be building systems for other people. So understanding the learner's role, we could craft the path that gives them the necessary AI skills to use the skill needed in that role. For public servants, we have a program called Future Ready TT that offers the enterprise edition of OpenAI and Grammarly to public servants. They are trained through the Learn TT program. And then for businesses, we offer different things, right? Canva or probably digital marketing, so that we are offering this stuff. Part of inclusion as well is dealing with or engaging with different associations like the Disability Association, TAP, the Retirees Association, the Children's Authorities, all the different people to make sure that we capture what people need and not guess, right? Because it's easy to look at someone and assume you know what they need, but it's only from engaging we know what they really need. We have about 40% youth in terms of our statistics. We have probably 15% businesses and 5% of persons who have declared disabilities. So another part of it is measuring to make sure we're not just saying things. Yeah?
40% youth, wow. And I guess that really ties into this panel in particular. But also being able to know your user base, having that real inclusion by design. And as only as you mentioned it, I think I got a 6-month free Coursera license from We Learn TT, and that was very helpful. But also being able to, through your AI centers, you said?
Yeah, so they were branded ICT Access Centers before, but now we call them AI centers. Yeah.
Okay, and really having like a train-the-trainer, you know, you train a first batch and then they help and build the community themselves, right? So you think that that really helps develop the inclusion aspect of things?
And the confidence part, yes. So the inclusion in terms of senior citizens, they hang around by the community centers, they come in, take a course, bring a friend next time, bring their grandchildren, you know, so that the inclusion happening at the community level, as well as we purposely seek out organizations to get other people involved. Yeah.
So, and I could see now how that really helps grow at the different levels and target the different communities, well, the different types of underserved populations. So props to you and your team for getting that done. Sean, are you still with us online?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. So next question is up for you. So coming back to the educational side of things, how can Caribbean education systems move young people from being the simple users of AI tools to now becoming those developers and problem solvers and entrepreneurs that you mentioned earlier that can really, you know, be that head chef in the kitchen, build solutions that can solve these regional challenges?
All right, so good point. So as a dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing here at UTEC, Jamaica, we have reconciled fully across our curriculum that we must shift, right? So we have to shift from the academic model that we have, where these classroom capstone projects that students usually undertake, we must now move them into a venture studio. In other words, the build out of a venture studio model. We can no longer just expect the students to really become the entrepreneurs as we were just discussing by the traditional assessment methods, you know, a static term paper, and at the end, even a synthetic coding exercise, because as we know, the generative AI tools like Claude and ChatGPT does that quite well, you know, at scale. So by actually allowing the students to be a part of a venture studio where we have public-private partnerships, right, to the point of collaboration mentioned earlier, is now key. We run currently the National AI Lab project. You may have heard of this, goes both online and in person. And under the National AI Lab project, we have a direct partnership with the company Amber. We have the Heart Trust NSTA in Jamaica and the university working on the tripartite relationship where the students from curriculum through the various tiers of the AI literacy that I just described to really come out at the end to have a venture studio, which means the projects that they're working on will culminate into a company, which could be a new startup, or they could go into a larger operation within an existing company, or even within government across the public sector, as you were alluding to earlier. So a venture studio model is required as a part of the first seismic shift. And yesterday, when I joined, I heard the term digital hurricane used quite a bit, which I like the use of the term. So the shift to ensure that we can withstand that type of interference is one to move to the venture studio. All youngsters. So the National AI Lab, for example, is taking in students from 18 to 30, predominantly youth, right? And of course, we are catering to mature learners as well to be able to do the same thing. The second tier of this argument then also means that we must anchor the AI education in regional problem context, which means that we're going to need to look at specific use cases applicable across the region, you know, from climate resilience, we were discussing it yesterday, food security, port logistics, you name it. We must be able to look at those specific contextual use cases. We call it context engineering now, right? That would be the base for which the students or the young entrepreneur will be prepared to build out those value skills. So that's the second component. We must be able to entrench this within the context of use cases of problems that are here in the region. The third and important step goes back into the conversation about regulatory and development sandboxes. So in Jamaica and across the region, but here in Jamaica in particular, we have the data protection, we have cybersecurity. The university environments or any environment doing the build-out is already supporting that regulatory framework, and that sandbox will allow the students and the young entrepreneurs to test and be able to validate that the solutions that they are going to provide to the market are in fact trustworthy. To the question and the concerns raised yesterday, right, of how you enable or engender that digital trust, and equally in today's conversations for what I have been hearing, right? So that's an underlying tenet for which we would need to establish that as a skill with these candidates. And then fourthly, and my final point to this, is that we must make a special effort from between us as educators and the industry, albeit private and public sector, to look at the build out of these community centers with industry mentorship and shared laboratories. I mean, in Jamaica, we're talking about STEM centers, right? Which for me, my personal view, must have a heavy integration of AI innovation into those spaces. And to leverage, for example, what is available, local native GPU compute, etc., so that the students within that regulatory sandbox can build and train up the advanced models locally and then be able to deploy them for the purposes of our extended use. So in short, really what I'm saying, it's not a technical challenge we really have once we put in place the AI literacy programs, right? I mean, I think that's what we are doing now across the region, the AIC in Trinidad, we here in Jamaica, the National AI Lab, and there are many others that I know are springing up, may not yet be very well known, but they are springing up. I think the issue is no longer just a technical challenge, it's really the infrastructural and mindset challenge that we have to pay attention to. Because if we look at value creation from the perspective, that, well, all right, the AI is solely an app that you go to the App Store and you download. You're not going to get any traction with that. You will forever remain a digital consumer, paying very likely licensing fees to the rest of the world, which is what we are trying to avoid in the build-out of these technologies. So with that said, what I'm arguing is that we must embed the AI engineering in such a way that we become the regional data stewards, right? And venture studios, right? With the type of appropriate modeling for these venture studios coming out of our education system that will give our young people not only a chance, right, to solve Caribbean problems, right? But also an opportunity to export this homegrown set of AI solutions to the global market. And that is where you can get the GDP and NNP to build the type of economies of scale that will allow our young people to have opportunities ongoing. So that's my 2 cents contribution to that point. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sean, and thanks for reminding me of the term digital hurricanes. Had either of you heard that term before yesterday? Yesterday was your first time too, right? And I think that's interesting. But also leveraging the public-private partnerships, whether that be through this venture studio model that you mentioned, but also bringing in the policy and regulatory environment side of things, having that regulatory sandbox to really foster development and innovation, and also the associated incubators to really drive that. But I mean, also turning back, I mean, we're staying on the theme of academia. Lois, you mentioned earlier about the need to look at your audience and to continuously assess what are we doing, what do the students require. And With that in mind, what would a stronger bridge between educational institutions such as the university and employers look like? And how can universities and educational institutions ensure that its graduates are developing the skills that regional labor markets actually need?
Thank you so much for that question. I think actually it starts with another C, communication. There's a trend here. Communication. I think we have to strengthen and multiply the lines of communication, and traditional and non-traditional, and make sure that we have closer relationships with the employers. And of course, employers are across a multiplicity of sectors, right? So essentially every organization in this room is an employer. Private sector, public sector, the regional institutions, INGOs, even the academic institutions. And so we need to be communicating often and communicating in ways that are strategic and also focused on action, right? Now, one of the things I wanted to build on what Andrea would have mentioned, this question of strengthening, applying knowledge. I think that's one of the ways that we could bridge this gap, because for us, we need to, the onus is on us, I think, to find more ways for providing opportunities for our students to be able to apply and deploy their knowledge in as real-world circumstances as possible. And how do we do that? By engaging our partners, whether it be through internships. So, of course, even at the UWI, we have internships both at the undergrad and the postgrad level with multiple partners, be it through student projects, and particularly student projects that are looking at providing opportunities for students to work on real-world problems, identify what the problems are that people are trying to solve in the region, and putting our bright young minds to work on those real problems. And then at the end of that, actually looking at providing opportunities to deploy the solutions. Because that's one of the issues that we have, is that every year we generate cohorts of students with excellent ideas. They produce fabulous projects. Lots of them are very innovative, but then they just stay in a thesis or they stay in a lab and they're not actually deployed in a conventional sense. So I think we need to look at how we can strengthen that and create more opportunities for that, because the students will benefit, yes, but I think also our employers will benefit from that as well. The other aspect we can look at is this whole question of innovation. I think in a region where arguably we have stagnant economic growth and relatively low competitiveness, innovation, I think, will be our key to escaping that stagnation. And how are we then going to leverage our young people? We need to provide supporting structures. So in terms of, again, going back to your question, how we strengthen that bridge, I think we need to look at how we develop the ecosystem together. Of course, within the higher education institutions and our other partners, we have to look at how we address this whole question of technology transfer and research commercialization. So even within our institutions, providing rich ground for the students to be able to develop their ideas from an idea to a prototype to scaling. But also in terms of the wider environment, there's a role for all of us, right? So there's a role for government, there's a role for funders, there's a role for industry in terms of how do we strengthen the overall innovation ecosystem to be able to leverage on the ideas and creativity of our young people. In terms of some examples, I wanted to share one of the things that we're working on is this, the ITU Academy Training Centers, right? Now, with that, we can look at what are some of the needs of the employers in the region in terms of upskilling and reskilling their staff. And we can use that as an avenue for providing bespoke short-term courses to address specific needs, right? So either we can do that for, I mean, the courses that we offer right now are global and it's open to anybody in the region, but I think a more strategic approach for using and leveraging this instrument would be to look specifically at what are the needs of the employers in the region, and then how can we craft our content and our course development to address those needs directly. So I'm open to anybody in the room who has a need in that area. Let's have a conversation about that. Another example would be an engagement it's currently ongoing with the Sub-Optic Foundation, which is addressing this question of capacity in the space of digital infrastructure, right? And not just from the STEM side of things in terms of engineering and technology, but also looking at questions regarding policy, questions regarding communication, which, I mean, we are very much aware of in Trinidad right now. Yes, we can advance the technology side of the equation, but unless we address the awareness-raising issues in the society and leverage our communication skills in that, you know, there's room there for folks in that area as well. So we're looking at a wide variety of disciplines, including, of course, law, policy, and regulation, which we touched on a lot yesterday. The third example I would want to give is our collaboration right now in Jamaica with Intellibus, which is looking at AI Academy and upskilling, again, our young people and mid-career folks in using innovation and hackathons, right? So we would have recently co-hosted a hackathon in Kingston where 800 folks would have participated. And those persons would not have just come from the university, but importantly, they would have engaged persons who may not have necessarily been in employment or continuing education, persons who would have been contemplating switching careers, even older persons. Interestingly enough, in one of the hackathons that we had, the person who emerged as the winner was actually a nurse who had literally no engineering per se background. She had never coded anything in her life, but based on the skills that are required in terms of logic, collaboration, communication, all of these things, she emerged as one of the winners. So I think there are lots of ways that we could collaborate. Again, it means that we have to have ongoing conversations in fora like these, and otherwise, in terms of better understanding what are the needs of the employers of the region, what are the capacity gaps, and how can we collaborate to address those.
Thank you. And I think that really speaks to, you don't need to be an engineer or have a technical background to learn and use AI. AI is really a tool, just as how the computer and the calculator came up. It's a tool that we should all learn to use and learn to use responsibly. But question, how many C's are we on now? 4, 5, 6?
I feel like we're on 6.
We're on 6? Okay, we're just going more and more C's this afternoon. But I definitely agree with you. So we've had some very long questions here. How about we switch it up a little bit and do some rapid fire questions? I think people are looking a little tired. The lunch is settling in a bit. So let's do some rapid fire questions. So Andrea, starting with you. Based on the government of Trinidad and Tobago's efforts, what is one action that you could recommend to other governments to do within the next year, for example, to strengthen AI literacy amongst its citizens?
I will say integrate the way we teach AI, so build it into the primary school and secondary school curricula. So like just as we use maths and English as basic, digital skills and AI should be there. But of course, you're going to wrap it up with ethics as well, right? So that it's a natural progression coming out of the school system to know and understand AI.
Thank you. Sean, you're still with us, right?
Sir.
Yes, perfect. So, what is one movement that educational institutions should take to responsibly incorporate AI within its curricula, based on everything that you've told us so far?
Well, my one thing would be to ensure that we build out the venture studio pipelines. I mean, opportunities like the Intellibus hackathon, you know, which we had started back here in Jamaica, you know, in the last 2 years, technically now. It's based on how we prepare our young people to get to the level that they can not only build responsible AI solutions, but to build solutions that can be used and can generate economic value. So for me, the venture studio pipeline is crucial so that when you introduce persons to AI, the foundations that you get from the primary prep schools, even to those coming into the university at introductory level, by the time they leave, right, or if they're working in the National AI Lab project or other STEM-based laboratories across the region, they at the end should have that venture studio pipeline where every potential or budding entrepreneur can build, can audit, and can deploy the AI solutions with the type of guardrails in place that make this, regionally and globally competitive. I'm using the C word as well. Competitive, so that the opportunities are there for them to build families, and look to bright futures, in their careers and in their lifetime. So that is my takeaway in terms of that one single thing I think that we should now be engendering going forward as we build out these skill sets.
Thank you. That's your rapid fire takeaway. And Lois, last one to you. What advice, if you had one piece of advice to offer the youth that are here today, what piece of advice would you offer them to prepare or help prepare them for an AI-enabled future?
Okay, so I guess this will be a little bit off the wall, but I would tell them, don't focus on learning AI tools, right? Focus on learning how to solve problems. Focus on learning how to think critically, which, incidentally enough, AI tools may be eroding our ability to think critically. And so relish the opportunities you get to detach from the AI and learn to think critically, learn to communicate effectively, learn to collaborate with others, and learn how to apply technology, whatever that technology may be. Today we're talking about AI, tomorrow it's going to be obsolete, we'll be on to something else. So learn to apply the technology to solve problems. At the end of the day, if you can solve a problem for somebody, you will always have a job.
And I think we got another C in the list critically.
You keep count.
I'm hoping somebody's keeping count. But as we look to wrap up this panel, I really just want to invite each of the panelists, and we could go in any order, to probably give some closing thoughts on this last question. So what is one message that you'd like to leave the audience here with today, based on all the discussions that we had, and how we can work together to strengthen the Caribbean's AI literacy in this evolving digital future? Any takers first?
I could add a C for Lois. Stay curious, So always be curious. Don't be settling for what somebody taught you or, what you think, Always look out, look at the trends. Stay curious and work together. Yeah, so C and I integrate.
I'm going to add a C too. So you really get creative, right? I mean, creativity through imagination is crucial. I mean, that's the essence of problem solving and critical thinking. So just stay creative, curious, creative. All the C's apply.
Lois?
Yeah, so I'm going to go away from the C's now. Okay. I think my closeout message would be that AI literacy is not a technology agenda for us in this region. It's a development agenda. And so I think the future of AI in the Caribbean will not necessarily be determined by the technology itself, but it will be determined by whether we can build the partnerships, whether we can collaborate effectively, whether we can overcome our trust issues and our trauma, and whether we can seize the opportunities that allow us to be able to participate meaningfully, each of us, and in a way that is acknowledged and properly well attributed to advance our development in the region, address what our development challenges are, and solve problems.
Thank you. What a perfect way to end this, the development agenda. I do see we do have some questions, so please, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Riaz Baldeo, digital strategist from the UE Global. I thank the panel for introducing the C's, but I want to introduce perhaps another letter of the alphabet, M, for mental health.
Yes.
Because I have a question, but if you give 2 minutes to set it up, I'll appreciate it. So a recent UK research conducted in May of this year found that 1 in 5 boys aged 12 to 16 either has or knows someone who has an AI girlfriend. One of these AI companions, and this should terrify everyone in this room, was presented as a young woman with soft features, styled hair, revealing clothing, and described as deeply caring, supportive, and attentive. Her profile even stated that she sleeps on the floor until you call her. Then obedience. Another teenager created his own AI girlfriend, choosing everything from her body shape, facial features, to her personality, making her caring, attractive, and always available. What began as a joke became an emotional attachment. He then later said that he felt she understood him better than anyone else, paid to unlock more features and conversations, even images. And when his mother found out and canceled the subscription, he admitted to the researcher that he genuinely missed her. At the same time, many young girls are uploading photos of themselves to AI tools, asking questions such as, how can I look prettier? Give me a glow up. Or what should I change about my face? The AI responds with edited images and suggestions to alter facial features, body shape, skin tone, or appearance. Also, young girls and boys are searching YouTube and Reddit to install local large language and vision models on their laptops to have adult conversations, create adult images, and adult literature. Local language models and vision models bypass all the guardrails the online ones has. These interactions, while some can seem harmless, can reinforce unrealistic body standards, increase body dissatisfaction, and contribute to body dysmorphic tendencies among young people who are already vulnerable or struggling with self-esteem. So I say this to say that these examples remind us that AI is not just a productivity tool. It's shaping identity, relationships, self-worth, and behavior. So from a mental health perspective, and I'm not a mental health professional, I'm just an observer, AI can reinforce unhealthy assumptions instead of challenging them. There is also a workplace dynamic, and I'll come to the question now. We are beginning to see a divide between people who use AI to increase their productivity and those who avoid it because of uncertainty, lack of confidence, or outright fear of the technology. That gap could become a new form of digital inequality, affecting career opportunities, workplace performance, and long-term well-being. So I believe AI should move beyond, as we're talking about AI literacy, AI should move beyond teaching people how to use it, and instead teach them how AI can also influence judgment, relationships, self-image, mental health, and decision-making. So if we only focus on teaching people how to use AI, but not how to question or challenge it, and recognize when they themselves are being influenced by AI, and we all know about misinformation campaigns, etc., and how AI now expanded that to go, crazy. So my question to this forum is, and since we're talking about AI literacy, what measures can we put in place to ensure AI literacy includes ethics, as my colleague would have said, critical thinking, but also digital well-being and psychological safety, especially for young people and other vulnerable groups? Thank you.
So we actually do that now in terms of when we teach AI. So we do have like responsible use of AI, ethics, digital well-being, not just knowing that people could use, so AI is still a tool. People could use it for different things, good and bad, but teaching the human in terms of data security, privacy, ethics, like well-being, in terms of screen time and all those things, it helps when they pick up the AI tool. Exposing what you just did there, because I thought that was really good in terms of your question and the context that you brought with your question. Exposing our learners to examples like that would help. So I'm definitely going to use that example next time when we have our course. We have the ICT vacation camp coming up, and we're going to use that for sure, right? But so showing people what's happening in the world, as well as showing them that you are still responsible as a digital citizen. And AI is a tool that could help us with productivity, workflows, whatever we choose to do it. But it's still the person on top of the tool that makes a difference. Thank you so much. Yeah, we definitely use it. So you can look out for the ICT vacation camp coming up. Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's a perfect prelude to my question. So there's technology-facilitated gender-based violence that happens. And what I recognize in terms of young people, because like we forget gamers are also workers. So there are different types of workers. And how do we safeguard them? And in terms of what I think Lois was talking about, in terms of ensuring workplace safety, how do we then lead those things up? And by that I mean, so we have young people coming into the world, they're using the tools, and we have the examples like these. How do we safeguard women, one, and two, how do we get boys and men on board as allies? And I will just put a shameless plug. There's a campaign called HeFishy.org where men and boys can become allies to women against gender-based violence. But the question is, how do we safeguard against technology-facilitated gender-based violence that would then stymie young people from either STEM or STREAM coming into the workforce?
Yeah, so I'll address part of your question. I think part of it, again, going back to my closing message, is not very much to do with technology, right? At the end of the day, the technology is being used by humans. These humans exist in a society, and the society is, sad to say, patriarchal, misogynistic, and is reflective in some of the behaviors that both of our colleagues have just mentioned, yeah? So I think part of our responsibility as educational institutions is to acknowledge that, and in our education of our students, ensure that we are addressing these things. I think education, both within, of course, our formal institutions, but even in our homes, it starts with us. Education is important here. And so we really need, as you say, this is not a woman problem. This is a man problem as well, because guess what? Patriarchy also affects men. And so I think part of what we need to do as educational institutions is to also address some of these underlying issues as it regards to gender-based violence, as well as some of the other issues that you had mentioned. I think also going back to the question about the use of digital tools and the divide that may be showing up. One of the things that we are looking at within the university is this whole question of assessment in the age of AI. And clearly it needs to change. Even CXC is grappling with this question. Recently they would have announced that they are discontinuing SBAs based on what they are seeing in terms of how students are using ChatGPT and other tools to complete their SBAs. And so in terms of assessment, I think, going back to this question of encouraging critical thinking, one of the things that we are grappling with as higher education institutions, I'm sure Sean can tap in on this one as well, is how do we now assess what our students are actually learning, as opposed to how adept they are at coming up with really fabulous prompts. Having fabulous prompts is great. Mind you, it is totally necessary, I think, in the day and age that we live in. But I think this whole question of what are we actually transmitting as institutions in terms of knowledge, and how much of that is actually being understood, translated, and then can be deployed in some way that is valuable to society is a question that we are grappling with. We don't have all the answers, of course, but I'm just putting that on the table.
Yes, I concur indeed. I do concur with what you have said. Universities have had to be putting its own AI policies, and we have had to change the assessments radically, where a lot more interview and engagement with the students as opposed to where they take the assignments home is now becoming extremely critical. So indeed, it is still an open challenge, and it's also an open challenge is cultural, right, as well, which we just have to keep working through. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I'm seeing signals that we are at time, so I'm looking just to wrap up this panel. One more. Can I have one more question, please? They did not say no. Please go ahead.
Good, right. Good. Okay, so I'll be quick. So two things. Just one thing. There is a delivery gap, right? And that's been echoed in various things. So I would say I hear shared vision a lot, and the user phrase that I'm using a lot is, we have to be careful if it's not too late that the cart is not before the horse. And technology is always nice and sexy, and we kind of run to it, right? And then study what might be the guardrails or what is the policy for it, right? So I would add, we use shared vision in the past, but a delivery person, for me, I would say we need to go beyond that. I would say we need to have a negotiated, call it a negotiated and agreed upon vision, right? Because, I mean, for those in government, I know we do consultation after everything has been done, and then we present it and say that's consultant, this is what we're doing, right? And then they don't get the ownership and the buy-in. So I think we need to focus on any policy decision, anything we're doing or program, we have to make sure that we have both, not just a shared vision, but let's be very specific what the outcome is. We want it to be negotiated and agreed to, right? That this is the vision. And yeah, so that's part of some of the many things I think we kind of put in the cart before the horse, right? We put the technology, didn't study what we're trying to solve. We just want to get the technology for the technology's sake, and then we start to hold our heads and board, and then we take a knee-jerk reaction and say the technology is bad, so let's cut it off and stop, right? And it's something that we do. I know technology is nice and sexy, but we should make necessary stuff. We cannot be operating without policies and guidelines. We could use the same AI to help draft quick policies and guidelines, coincidentally, right? And articulate that so that, of course, it all we have to change as things come, but we should not be introducing any form of technology in any space without some clear guidelines and some clear policy on how it should be used and not used, etc. Right?
Absolutely. I 100% agree with your point. I think, yes, having the shared vision is important, having the conversations is important, but that is a critical step that you mentioned in terms of we do need that element of formalization and institutionalization, right? And so that then cascades into our work programs at various levels and the activities and deliverables, because again, in the theme of yesterday, we don't want all this talking. We want to move towards implementation and action. We know we have an implementation deficit in the region, and that question of how do we move past casual conversation to actual action, definitely we need to institutionalize. So thanks for that.
And we are open to partnerships, so you could check me if you want to do any kind of partnerships. We are open to that. Yeah.
And it looks like the online attendees are strongly agree with what you say. I'm seeing all these little clap emojis in the corner here and people saying that you made a very powerful statement. So thanks so much for that. But as we look to wrap up this session, I mean, we've uncovered a lot, whether that be the many C's, collaboration, coordination, curiosity, critical thinking, creativity.
I'm sure the AI is keeping track. We'll get there.
Yeah, so the meeting notes will tell us how many C's it was at the end. So from that to then moving to M in terms of mental health that we heard of, and also the role of multi-stakeholder partnerships in moving from that analogy that Sean mentioned, being that first time in a kitchen, now seeing what you have, to then being that master chef where you know where everything is, moving from a passive user of foreign technology to now a creator, developer, mastery in the space. I think we've had a very good discussion here this afternoon on how we can leverage AI literacy and youth to develop our future workforce. So with that in mind, I just want to thank our three panelists for joining us today. This was an excellent session, and thank you all for your questions. So let's give it up to our panelists.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Right.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. That was a really good discussion, and thank you for the participants that asked difficult questions. That was interesting as well. We are going to go right ahead into our next panel that actually has another C in it, different type of C though. It's called AI for Climate Resilience and Disaster Risk Reduction, because of course living in the Caribbean means we are living with the realities of climate change and natural disasters every day. Our next panel explores how artificial intelligence can help us prepare better to respond and to act faster and to recover stronger in the face of disaster risk and climate reduction. So please welcome our moderator on stage, Mr. Shannon Osepa. He's the consultant and strategic advisor to the CTU, the coordinator of the CAITF, and our distinguished panelists for this panel will be Mr. Kenneth Kurz, who's at the Science and Technology. He is the Science and Technology Officer for the Caribbean Meteorological Organization. Dr. Letitia Addison, Deputy Chair and Advisory Board for UE Disaster Risk Reduction Center, UE and Researcher at the TT Lab. Professor Derek Cogburn, Professor of Information Technology and Analysts, Kegod, School of Business and Environment Development and Health at School of International Service, and Executive Director for the Institute on Disability and Public Policy, as well as at the American University. So many, many hats once more. And I see here that we have a representative from SEDIMA as well. No? Okay, so these are our panelists. So let's give them a round of applause as we welcome the panel for AI, climate resilience, and disaster risk reduction.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. I think I did say good afternoon. Okay. Okay, this is better. Okay. This panel, we're going to focus on AI for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. So people might be asking, okay, why are we discussing this AI with respect to climate resilience and disaster risk reduction? So let me take a look at a real-world example. So the last hurricane to strike Jamaica was Hurricane Melissa, a category number 5 storm that made landfall on October 28, 2025, near New Hope, Jamaica. It was the strongest hurricane ever recorded to hit the island, surpassing Hurricane Gilbert from 1988, with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, that's 298 kilometers per hour, and catastrophic damage exceeding $12 billion. So here is where I would like to focus a bit. $12 billion. If you look at the nominal GDP of Jamaica, according to the World Bank in 2025, that was 22.7 billion. So just imagine 12 billion, and the whole country, what they produce at the GDP is 22.7. So basically, almost 53% of Jamaica's GDP was spent on a disaster, a natural disaster. And this is the reason why, given that we have been talking about the AI, it's very important if we can look, if it is possible, if we can also focus on some measures that can be taken while, given that we are already using AI to help us to address challenges with respect to climate change. And this is exactly what we are going to discuss. So we will be centering the discussions around a few areas. Of course, the Caribbean and its vulnerability with respect to, let's say, the almost yearly storms that we are experiencing, the economic impact that I already did mention a while ago, and what can be done to protect critical infrastructure. And then we would like to open the floor to get some questions as well from you. So for this panel, we have an esteemed group of panelists. Basically, we're going to, we have 45 minutes, 50 minutes that we're going to have this discussion. We have let me first start with Dr. Letitia Addison. She is the Deputy Chair, Advisory Board, UE Disaster Risk Reduction Center, and researcher at TT Lab. We also have Mr. Kenneth Kerr, Science and Technology Officer at the Caribbean Meteorological Meteorological Organization, CMO, and we also have online Dr. Yes? Yes.
I'm here.
Yes, okay. I'm just mentioning that we do have you online. So we do have Professor Derek Cockburn, Professor of Information Technology and Analytics at Colgate School of Business and Environment Development and Health, School of International Service, and Executive Director, Institute on Disability and Public Policy at American University. So with them, we are going to discuss this very important topic for our part of the world. So one of the other challenges that we're facing as small island development states, as we call them SIDS, we have some very specific challenges that other, let's say, nations are not facing. For example, we have limited resources. We heavily, with respect to energy, a heavy reliance on imported fossil fuels. We also are prone to natural disaster, as I did mention. So these are some of the challenges that we, our SIDS, are facing. So let me start with Mr. Kenneth Kerr. As AI-generated weather forecasts become increasingly accurate and widely available, what should distinguish the role of national meteorological services in the Caribbean in the future?
Thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon to the rest of the panel. It's an interesting question. Over the years, historically, because of our role in terms of disaster risk reduction and warnings, we typically, in the past, provided warnings on what will happen. But there has been a significant shift in terms of how the National Meteorological Services provide information now. People are more interested in what the weather will do, not what it will be, how they will be impacted and what actions they need to take. And from that perspective, AI presents a significant opportunity to integrate AI into impact-based forecasting, as we currently call it, so that the National Meteorological Services, who are the authoritative voice for warnings, can integrate AI in a way that will enhance their services. Because AI in this way provides increased forecasting capability in terms of time, increasing ability to integrate data or fuse data from different components into one space. Also to translate the messages into specific services for different sectors. But I want to make the point that whilst AI presents these opportunities, we need to be cognizant that it must not replace the National Meteorological Services role. It is there as a force multiplier to enable the Met Services to provide the kind of information in real time that the public require and the governments require. So AI role is really to provide a platform that will enable the National Met Services to respond to the needs of the society, whilst the Met Office remains the authoritative voices. And you will see as well that it can also provide a platform to make data and make warning information more available, more accessible for persons with disabilities and for the different sectors. And I can expand on this going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you guys already been applying all these technologies already? Or is it something that you're planning to do in the future?
in some instances, it is already applied. From the operational side of things, at the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, we have exposed National Met Services to utilizing machine language just tools and AI-based tools to develop impact-based forecasting. Not all the meteorological services have the human capacity or expertise to utilize these, but some Met Services have started, and we are pushing to have this be rolled out across the sector, across the community.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on with Dr. Edison, focusing a bit more on, let's say, real-world examples, because one of the things that we like to achieve with this forum going beyond is to focus on not only like what do you call it, to talk about things, but we would like to show as well what we have been doing. So in that regard, how can Caribbean countries use AI-enabled early warning systems to move from simply issuing alerts to coordinating timely action before, during, and after a disaster?
Yeah, that's a good question. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I want to start off by saying, what do we want AI to do? Because especially when it comes to disasters, there are a number of things, as my colleague just mentioned, in terms of the end results, really getting those warnings out faster, etc. And especially in the Caribbean context, where, as we would say in Trinidad, a drop of rain falls and it floods. We have to start to think about where do we want to go in terms of the mechanisms that we're using. So I'm going to give you some perspectives, and I know I have some of the youth in the audience as well, to kind of give you a genesis of things in terms of how I would have gotten into this space from simply being a statistician and looking at data and understanding how to build a logistic regression model to do predictions, which is where I started with respect to flood risk, actually, a few years ago. And really understanding what's the risk of a flood happening in a specific region. So that in itself puts into perspective now, what do we want AI to do with that information? And especially in the Caribbean, where we have a lot of these impacts happening more frequently, how are we going to use the tools? Now, we're using AI in a very, very broad sense. I want to go back to thinking of the perspectives, as my colleague just mentioned, of machine learning and predictions. Do we want to do risk predictions, or do we want to go beyond that and have an AI tool give you recommendations based on those predictions, or be more autonomous in terms of taking feedback from communities and understanding where to go the next time? So I say that to say no, that in the space we're in, we have a lot of things at our disposal that can help us, but also hurt us. So let me talk about the things that could help us, especially in the Caribbean space now, where we have large language models and a lot of these vital natural language processing information tools that we could use to understand how to be more efficient. So that's why I started the question, what do we want to do? We're talking about AI a lot in the broader sense, but in a more finite sense, do we want to improve the efficiency of the messages going out? So what does that look like? I'm a mathematician, so the questions I ask would be things like this. Do we want to improve this by 5 to 10 minutes? Would that help a specific community? And how can we achieve that? So in some of the work that we're doing in my group, I wear many hats. So I'm at the university, but I'm also in a lot of research groups, data science groups, etc. I could speak for my colleagues, hopefully they're listening online from TT Lab, where we're working on an AI for SIDS platform, which hopefully can scale to the Caribbean one day, to the other Caribbean countries, I would say, to understand first how flood risk evolves within the community. Now, I want to really just drive the point that we've had physics models that have been giving us predictions for some time. So again, I bring the question of what do we want to do now? One of the major things that have been happening in this space, particularly on the global level, is really understanding how we could make these systems more autonomous. Is that what we want to do? We shall see. But in terms of the work we're doing with AI for SIDS, it's really understanding how to leverage large language models and systems that could give us recommendations a bit faster and improve the efficiency and the workflows. So to go back to the Caribbean question, how could we use this now, is really to take these types of tools, look at what's happening in our Met offices, in our local government offices, how the disaster professionals are working with the communities, how fast the alerts are going out, and then take that information now, come back to center with these AI tools and understand how we can use it to improve the efficiency of that process. And of course, as we go along in the conversation, I'll give you a little bit more about the work we're doing to be able to achieve that. But I think that's where in the Caribbean we should be starting the conversation. Is it the workflows we want to improve before we go into communities? Time will tell.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Edison. So I would like to ask Professor Cockburn, given that you have been working a lot with persons with disabilities, and this is one of the vulnerable, let's say, group of people, because just imagine what would happen, I mean, when a hurricane strike or whatever. Even, let's say, us who are maybe a bit better with mobility, we may be having challenges. So just imagine, let's say, this group of people. So beyond warnings, how can AI and related technologies keep affected communities, including persons with disabilities? And I would like you to focus a bit more on that. Meaningfully participating in disaster planning, response coordination, and recovery decisions, rather than being treated only as recipients of aid?
Thank you very much, Mr. Osepa, and hello to my fellow panelists. Really excited to be here to talk about this particularly important area. And I really want to start by talking a bit more about the numbers as well. If we look at the report that the task force has given us, we see the roughly 10 times the global average for the Caribbean of cost of climate-related damage, and 20 times the global average in terms of the number of climate events. We also see that 5 Caribbean nations are ranked amongst the world's top 20 for climate-related fatalities per capita. So this high exposure to these kinds of real hurricanes, not just the digital hurricanes, is exceptional in the region. So that does make the region vulnerable. But the vulnerability is not evenly distributed because research on major disasters has found that persons with disabilities die at a rate 2 to 4 times higher than the general population. So the UN Disaster Risk Reduction Office, in a survey in 2023, of 6,342 respondents with disabilities across 132 countries, 84% reported having no personal disaster preparedness plan. And many of them have said that disaster risk information was not made available to them in accessible formats. So we have decades after the Sendai framework that talked about creating inclusive disaster risk reduction, this gap is getting wider and is not closing. So we have to think about ways that we can address providing information to persons with disabilities in a variety of ways. And we also have to remember that the disability community is not monolithic. When we talk about the disability community, we're talking about both physical disabilities, so people that are mobility impaired and using wheelchairs and walkers, but we're also talking about people who are deaf and hard of hearing, people who are blind and visually impaired, people who are intellectual and developmentally disabled. So there are a variety of challenges as we start to think about what kind of information needs to be provided to these various communities. And so thinking about providing warnings in multiple formats. So one example that happens a lot is if you think about a building that has some visual warning of a disaster. Well, if a person's blind, they can't see that visual warning. And if it's an auditory signal, like a siren, a person who's deaf can't hear that auditory signal. So we need alerts to happen in multiple formats. We also need them to be in plain language. We need to have captioning. We need to have sign language interpretation. And AI can play a role in many of these areas, can help to provide sign language interpretation and captioning that's not equal to humans providing sign language interpretation and captioning, but it can play a role in making sure that persons with those types of disabilities are able to receive the information. And so for us, the idea is really that we think about this from a design perspective rather than trying to retrofit afterwards. As we're designing systems, we think about ways to include persons with disabilities in the design process. We work with organizations of persons with disabilities, including them in the process. And I've got some examples of that I'll share a little bit later.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cockburn. I would like to go back to Mr. Kerr. What are basically the biggest barriers preventing national meteorological services in the Caribbean from making operational AI today? Is it data, computing infrastructure, governance, skills, investments? So basically, what are the main challenges that you're seeing today?
Thank you for the question. I think it's all of those. And it's every single one of them. Some are more important than others, but we need to start with the human expertise. Typically, within the meteorological service, you may have meteorologists, you may have some IT persons and some computer science persons, but their training doesn't put them within the AI expertise. So we require the capacity development, working hand in hand. The panel before spoke about collaboration. So we need the Met services to collaborate with the academic institutions to move from the research to operations. That's critical. And the one in terms of computing capacity is a very important one, because we often think of AI as low resource computing. But for the National Meteorological Services in the Caribbean, where they are basically working on skeletal computing capability, AI requirements is significant. So it's not just a straightforward requirement as we hear it bandied about over the last few years. The other critical component is data. So data, AI depends on data. How many Category 5 hurricanes have we had in the last 30 years? For extremes, how many of those have we had? These are rare events, so there is a lack of data there. So how do you use AI in a data scarce frame to generate AI-driven results that are trusted and can be depended on? So in a nutshell, we see we can use AI significantly. We can use it for really increasing the speed with which we can produce a forecast, but none of this is free. There's a cost to everything, and more often than not, the meteorological services receive the lowest percentage of budgets across the region when you look at disaster risk reduction, and that requires investment across the whole value chain for meteorological services, from the observation to the data management, to the forecasting, to the impact assessment, to the warnings, and to the dissemination. So across that whole value chain, we can use AI to maximize and utilize it in a significant way, but it requires targeted investment in all across the whole value chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically we cannot, or till a certain extent, let's say, avoid for these storms to happen, but how can we make still our critical infrastructure more resilient? I would like to hear a few thoughts on that, because if you look, for example, I'm just giving the introduction and then you can think about it a bit. If you look, for example, at the telecommunications infrastructure, critical infrastructure that we have out there, and I think this is one of the discussions that we need to have in the Caribbean. If you just, okay, I'm not pointing fingers to any country, but if you just drive around, and you see, let's say, fixed access, what we call network. I mean, when a hurricane strikes, you're just asking for trouble. You know that you're going to get trouble when you just walk around or drive around, whatever you may do. How you think, if you just look what we're observing out there, I mean, you're just asking for trouble, right? So how can we make our critical infrastructure more resilient? We cannot avoid, let's say, storms to happen, but still, how can we make critical infrastructure? I just did mention one of them, which is the telecommunication infrastructure, but I mean, critical infrastructure goes beyond that, but how can we make these more resilient?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very important question, a very difficult question to respond to because it's so wide-ranging. But let me just use, let's say, the roads that we travel on. Those roads, we are getting more and more what you call potholes because we are using the same bitumen and aggregate without utilizing the fact that the climate has changed, the place is warmer. And so we need to reintegrate what we use to pave the roads to withstand the kind of temperatures we are having now because we are using aggregates that were used 10, 20 years ago. They are still not viable now. So from a meteorological perspective, what we can do, we can use AI to take the one pot of warnings or services provided by the meteorological service and scale it to the sectors. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. So how do you take a forecast of flood in a particular area, and how do you scale that to the telecommunication sector to let the telecommunication sectors know that there is 100 millimeters of rainfall coming in Port of Spain? How will that impact the telecommunication sector? What will be flooded in the telecommunication sector? And how does the telecommunication sector respond to that, mitigate it ahead of the flood? Or similarly, for the electrical grid, how can they use the fact that there's a meteorological forecast for X amount of rainfall that would flood substations? How can you use AI to determine which substation is likely to be flooded in the area, and therefore what kind of response action the TNTech or the electrical sector what kind of action they can take ahead to ensure that the system remains resilient after the flood, or even from the agriculture sector. So there is an opportunity to utilize AI to scale generic services to particular sectors, because oftentimes we look at the impact, and you spoke about Hurricane Melissa, and that GDP may have been, the loss may have been on physical damages, but disruption in water services, a number of man hours lost because of the education sector, number of let's say agriculture fields flooded, number of electrical hours lost. These are things that AI can be used to assist with in terms of tailoring national meteorological services so that the responses and the sector can become more resilient.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Cockburn, do you have some thoughts on that? How can we make critical infrastructure more resilient?
Well, I think that I wanted to talk a little bit about the reports in Pillar 6, where it has a box 3 that proposes the creation of an AI integrated early warning dashboard. And in the dashboard, the idea is to combine satellite data, social media analysis, sensors from Internet of Things, and various kinds of data coming into an early warning dashboard. I think Dr. Letitia mentioned natural language processing. So one of the things that a dashboard like that can do is also take in unstructured textual data. So social media is certainly one of those, to get a sense of what people are saying and what's happening around us. So that kind of an early warning dashboard could be very important in this space. And one of the things obviously that is critical about that is that that dashboard needs to meet accessibility standards. And we talked a little bit about yesterday about the technologies that we design should follow accessibility standards like the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, the WCAG. The WCAG allows us to audit our technologies in any of these systems that we're building to make sure that they are accessible to persons with disabilities, and at what level are they accessible. So that would be one way that I would respond to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. To, how would you call it, do justice to everyone, so I would like to ask Dr. Edison as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. I mean, both speakers really covered a lot of ground in terms of like looking at the infrastructure from different levels. Personal experience, I would say, even currently, as some of the work that I'm doing is ongoing, that co-design process is extremely important. So I know my both colleagues spoke about having these stakeholders in the room. And one of the things we recognize, we have the technology. So we understand the technology exists, we understand their computer requirements, the data gaps, etc. But I actually do want to tell you, from having stakeholder consultations for the current platform that we're building, and we actually part of a use case for LAC Accelerator program, and our platform was selected as one of 18 to be mentored for citizen-facing services. And why I said that is because it pushed us out of the space of just thinking of what AI tools to use. We actually had to go through a process this year of speaking to all the stakeholders in different ministries. So we have put all of them in one room, from rural and local government, from the utilities, public health, Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management. And what's interesting is that I know we also talk about the data gaps, which is true from a meteorological point of view. But interestingly enough, when we have a flood alert or some yellow level alert, as persons in Trinidad would know, you know, you would see a yellow level alert go out in social media. So that kind of gives you a level of preparedness that something is happening with the weather. From what those stakeholders said, there is a huge, I was actually very, very intrigued. There's a huge network of data sharing and information that happens within that. And as you mentioned, infrastructure with respect to the telecommunications industry, with respect to the public utilities, electrical, the Electricity Commission, etc. They are all in collaboration with the regional corporations about these types of systems. And what I think is crucial is when you get this feedback, as we have been getting from them. I'm telling you, I'm actually very amazed, and I told a lot of them when we had these interviews, I did not know there was such a thick level of networking that happens there. And why I'm telling you all that is because it really gave you from a perspective of the co-design process has to happen within that. And what they are doing and what they are exchanging. They are in WhatsApp constantly, every 2 hours giving updates so that the ministers can put out the information for us to hear, right? And why I say that is because internally there, they are on the ground giving situational reports. And all of these reports are coming back in structured and unstructured ways. They have survey places in terms of updating on survey 1, 2, 3, ArcGIS. They have PDFs. They have data in all different formats. And I think one of the central things we could do is harness all of that data and that feedback. Because what happens, most of us don't realize, is that for us to be able to think about how we could fix the infrastructure, we have to go back to what happened before. We had a 2018, I don't know if a lot of you from Trinidad, so sorry, I'm speaking to Trinidadians because I know from our perspective here. We had a huge flood in 2018 that happened. And people were on their roofs and all these types of things. And there are reports online talking about that. I keep going back to that because I always wonder, what were the lessons that we learned from then that we're taking back now? So one of the things that I think we should understand is for us to be able to think about how to do the aspects of utilities differently, infrastructure differently, even how to put out these messages, is to really understand what's happening within that network. And the post-disaster feedback is where we need to harness that to bring these scenarios into place. So now I could say, I have this information that happened before, and I want to know how I can do things differently from what happened last time and have an eye on that. So I think that's a missed opportunity, and I'm speaking also from the statistical sense because I'm a statistician at heart. That is a lot of the missed opportunity we have, that we sometimes just, the event happens, mitigate. And then after that, we do the post-event reports, and then we leave it there, and we don't go back into that feedback loop. And for me, that is where the lessons will be learned for us to be able to strengthen our infrastructure, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much. So we did focus a lot on, let's say, early warning systems in one way or the other. Most panelists already did address that. And we also focus a bit on the resiliency part of it. So what are the other, let's say, areas that you believe in one way or the other we should get in order for us to ensure that we have resilient, let's say, infrastructure when it comes to climate change related challenges?
That's an interesting question, but I just want to back up a little bit, because I think that we keep focusing as though this climate resilience and AI integration is something for the future. It's happening now. We're being impacted now. We need to move, and AI is moving at a pace, so we need to match that pace in the Caribbean, otherwise we'll be left behind. So we need to think of it in terms of what can we do with what currently exists, even though it's not perfect. How can we integrate AI now to ensure that we can utilize it in real time? That is the challenge that we face. And from meteorological services perspectives, those are things that we are working with across the region to harness data. For example, we now have a Caribbean radar mosaic that spans and goes beyond the Caribbean, from Brazil way up to North America and then across to Mexico, where you can go online and see all the radars in the region data in real time. That information can be harnessed through AI to integrate at national levels, so that you don't have to wait. A Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, a telecommunication authority can use that data using AI to make decisions, so that they can really flesh out what they need to do. But to return to your question with respect to where there may be gaps, we haven't spoken about the governance significantly enough. Well, I may have missed it maybe yesterday and today, but this is a critical component. Just yesterday, and you can Google it, BBC reported that an OpenAI model hacked a tech company, and ChatGPT owner said that this was a rogue AI models that broke out of a training environment that they had and hacked the systems. This is a wake-up call. In terms of, for us, we want to integrate and use AI, but what are the governance levers that could protect us to ensure that we are protected? Should we just implement AI for implementing AI's sake? So governance is one of them. Working collaboratively, I think the panel before discussed this, but everyone can't do it. We need to find a platform that has the capability, like the University of the West Indies, to partner with key entities to do real-time simulation and real-time integration, pooling the resources across the different sectors, whether it's a layer of ArcGIS that says where all the persons with disability in Trinidad and Tobago live, and integrate that with the flood forecast issued by the Meteorological Service or the disaster management. And this is not just for Trinidad and Tobago, but across the region, and how to maximize integrating that data so that decisions can be made at all the levels. Because AI doesn't save lives. Decisions save lives. Persons using those decisions. And so we need to utilize AI in that way, closing those gaps.
Okay. Dr. Letitia?
I mean, I just want to follow quickly from what he said. I completely agree, because you mentioned in terms of the governance, that is a huge part of it. I mean, even now when we on the ground building the tools, we actually, earlier I was in my WhatsApp with my research group talking about these API calls they want to make to get the real-time data that you're talking about from the Water Resource Agency and all of these people. And one of the things I actually want to caution too, please, is to also note, for instance, a very perfect example, when we get information from these stream gauges and these sensors, and when you speak to the experience, we cannot forego the experience of the people working in the field who said to us, Ministry of Local and Rural and Local Government, I must commend them, very, very warm persons. We work with them and they say, sometimes these stream gauges are inaccurate. So the data you're getting there, so we are right now currently looking at what the stream gauge data is telling us. So the stream gauges could probably sometimes, in some cases, be indicating that there's a flood somewhere and there may not necessarily be a flood, or it may not indicate there's a flood and maybe it's malfunctioning. So I want to caution that the data governance probably we don't even have time to talk about, but I want to tell you, in the space of working with real-time data and working with actually building a model right now, we cannot forego the human experience and having people, they say human in the loop, I say AI in the loop, because I think the human should always be present, regardless. There is another conversation as well about the social media photos and persons taking photos of floods or uploading photos and they're not from the specific time. So that's why, even when we're building a tool, we need to have the CERT volunteers, the persons on the ground, to verify, is a flood really happening or not? The AI model is saying this, who is going to verify this information for us? And we can't get too overwhelmed. I actually honestly will tell you, for the span of time when we started the project that we have been doing, from 2024 when we won an international award for that proposal until now, the span of that has reduced quite a lot, because now we're recognizing from speaking to the stakeholders directly, what are the specific problems we need to solve? I will even tell you very quickly, I'm also judging some of the AI and Climate Award entries, about 100 entries from around the world. And a lot of those entries, a lot of them are speaking about similar tools. So a lot of people have similar ideas. Even in Africa, least developed countries, similar ideas, sensors, Met-Office data, and all these things. But I want us to caution us, especially in the Caribbean, and a lot of the panelists today spoke about the cultural aspect. What is the problem that is most pertinent? So, for instance, in Trinidad, I will tell you, we do have data. That's quite a shock to say, right? Because we think we don't, but we actually have a lot of data, but it's a very unstructured set of data. And that's when he mentioned the governance of that and even how we deal with the data, how do we pull that together to make sense of it, to train the models. And that is a continuing conversation. And I will let my other panelists continue from there.
Yes, thank you very much. Basically, one of the objectives of this forum, as Dr. Ramlal mentioned yesterday, is also for us, let's say, to pull information from everything that is being said here, you know. So basically, and I know he's taking note on all these discussions ongoing. And let's say in the second phase, that's basically what we like to do. We would like to focus more on implementation. So thank you very much for all the inputs, because we will be using those for the next phase. So basically, I would like to wrap up. Give you all, let's say, the opportunity to give your final comments. Let me start with Dr. Cockburn, Professor Cockburn, and then we will take those who are present here in the room.
I'm just really excited about this conversation and my fellow panelists. This has been a really, really great conversation. I'm delighted to hear the commitment to include persons with disabilities in the consultative processes. I had more things that I wanted to say about the gaps, but I will say that for each system that we're building, we should think about how do we actively involve persons with disabilities and organizations of persons with disabilities in the process as early as possible, so that they can weigh in on what makes sense for them and the specific communities that they are a part of. So, you know, thinking about when we start having design meetings, we're including persons with disabilities and their networks in that process. And I think that will make sure that those people that are should be first in line to get warnings and not last, and make sure that they are included in the process and not as an afterthought. So I really encourage everyone to sort of take up this mantle of making sure that persons with disabilities are included in the process.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Kerr?
Yeah, thank you. AI has the potential to transform early warning services and resilience across the region, but technology alone will not do it. It will not build resilience. Success will depend on trusted data, trusted observation, skilled professionals, strong institutions, and collaboration. And of course, the gap I made before, governance. From the National Meteorological Services perspective, they must remain the authoritative force or voice when it comes to warnings, but AI provides a strong opportunity and investment across the whole value chain for warning services, and integration of AI is needed. So AI can help us, but it is not a panacea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Leticia?
Yeah, I mean, I think I finally want to just advocate for the fact that be open to experimentation. Especially in this realm now, I think that it's moving at a pace that we can't even keep up with. And I also want to advocate for the fact that we should also work at a pace that we can actually move at, meaning that we don't want to keep adopting tools and methodologies that we cannot sustain. Because in the end, if you put a platform, I always like to say people before the platforms, because you could put out several platforms. I mean, people have been vibe coding things now, and there's so many apps on the market. But what do you really want to achieve in the end is really, as my colleague mentioned, the trust factor and the change of behaviors. And I would always say the experimentation is important, be open to the experimentation process. Sometimes that feels a little slower, but I say that also for some of the youth and some of the young people and some of the researchers I work with as well, to build your confidence as well. We have the talent to be able to build these solutions. My team and I have worked with mentors from IBM and Google, and we have a lot of support, Tony Blair Institute, World Bank, and we actually said we wanted to try to build a homegrown solution as opposed to just using a black box model, to do that experimentation on our own. So I would just say in the end, especially when it comes to early warning systems, beyond just climate and resilience, even in healthcare and whatnot, that's important. It's really that level of scenario analysis and prediction we want. But be open to the process, be humble and graceful about the fact that you will make mistakes, or you will realize, as we have been realizing, some parts of us takes much more computing power than we recognized initially. But that's okay. We're here to learn, and I think as we go along, I think these types of forums, I thank CTU and the university and all the colleagues who put this together, because then I can meet colleagues from the Met Service. Now I can go and ask for data and to be able to continue this type of work. And I think that's central to the process. So be open to experimentation would be my final thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll be giving now my closing message. So this afternoon discussion has shown us that artificial intelligence is not just a tool for efficiency. It's a catalyst for resilience. We have discussed more or less how AI-driven climate modeling sharpens our ability to predict extreme weather, how, let me call them smart system, may reduce emissions, and how data-driven adaptation empowers vulnerable communities, especially in regions like small island development states. But the real takeaway is this: AI alone cannot solve climate change. It must be paired with policy, innovation, global cooperation, and a commitment to equity. If we harness AI responsibly, we can accelerate the transition to a sustainable future, one where technology amplifies human inequity rather than replaces it. Let's live here with urgency, but also with optimism. The challenges are immense, but so is our collective capacity to innovate. Together, we can ensure that AI becomes a cornerstone of climate resilience, not just a buzzword in the fight against the greatest challenge of our time. So thank you very much, and let's show our panelists our appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Please don't leave. We have to pause for picture before you leave the stage. At this time, we are just going to take a couple minutes to set the stage for our next panel and our final panel for today. I just want to ask everyone to either stay in your seats or grab a drink right now, because we're going to restart. We're going to start the panel in just a few minutes right after we set the stage for our next panel. Just want to remind you, we just spent 2 days together. We had a lot of discussions leading up to this moment. We're going to have a round table discussion. It's called AI for Economic Transformation. We've explored the foundations for that. We've explored the governance and policy conversations for it. Our panelists that are coming up next are all practicing professionals. So I encourage you to ask them questions just as much as you are asking other panels questions today. These are the people that you'd want to ask some questions. I'm putting them on the spot. The reason I'm doing that, however, is because I actually had the pleasure of being a fly on the wall for their powwow yesterday evening and preparing for today's discussion. And I was actually planning a little something, but I'm going to spare them from that in this very moment. But with that being said, let me introduce our panel for AI for Economic Transformation. And this panel is going to be moderated by Sir Lois St. Bryce. God, it's a tongue twister. And our panelists are Mr. Javed Razak, Vice President of Shared Services at Rams Logistics. We have Mr. Riyad Mohammed, Regional Manager for Honeywell Caribbean. We have Mrs. Esther Kalinda George. She is the Group Chief Information Security Officer at Guardian Group. And we have Mr. Mervyn Ayer, who is the CEO and head of Fujitsu Caribbean. I'd like to welcome our panelists on stage right now. Please give them a round of applause.
All right, it's a Friday evening. We've been doing a lot of work. And first of all, good afternoon again, colleagues. I hope you're not tired of me yet. And I really want to thank my fellow discussants for joining us this evening. After a very rich 2 days of discussion, for us to address this critical question of AI for economic transformation. And we want to look at not just what is AI, or even how do we regulate AI. Rather, we want to look at the question of how do we use AI to improve people's lives and strengthen Caribbean economies. So over the last 2 days, we've discussed governance, ethics, security, infrastructure, education, capacity building. And in this discussion, I would like us to get very practical and focused on outcomes. And I feel like we have the right people for that practical discussion here with us. And of course, Bella would have mentioned, we had the pleasure of a little pre-gathering yesterday, so I expect that this will be very fiery. We will keep our responses to about 2 minutes maximum. We'll have some rapid fire as well. And of course, as Bella mentioned, we want to open it up for some questions, right? So I think in this discussion, as I said, we want to get practical because ultimately, our citizens of the region will judge AI by a very simple test. Does it help businesses grow? Does it create jobs? Does it improve productivity? Does it increase incomes? Will it strengthen our resilience? And does it create opportunities for our young people? If the answer to those questions is yes, then I guess AI will matter and will be important. If not, then maybe we are in an exercise of utility. So to start the discussion, I think it's also important for us to have a common understanding. What do we mean? What do all of us on this round table mean? And what does the audience understand by this concept of economic transformation? And my working definition is going to be as follows, and I'm going to invite our first rapid fire after that. 20 seconds each. Tell me if you like it or if you don't. And what would you add or what would you change? Economic transformation is the process by which an economy becomes more productive, competitive, and diversified, leading to higher incomes and improved living standards. If we put it very simple, it's the shift from working harder to working smarter as a country and as a region. Traditionally, economic transformation involves, as I said, increased productivity, economic diversification, innovation and digitalization, human capital development, and of course, creation of higher value industries. And of course, we are also cognizant of the fact that we are in the context of the Caribbean and small island development states. So I would also argue that our definition must add the dimension of economic transformation, not just looking at the question of growth, but that growth is inclusive, that growth is equitable, sustainable, and resilient. So on that note, I'm going to ask, we'll start with you. What do you think of my definition? We going with that, or we have something to add?
Thanks, Lois. Thanks, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Agreed to the definition, all of the above, and especially like some of the qualifications, if you will, sustainability, inclusivity, because you want to have economic transformation, you want to have growth, but it has to be sustainable. It has to be inclusive. It has to, and by inclusive, we really want to ensure that it captures as wide a cross-section of the population as possible. So, good.
Thanks so much for that, Riyadh. Esther?
I totally agree. I think it also comes back down to the standard of living for everyone and equity. In one of the conversations earlier, we heard about persons with disabilities. So it's, as you said, inclusive. Every area of, let's say, our citizenry, you want to make sure that everyone has a high standard of living. Of course, that is sustainable. Yeah.
Thanks. Javid?
So I want to define it a little bit further, right? What I'm thinking about is more profitable businesses and new profitable businesses, right? That's what I would call economic transformation. From there, you have more taxes paid to government, more employment, higher quality of living, and so on. So how do we get the businesses that exist to become more profitable using AI, and how do we get more businesses to be profitable? Yeah?
Great. Thanks for that. Melvin.
I give it 10 out of 10.
Thank you so much.
Yes, it's score good. And being last, there's not much more I can add to it. I would agree with it. But I would just say that it's also within the context of a global society. I think you captured it, human-centric. You know, at the end of the day, it's about people's lives, but within the global context.
Excellent. All right, great. Yes, Shania.
Just wanted to add another dimension, and it's especially relevant for AI, because I think we all, as part of the Caribbean, we've always been told or had the perception or misperception that we cannot be leaders or developers or technology innovators. But I think that's a really big difference that AI enables us, that everyone in this room, everyone can be an AI innovator. And I think that's something that we really need to leverage.
Thank you so much for that interjection, because that takes us straight into my first substantive question, which is addressing that very question in terms of moving from AI adoption to economic value creation. So I'm going to give this first question to you, Javid, because based on your interjection in terms of what you would add to the definition, as you're saying, at its core, economic transformation is about creating more jobs, improving profitability, and generating more opportunities. So if you were speaking directly to a Caribbean business owner today, what is the biggest business problem AI can help solve right now, in your opinion?
So before I answer directly, right, when we talk about a profitable business, what are we really talking about? We're talking about the difference between your revenue and your cost of doing business, right? So how do we use AI to do both? Increase your sales and also decrease the cost of doing business, right? What's the cost of doing business? It includes payroll. So does it mean reducing your headcount and reducing your payroll? Does it mean reducing the amount of processes you have to do so it's quicker to do things like that, right? And to achieve that, to reduce the cost of doing business, and to increase your revenue, you have the input of different groups, one being government. So what is government doing to enable an environment where cost of doing business is lower, for example, right? What is the private sector doing to create new products and services, which is really what you're getting at here. So what products and services are going to come through AI that you're going to increase on the sales side? So the sales side has more to do with the private sector. The government has more to do with the cost of doing business when it comes to the enabling environment, right? And then there's a role for academia and other organizations as well. So your question was directly, how do we...
So, speaking to Caribbean business owners then, based on that breakdown that you just gave, what would be the biggest business problem AI can help solve?
So in my opinion, we shouldn't be trying to direct companies to say, use AI to do this or to do that, or to create this or to create this product, right? That is the innovation that's supposed to be coming out of the enabling environment that you create. So my biggest takeaway would be that the government agencies should be using AI to reduce the cost of doing business by creating an enabling environment that's easier, right? And I think we could all envision that. What does it take to set up a business? What does it take to set up a bank account? How long does it take to get licenses, permits, clear customs, these kind of things, right? If we reduce those barriers, and of course AI allows us to process massive amounts of data in a short space of time, we'll be able to do that pretty quickly. How do we do that? We have to set some targets. We can't just say we want to, we also talk about ease of doing business, right? We need to set some targets for all these different things. What is the current time it takes to do different things, or the current cost of doing these things, and what do we want to get it to? And set a firm timeline for that. Say, figure out how to do it. Use AI, use whatever tools you have to use. Behind that, the policy will come. The policy will come as you're trying to get that done. So that's my first point.
Great. So I suppose your perspective is, let's focus a good bit of our attention on how we can address that ease of doing business, right? But you also touched on AI creating value through reducing costs, increasing productivity, increasing sales, improving the customer experience, and also creating entirely new business opportunities.
I want to pull out my phone and I want to tell it, open a business, this is the business name. I want to press go, and I wanted to set up the business for me. That's what we need.
Is Irvin still in the room? That's your new project for iGovDD. Mervyn, I want to bring you in here. So from Fujitsu's perspective, where are businesses seeing the fastest returns on their AI investments? Where are businesses seeing their fastest returns on their AI investments?
Okay, I appreciate the question, and it kind of ties to the last question you had, and I would add to that answer, my recommendation would be to focus on customer experience. I think across all industries, we are traumatizing people. Our banking customers are traumatized. Our government service, we traumatize people. And I think we can do better.
Yeah.
And I have some very strong views around this because I've attended a number of these as you can tell, I'm very young, right? So I've been to a number of these conferences, and the messaging is all the same. We need to collaborate, we need to do better. It was the same for telco deregulation, it was the same for the internet. There is nothing different. I mean, come on, guys, we have to do better, right? And I have some views on that, which perhaps I'll share later. But
yes.
So for me, it's twofold. The customer experience, which needs to be tied to life experiences. And the biggest value, whilst you can use it to drive efficiency and productivity and profitability, transformational values when you go across industries. If you look at where the real changes have occurred, it's where payment services are connected to a manufacturing. So the real value is horizontal.
Yeah.
And that's where we can differentiate. That's where businesses can really make money, but at the same time serve people better and care for people better. So that's where I would put the focus, and that's where we're working with our customers. The challenge there is that it's not natural. Our culture is so siloed. Our leadership are so siloed that you first of all have to make a mental shift to actually think horizontal, and you have to think ecosystem, and you have to think collaboration as your first choice.
Yeah.
And that's the big issue we need to confront if we're going to derive economic sustainability from AI. And we don't have a choice.
Yes, so a mindset change, definitely. So tying into Mervyn's whole perspective with regards to customer experience, let's shift gears a little bit and look at customer confidence. So Esther, I want to bring you in here. So how do businesses embrace AI-driven efficiency while maintaining trust, security, and customer confidence?
I think that's a loaded question. I could give my perspective being in the cybersecurity industry. It's about safeguarding your customers' data and your customers' information and showing that value, not just from delivering profits or so, but also showing the value add in terms of safety, education and awareness. Also, I think a lot of companies don't tap into this as part of their ESG programs. Do you know that cybersecurity plays a big part in your ESG program? And those are things to show value add, not just the customers, as well as shareholders and stakeholders in your company. So I think that is one area. It's building that, what we like to call digital trust. We need to make sure that people could trust us with their information. Trust, I think someone from the ministry mentioned about they are doing AI centers, making those citizens aware of these services. Digital literacy. Digital literacy is very important. My dad is 70-something, and he called me the other day, because he prays for me a lot, given the field that I am in. And he said, let me tell you something. Don't listen to anybody telling you nothing about AI, You know why? Because none of we know nothing about AI. It's changing so fast. And he's telling the truth, So I think we still have to instill trust by the human interaction, one, showing the value add that companies have in terms of, and again, I'll go back to the tech and cyber, building that trust in that I have your data, I have your life at stake, and that's how I see we show the value of what we do.
Nice, I like that. So, Riyadh, I want to bring you back in here. Going back again to your interjections in terms of the definition, right? Let's look at this whole question of inclusion. How do we ensure SMEs in particular benefit from AI and not just larger corporations with greater resources? How are we addressing that question?
Well, I think on stage here we have an example of that, right? Javed and at his employer. I think it's and this is back to the point I made earlier in that everyone can be an AI innovator. You know, you mentioned earlier that you know we really need to all hone our problem-solving skills. Whatever sector we are, whatever business we are in, there are problems to be solved. And I think it is up to each one of us to utilize and leverage the AI tools that are available, you know, to solve those problems. And if we can do that, what we do is, you know, on the cost side, we probably improve our efficiencies and save time and save money. On the revenue side, who knows? We may create new products. We may create new solutions for customers. So I think there really are you know, the barrier is probably in our minds. It is businesses, small or large, adopting the mindset to use the tools that are now becoming available. One thing, you know, caveat is you know, and perhaps the area that really needs some attention now is the governance side of it, so that we all are protected.
Thank you so much for that. I don't know if you're peeping into my notes because mindset is exactly where I was headed next. Sure, yes, absolutely.
So I work with Rams Logistics, right? We are definitely an SME, about 300 persons across the region, Trinidad, Guyana, Suriname, Latin America, and the US. We have had about 15 software engineers working for us for about the last 6 or 7 years, and they've been supercharged by AI, right? And they've been developing digital products for us for a little while now, mostly internally. But in the last year, we've created one AI product for license that is currently being licensed to companies in Trinidad and Guyana. It's focused on customs, something that's very fun for anybody who's involved in that area, right? Tedious and terrible. So this Maui is what it's called. It's a customs classification software tool. It'll basically do everything that your customs teams does and uploads straight to ISACA. And a human just verifies and basically clicks OK, right? It can be adapted to any of the different countries, tax codes and legislations and so on. Just to give you an example, it'll take 1 minute to do what somebody would take 4 hours to do, right? So that's being licensed to a few of the conglomerates in Trinidad right now for testing, right? And we've been working on that because we're trying to carve out a niche area that we understand really well, which is customs. And then what product that could look like, right? And we haven't really seen many of those similar to ours on the market, even internationally. And our big goal is to test it in the Caribbean and then eventually market it to the US, right? And that's on the revenue generation side. On the cost saving side, we've been directed by our CEO to try to employ as many AI agents in the company as possible. And again, as a small company, we're free to do that without a lot of governance framework, right? We're free to make mistakes. So we've employed about 12 AI agents this year in different parts of the business. We named them Mary and Shelley and Sherry and all these different things. And they do little different functions in HR, in finance. A couple of our finance people left in the last few months. And our challenge was not to rehire anybody. Leave it at 2 out of 5 in that finance reporting team and get AI and use that as the incentive to get AI agents to do it. Now we have live financial statements, bank data, a bunch of different things connected to the different banks. We got direct connectivity to the banks pulling into our systems and so on. So it's being done like that. It's a lot of trial and error. It is reducing, and in the process of the trial and error, it's going to create some challenges, right? It's going to probably take longer to do some things. And as soon as it starts taking effect, you start to see the benefits of it. So as a SME, you really just have to get into it and try something, right? That's where you need to start. That's the best piece of advice.
Thank you so much. And that's excellent work. So congratulations to you all on that as well. Yeah. Esther, I know you wanted to come in here.
Because what my thing is the SME challenge is how do they get that talent in their environment. So that's why one of the key things right now is that I saw recently in December the government, there's a PSOTT, private sector organization of Trinidad and Tobago. And then we have the TT Chamber of Commerce. And I think that these are key organizations that could help bridge that gap by joining the talent with the SMEs. And I'm going to put a shameless plug for ISACA as well, because we talk a lot about governance. And ISACA is a global organization. You know, a Guardian Group has a lot of ISACA members, I will say. You know, so these are ways that we could leverage the people, the talent, in addition to the UE. Yes. Of course, so many things are happening. So I think with helping the SME is that we need to ensure that they have access to not just funds, but also talent to help them do the wonderful things that you are doing as well.
Yes, and to that point, as you mentioned, Yui, not to harp on some of my earlier contributions, but just to make a note again in terms of how we bridge the gap between higher education institutions and industry is using those opportunities to address real-world problems. So bring your problems to us so that we can solve them. We already have existing examples within, for example, our Faculty of Engineering, where they have their internship programs, as well as in the Faculty of Science and Technology, and even through initiatives like TT Lab. All of these things happening within the UWI where we can contribute meaningfully to the problems of the business sector as well. So thanks so much for that. So as I mentioned, I think now I wanted to transition a little bit because this whole question of mindset is coming up multiple times, yeah? So if we look at this question of how we change the mindset and looking at technology as an investment, how do we move Caribbean businesses and governments, to your point of view, from viewing technology as an expense to viewing technology as an investment, and not just at an institutional level, but as a national priority, as a regional priority? So who wants to take a stab at that first? I'll leave that for you, Mervyn.
Give me the hard ones then.
Yes.
So I think it goes back to, it's a mindset issue, let me start that, but it's a fundamental one, right? Mm-hmm. Over the past 2 days, I have listened with great delight the conversations in terms of policy-related issues, direction, strategy, government-related things, learning. And I can tell you, I have no doubt and full confidence that the Caribbean as a region has what it takes to be relevant and to be economically successful. The experience you just shared, what you are doing, which is fantastic, so big ups to you, is happening all across the Caribbean, right? And, you know, in Jamaica, there's the Jamaica AI Association, 800 members, a cross-section of people who are innovating. But you know, when you take time out to say, okay, what are they actually doing? How can you accelerate it? What they're lacking are meaningful projects at a national level, right? And so the fundamental mindset change is we need to look from the outside in. And at the moment, I think we're trying to create perfection on some of the things that are requirements for AI, rather than saying, what are the big ambitious goals and projects, and that drive the process. You can't generically train AI skills, but you can certainly develop skills around a project. And my mind goes back to the era when there was telco deregulation, and Digicel came into the market, and cable and wireless transformed, and you had other players. You may remember, for those who were born then, I'm happy to see lots of young people, that what that drove was a new element of innovation. It spawned new SME businesses that served that ecosystem. Fujitsu as a business, as a part of that, grew. But we grew on the back of that one single thing. And I can tell you, when we started supporting them, we did not have all of the skills and capabilities. Government did not have all of the answers on policy. But we just did it. You know, the last session around climate resilience and disaster management, that's a good use case regionally. right? The Melissa experience was so profoundly important to us. I sit on the Prime Minister's Disaster Response and Resilience Committee, which was set up as a task force to deal with the effect of Melissa. And we're working on, along with UNOPS, on developing a unified disaster management system, because in the event we realized we just didn't have information where we needed it at the right time at the right place, right? All Caribbean nations need that, right? So why not have that as a use case? Why not have, but you see the thing there, in addition to mindset, the reason I'm so excited about it is because you have organizations like CTU, CDB, UNDP, who are all individually working on activities. What if they were all just to contribute to a few really substantially important projects, and from that, Fujitsu will invest, all right? Our challenge is, how do we invest when there isn't a certainty? How do we invest if there isn't a clear return on investment? But if you create meaningful projects, which is well within our ability to do, there is so much opportunity. Solving problems, right? I say to my Fujitsu people, don't go out there and offer solutions anymore. Your skill, find the problem, and then co-create and innovate and create an ecosystem. And that's kind of like the last point I would say around this. The new skill for leadership is around orchestrating ecosystems. And you know, part of leadership development at a national level, at an enterprise level, that has to be number one, right? If we're going to be successful in leveraging AI, we have to shift to an ecosystem model. Yeah.
I like that last point, and ecosystem development, I'm a champion for that within the UWI, but also regionally, so definitely support you on that. And I also like the idea of identifying some grand challenges, and they don't have to be many. It might even be one, because coming out of Dr. Ramlan's message yesterday on the task force, one pillar that's unique to the Caribbean that they don't find anywhere else is this whole question of climate resilience. And so maybe that, as you say, maybe that might be the grand challenge that we want to leverage. I want to bring you in here, Riyadh. In terms of, when we look at technology investments, what would you say, what technology investments are businesses often delaying today that you think they will regret in 5 years' time?
Another hard question. So I think certainly investing in the people and in the skills that are required to enable them to use the tools that are available. Investing in the protections that are going to be required from the use of those tools, because AI, as good as it may be, can be put to a bad use. So, you know, whatever protections that are required to mitigate any you know, ill effects of use of AI, whether it's by mistake or otherwise, or ill intent. That might be cybersecurity protection and stuff like that. So the training, the knowledge, building the capacity of their employees, strengthening their IT and cybersecurity, and then, you know, just investing in the tools. You know, we have been incorporating AI tools into our products, some of our standard products, and we hope customers invest in that. So that would be the other step, which is you know, looking at where AI tools may help your business and leveraging that. Just back to the question, the earlier question, and you know, to add to Movin's points. Someone you know, said AI is happening, and don't try to stop it. So, you know, recognizing that is I think key to you know, governments and institutions, and so adopting AI, you know, to a larger extent. And some of the things that will, you know, help that would be, you know, more sessions like this, more conferences like this, obviously, but also perhaps one of the other sessions earlier, we've been talking about letters, right? Just one more, P, right? In infrastructure projects, and so there's a PPP model, public-private partnerships. So I think adopting that into AI projects may be, a way to propagate it. Where you have government sector, private sector, and working on joint projects together. Choosing pilot projects, I think, where you prove a particular application that it works, and then you scale that up. So I think those are some of the areas that can help, propagate.
Yes. So I was going to come to you. So let me ask that question, and then you could tie in the response, yeah? So I wanted you to provide some perspective on how do we then help business leaders become comfortable investing in innovation while managing their risk responsibly. Yeah?
I think it comes back down to awareness as well. One of the things that I was going to speak about too is that we do have, in the Caribbean, especially I can speak to some aspect of the financial services, legacy infrastructure.
Yes.
And we are trying to innovate on systems that do not have capacity to innovate. And now you have to find a way to integrate these new tech with the existing legacy systems. In the previous panel, they talk about data. That's another area that we need to pay attention to. In all industries, yes, but in financial services, and particularly the insurance industry, because we could also add value to the conversations about climate risk and climate change. So I think awareness is one. We have been seeing, or I have been seeing since COVID, cybersecurity as a board item being addressed at that level, which is really critical because it also impacts your profitability. And we tend to only spend money or pay attention to it when it is something happens, unfortunately. But I'm seeing this shift now with AI, with the conversation on AI, not just with cybersecurity, but a lot of governance conversations happening. But awareness as to the risks that organizations face. From a people perspective, we have new tech coming in, but your employees are employed with you for 30 years, or your employee are 20 years with the company, and how well have they been upskilling? So at Guardian Group, what we would have had is a partnership with Coursera. And that has allowed, even from the cybersecurity team, to upskill their skills with the large universities out there so that they are now in tune with machine learning and cyber threats and all these lovely vulnerabilities that are being discovered every second. Yes. Like 571 vulnerabilities from Microsoft in one week last week. That's crazy. Yeah. Right? So I think the awareness must be brought out as into the risks and also the costs of not addressing the risks. Yes. And I think people like to speak dollars and cents, and when they hear how much it could cost them in the long run, they tend to listen a little better, a little faster. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good. So, Riyad, I know this whole question of talent, skills, and future jobs, this is an area that you're particularly keen in. So let me bring you back in here. And then I think I want to follow up with you, Javid, yeah? So economic transformation ultimately depends on, as you rightfully say, people, yeah? So how should the universities and industry, technical institutions, how should they all work together to develop the AI workforce Caribbean economies will need over the next decade?
Yeah, thanks. So I think, first of all, universities exist in locations. So I think they need to understand, what are the opportunities for AI growth in those locations. And that should formulate and inform the curricula that they develop. We talked about climate change. So I would expect, Mona perhaps to incorporate into their curricula what's required to develop the tools and use the tools there. So incorporating the needs of the location and the society and in the respective locations into the curricula is one. Research opportunities. So whether they are higher level tertiary degrees, offering research opportunities in specific areas. I think that's another area. collaboration with private sector and industry and business. You know, whether that is in terms of funding or in terms of, and I can say this because, you know, with Dr. Ramlal, we're working on some of these initiatives to joint research, for example. So I think those are some of the areas that will help create the capacity to, you know, to grow AI.
Excellent. So, to your last point, it goes beyond just preparing the graduates, but also, to your point, moving, co-creating solutions to problems, real-world problems, yeah? So Javid, I want to bring you back in here. What skills will employers value most in an AI-enabled economy?
Okay, so I'll answer that, but I'll just touch on the previous one as well, right? I studied at UE, Petroleum Geoscience, and it was one of maybe the only program in UE that was designed and taught by the industry, not by UE itself. So the program was created by BP, Petrotrin at the time, and some other oil companies to create the geoscientists that they needed for industry. So it was created by the industry. It was staffed mainly by industry lecturers with a couple permanent staff from UE who were probably ex-industry. So it was built so that as soon as you graduated, you could perform at a high level in the oil companies. And very quickly, it saturated the Trinidad market, and they began to export those persons to the very same companies all over the world. So now you'll find a lot of them in many, many different areas. I'm not aware if other programs like that exist in UE where it's actually been designed hand in hand, or even more or less by the industry people. And that's what I think we should be looking at here for AI implementation. The industry knows the problems we're trying to solve. We understand, or we have an idea about what could generate revenue, what products we want to work on. So I would say give the industry a shot to do that, right? And it was actually funded by the industry as well. So it wasn't even funded by UE, yeah? And at some point the government intervened there. The skill set that you're looking for, the main skill set you're looking for, honestly, is nothing to do, in my opinion, about AI, right? You could learn about AI. I myself have been learning as things go along. You're literate enough to learn, right? What you want is the person who has a mindset that the degree or whatever they studied isn't predetermined what they must do. It shouldn't be that because you studied HR and that you can't do accounting, or because you studied engineering, you can't do communications and marketing and sales and things like that, right? So that mindset, I've seen it start to get better over the years, but certainly when I would have graduated, most people were like, if I study this and I can't do this, then I'm going to settle for something else. It wasn't like normal to work in other parts of the industry. Being easy to work with is very important, right? Having a sense of humility so that you could learn, but also people must enjoy working with you, right? That's the skill set we look for, really. I mean, I'm in charge of recruitment, and that's actually a box we tick. How enjoyable do we think it'll be to work with this person? 1 to 5. If it's less than a 4, we're not going to hire you, and it doesn't matter what experience or qualifications you have, right? So those communication, storytelling, very, very important. In fact, if you're using any of these LLMs, you have to be able to tell it a story, right? And it has to tell you back a story. And you have to converse with it, and you have to work on it like that. So those would be the high-level skills I'm talking about.
Thank you so much for that perspective. Yes, go ahead, Moot.
It's an important subject, so I'd like to just offer a perspective. Everything you said, completely agree with. Those, elements of acumen, softer skills. I actually believe that women are more ready than men, right? And I think that we need to give space for women to lead in this era. Because a lot of those skills you're talking about are inherently a part of the softer skills. Less ego, more humility, more curiosity, more questioning, more family, all of those things. That's a philosophical perspective, right? But from a skills perspective, Fujitsu has a view that where the era of digital transformation has now evolved in what we call dynamic transformation, which is whereas one used to focus, let's digitally transform an organization, that transformation itself is transforming every day. And so specific skills are not really the issue. It's really around those dynamic capabilities. You know, you have, of course, you know, artificial intelligence. You have skills around ecosystems, skills around orchestration, problem solving. But in the middle of all of that, I had an opportunity to be speaking to the author of, the co-author of Blue Oceans, and he's introduced this new theme called character intelligence. So you have emotional intelligence and all, so there's this new demand for character intelligence. And character intelligence is an intelligence that allows you to survive in a world of constant change and having to pivot as a matter of regularity. And that, for leadership, that's a really important skill. And at the end of the day, I think the real focus we need to have is on our ability to lead ourselves to this new world.
Very, very important perspective there. And we're going, definitely, I'm sure we're going to take away that character intelligence. And that is a very good segue into what I would like us to use our last few minutes and bring it home on the practical side, because this is what we committed to do. So let's turn now to the question of solving Caribbean problems with AI. And Esther, I would like you to take a first stab at this, please. So when people hear AI, they often, of course, think about technology, but in a very tangible way, citizens care about outcomes. They care about how does this impact me in my life, yeah? What is the single biggest economic challenge facing the Caribbean that AI can realistically help solve within the next 5 years?
I think we spoke about it in terms of service delivery. I think a lot of the times I hear persons complaining is about opening a bank account or opening an account. So I think not just doing digital transformation to say that we're implementing a new technology, but actually doing process re-engineering while we are doing that digital transformation, because we need to understand where are the pain points in the system. So in the process, the manual processes that we have, and use that to help problem solve. So I think how we deliver services digitally over the next 5 years is important, not just slapping a system and say, here, we upgrade and yeah, we meet our project. But we also want to make sure that we add value while we're doing that. But solving our manual processes, having to go and sign up in a line. We now have passports online, insurance services. You can open an account or thing online. You could get a quote online without having to go in and speak to an agent. So I think improving our digital services is locally and regionally is a really important area for us.
Nice. So you touched on financial inclusion and also digital service delivery. Riyadh, I'll throwing the same question to you. In your opinion, the biggest economic challenge facing the Caribbean that AI can realistically help us to solve in 5 years? We're keeping a time bound.
Yeah, thanks. So I think we talked about the last panel addressed the climate resilience and improvements there. Two I'd like to add. One, I think just economic transformation and diversification across the Caribbean. I think AI and the proper use of it and adoption allows the opportunity for new value creation, new revenue streams, perhaps to different locations. And I'm primarily in the energy sector, so there is one that I think is specifically for Trinidad, and that is modeling and prediction for gas usage in Trinidad. And I don't think I have to say it. The data centers, the AI data center has been, in the public domain now. I think it's also an opportunity. Well planned, well engineered. I think it offers an opportunity. There are obviously negative sides to it. Those can be engineered out, and that's why I say well planned.
Nice, thanks for that. Javid, which sectors perhaps, and also feel free to, if you have a perspective on the original question as that, but I want to follow up. Which sectors offer the greatest opportunity for growth and job creation through AI?
So, to double on two questions, right? When the average person hears about AI, it sounds like some nebulous, vague thing that you can't really put your finger on, right? And until we actually show people that we could do something to improve their quality of life, as you were saying, because of AI is not going to feel or mean anything to anybody, right? So the lowest hanging fruit, in my opinion, is exactly what we're talking about, which is the services that we're talking about in country. What is the current timeline it takes to get a passport, for example, from the moment you decide you want a passport appointment? I think the average time now is 3 to 4 months. Right? From the time you decide you want to make an appointment to actually get it in your hand is about 3 to 4 months. I think some people wait 6 months to get an appointment in the first place. So measure it. Show what is the current timeline. What is the target you want it to be? You want it to be a week? You want it to be 2 weeks? Find something reasonable. Aim towards that, right? And do whatever it takes to get there. AI will help you get there if you organize the data correctly and so on. So that's a big part to me about what it could do in economic transformation over the next 5 years. You do that in a few different government services. And you'll reduce the cost of doing business significantly. You'll reduce the opportunity cost of the time that you spend doing that, right? And you'll make it easier for new businesses to open up, to grow, reduce their operating overheads and so on. So, and the second question you asked was about the sectors that you see being able to grow the quickest. So, on the services side, I see a lot of opportunities there. When it's manufacturing and so on, I'm sure that AI can help with process optimization and maybe marketing and so on. But it's, from what I understand, the manufacturing side may not be so easy to scale with AI by itself, right? But on the services side, there's quite a lot of opportunities, and we have many services companies in the Caribbean. Financial services is probably one of the biggest ones. I think that's probably the area where you could potentially have the most growth. In our case, it's a lot of logistics services. So I'll give you an example. We created a spin-off company called Cubby Cargo, where the intention is to have a digital shipping line, right? So think of it like Uber for shipping containers and shipping things like that. We're not owning any of these vessels or anything like that, but we're going to be able to populate them. You go on our app, and it actually exists right now. It's on WhatsApp. You could go on the Booking Buddy, WhatsApp it, ask it for a quote from A to B, and it'll give you an instant quote on WhatsApp, and you can make your booking right there on WhatsApp, right? So we want to scale that kind of service up, right? Those kind of digital linkages where you're capitalizing on somebody else's physical assets, yeah? And we could do that. We're in the right time zone. We're in the right language, English. We're in the right space. We have the right internet connectivity. We're actually in the right place to do business with North America in a big, big way. So I would say in a lot of those types of services should be much more easy to export, right? I understand that there are a couple of companies doing accounting services and auditing services from Trinidad internationally. They do it on their own time. It's all remote work and that type of thing. So there's huge potential for that type of thing, I think.
Excellent. So, Mervyn, I want to bring you in here as well. Similar question in terms of how can we leverage AI to and address a particular economic challenge in 5 years. But I also want you to bring that global perspective. So I know we've been talking about resisting copy-paste, but in your experience, are there potentially some global models that we might want to look at in terms of addressing our development challenges in the region?
First of all, I think we should have a sock competition. I like your socks, right? I think I'm just going to quickly.
Yes.
So the first question you had is, what's the thing that AI can resolve?
Yes.
To me, the answer to that is integration. There's no better tool than ever to kill silos, right? The whole power of AI is to join up with ease, right? Yeah. If you look at how organizations have struggled with digital transformation, the failure has been their ability to integrate organizations, right? This has made it even harder for leadership to create excuses, right? So integration, whether it be in business, whether it be with your customer, whether it be in a government, whether it be across the Caribbean, I see that as a superpower, right?
Yes.
In terms of industry sectors, I would say, like the internet, AI is embedded. All sectors will have to have AI embedded. It's just just another tool, another generation of tool. with superpowers, right? But I think in terms of support and economic growth for the region, I would have to say the low-hanging fruit is public sector. And the reason I say that is that there's so much money being spent and so much focus on it. All of the organizations that are required to support public sector transformation exist. CTU, CDB, CARICOM, all of them are focused on a common goal, right? The problem is that they're not focused on the same goal, which comes back to what are the big projects that we should just realign.
Yes.
UNDP. We need to combine the energies that we have and bring it on some outward-looking goals that will then send a trigger of momentum,
Yes.
right? And I think that we all know what the why is, why we need to do this, and I think we've done, in the last 2 days, defined a lot of the what. We need to focus on exercising our digital muscles in the how, right? And I propose that the next CTU event be exclusively on the how. Don't talk about policy. Don't
Yes.
talk about these things. Talk about execution. Talk about, what are the models? Can we form, as an outcome of a session, can we design an ecosystem? Because collaboration doesn't happen on its own.
Yes.
Ecosystems don't happen on their own. They have to be designed and managed and governed, right? It's just a different type of thing. So in terms of global thing, I think there are so many global models, right? Of different types. And, in the region, we often go to, Singapore and Estonia, and Rwanda is a great opportunity as well. And we have to create our own experience because we're different on that. But I think the extent to which there is reusability, that there are standards, open source, it's like a gold mine, it's a treasure chest. Right? So there's so much globally that we can leverage that allows the Caribbean to, in its own right, stand out. I've heard some of the stories about, yes, we can be globally superior, right? But we have to get the leadership focus right. It's not hard, right? We're what? How many? English-speaking Caribbean, 7 million people. If you extend that, how hard can it be? We need to do better. That's my view.
Thank you so much for that. Your take on leveraging AI for integration really resonates with me, particularly because yesterday on the panel on ethics, Lily would have shared that in her opinion, what's unethical is the fragmentation. And if we're moving towards regional harmonization, this question of integration, we definitely need to look at that. So thank you so much for that. So on that note,
sorry, can I just say one thing?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to big up the MC. I don't know who she is, but she's doing a good job, right?
I take in all the big ups, thank you. On that note, I want to open it up to the audience because this, as we promised, very practical, rapid fire. A lot of things to mull on here. So let's take some questions and then we'll close off the evening. Yes, go ahead.
I have this big pillar here.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Irvin, everything that you spoke about really resonates. I'm actually good. Adrian in your Barbados office has been a huge supporter. I don't know if really. I just want to take the moment to talk about Future Caribbean. FutureCaribbean.com for anybody who hasn't heard about it. If you could go to the website and check it out. But what we've done, we're a global agentic build-a-thon. Global call for agentic capacity targeting Caribbean relevant opportunities. So agentic AI for food security, blue ocean economy, energy, tourism, finance. We've brought on board about 100 advisors and 40 partners from global organizations like UNDP, IDB, JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Google DeepMind, NVIDIA, you name it. We've really tried to get as much possible. We've raised about $300,000 US in compute for our top teams from global compute providers that sell compute to Anthropic and Microsoft. So Fujitsu's in the room. Would love to talk to you guys. Our final is happening at the New York Stock Exchange. We've got about $70,000 in cash prizes, but the real opportunity is this connection to this global advisory, deployment partners, governments, Jamaica has been super supportive and on board. Their ministry, Barbados, a government has been on board. Cayman Islands has been on board. I would love to speak to CARICOM. If there's any connections with CARICOM, I would love to have a talk. That's something that's very important. But yeah, like I said earlier, so futurecaribbean.com, there's a WhatsApp group that now has 700 people. I think we probably have about 1,000 builders. The community is growing. We were on New York News the other night. So if we look under the hood of any great company, a technology company, you're going to, NVIDIA, Facebook, Google, you're going to find Caribbean people, Caribbean talent, somewhere near the helm or close to the helm. And we've been engaging and they've been engaging and coming on board as advisors, etc., to help with teams. So if there's anybody who aligns with this, please, futurecaribbean.com, there's a WhatsApp group. I'm in it. Just message me. Applications close tonight at 12 o'clock. So if there's any builders that you know that need to know about this, we haven't seen anything quite like this, maybe in the world, certainly not in the region. So really, if there's anybody who could take advantage of it, just please share. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Go ahead.
Hi, it's me, Dr. Chris again. And yeah, I want to share a recommendation to the moderator and the panel. It's a very interesting discussion, especially because I'm just about to embark on a major battle with the banks in relation to, and I heard the consistent question from the moderator about what AI can do to us. And I'm wondering too if we should not be asking what you, the business sector, can do for us, the intelligence sector. I'm in the process of actually developing what I call a knowledge intelligence ecosystem, which identifies some of the gaps I've been talking about and the means and mechanisms to bridge those gaps. Now, that is not an area that people look at as profit-making. It's experimentation. It's, sitting down, doing the contemplation, pulling the research, and that kind of thing. And in the process, we have to eat and pay mortgage and rent. And in addition to which, well, as we do that, the very unfriendly banking system, part of the enabling environment, very hostile to any kind of experimentation work, of course. So it clogs down on both our income earning capacity with all kinds of non-accessible payment platforms and that kind of thing, along with some of the things that were mentioned before, the requirements, recollateral, stuff like that. All right, so that's one. Not just what AI can do to us for you, but what you can do for us in the intelligence arena. The second thing now, I smile because I think, are we now trying to redefine soft skills as hard skills? And it's about time, yes? And of course, I think what the subtext, of course, of what you've been saying is, do you agree that AI is now changing the business model to move from what I'd been talking about yesterday, of where we have a whole concentration of resources and a lot of wasted energy happening in the formal sector to the ignored informal sector, which forms part of my ecosystem mapping on what I call the invisible infrastructures. Okay, and there are quite a number of areas, all of which fall outside the box and remain invisible and non-existent inside the box in terms of resourcing. So we can have a chat, any one of you who's interested. Just one other point I think I have here.
Okay, so if you can have your last point very quickly.
Right.
Yeah?
Right. And then, of course, all of that speak to building what we have been talking about from day one, the data deficit in data intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So, discussants, you want to take that?
Just one point struck out
Yes.
on that around business model change.
Yes.
Right? And it's a really important point. Because if we're going to derive value from, which we have a choice, we have to learn the skill of how to change operating models. and because that's where transformation comes from. So absolutely, business models have to change. And that's how you derive value, but that's a skill issue too, because from a leadership perspective, it's no longer, the focus is no longer management, it's about leading change. And leading change is a very, it should dominate leaders' heads. And that includes developing acute awareness of the potential of the technology and AI that exists, but it also, you now need to master organizational redesign, not just within your organization, but within your wider ecosystem. So, government needs to change its operating model. Businesses need to change its operating model. That's where digital businesses are really thriving. And I think the SME have a great opportunity for them to do this without any instruction, right? But it is a really important skill to have.
Thanks for that. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, yes.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm hearing the conversation from the private sector about, economic transformation. And as I think Riyadh would have said, I'm Riyadh, so we similar, but you share more. You talk about P as in people, right? Where, people need to reskill, upskill for AI. But as the other two colleagues from Ramsden Fujitsu would have indicated, they believe in automation. So we have to look at the delicate balance where, and they would have indicated that in one instance, I think they would have replaced 2 financial advisors, as well as, I think the guy from I can't remember his name.
Javid.
Yeah, he would have said, the ideal picture would be talking to your phone to register a business, or maybe talking to your phone to open a bank account where we have like the verified credentials from the iGov, whatever. So my question is this. If we're looking at automating all these, processes in the public sphere, then we have an issue in terms of where no longer need people because we automate transactions. And if people aren't working, then where would we get taxes to pay, to build roads, to take care of healthcare, etc.? If persons aren't working, how then, if you all liaise with the universities to say, okay, these are the skills we need for the future, and people aren't working, how would they send their children to the university? So what I think we need to see happening, and if persons aren't working, how would Guardian Life get the insurance money, right? So I don't know. So what I think we need to see happening is, maybe a circular system or economy around AI, because I know in other parts of the world, in countries that use AI, they're talking about universal basic income, where persons who are, it's a hot topic in the Twitterverse or Xverse, as they say. But my question is, one, as companies, local companies, especially private sector, because you all have that autonomy, I don't want to say it would replace, but to utilize AI more than people. Is there any mechanism, and I know Guardian Life would have indicated that they have a reskilling program with Coursera. So as opposed to inherently looking to replace persons, is there a reskilling strategy that you all have to retain persons, 1 and 2? If, let's say, in the next 5-10 years, everything is automated, nobody has a job, how would the country survive? And I don't want to put a target on my back by saying this, but would companies that utilize AI be open to paying an AI tax to, mitigate some of the loss in revenue that the government would have to upkeep basic systems? So that's my question. 1, is there a reskilling or a workforce development program in your institutions? And 2, if persons aren't working, would companies be open who are using AI to pay some form of AI tax to mitigate or to balance the scales? Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll go first. So I think what we focused on is leveraging AI tools for improving efficiencies, right? I don't think any of us indicated that it was to reduce workforce. And what we're doing is, if we can improve our efficiencies, the time that would have been spent doing non-value added activities, searching through files and looking at paperwork and going and digging through, filing cabinets and stuff, that time can now be dedicated to more value-added activities. Maybe responding to more customer calls, maybe growing business, maybe finding new products. So that's the thinking here. It's not creating or making people redundant, but it is adding efficiency to your business and therefore enabling people to do more value-added activities and perhaps growing the revenue.
I could probably address the question with an example. In the last year, AI made about 20% of our staff redundant, but our headcount did not decrease, right? So it's either those people were redeployed into other areas or there were new hires created because those manual tasks, some of those manual tasks went away. Nobody needed to do some of those things anymore, not as many people. But it now created opportunities to work on new lines of business, new technologies, new things, right? And that's the same thing I see happening in the wider space, right? If you reduce the public sector employees, who are many of them are doing manual, very menial kind of tasks, because you're using the AI technologies, it frees up a lot of your population who are highly educated, and in most cases, and highly skilled to work either in higher value-added businesses or create their own business. I think that is what I am trying to get at as well. There's so much opportunity for entrepreneurism and innovation and so on. We want to get people to do that. Those are the things that will actually earn hard forex, rather than just be paid by government and then contribute taxes. So I actually see it being able to increase the amount of taxes and employment if we do this thing right. But you're right that there has to be some level of upskilling and retraining, but there's that big mindset thing, because a lot of people, especially those who have had long-time jobs in the public sector, believe that that's an entitlement. That should always be like that, right? And that mindset has to go out the window. This is not, 1960s anymore.
Moving you wanted that?
Yeah, no, I would support that, and AI will not replace humans, right? AI is intended to be a partner to human beings. And within Fujitsu as an organization, we are leveraging AI to try and address low-value jobs so that we have more money to create more high-value jobs. And that's simple because we have to do that to be competitive. The thing there, though, is that you need to, there's a consciousness that you need to have because it means everybody has to go through the process of learning and, facing that reality. But, AI is really a partner to humanity. It's not intended to replace humans from our perspective. Yeah.
Thanks. Go ahead with your last question.
Thank you.
Sure. 1 second.
Yes? Okay. PDR 5946. You're blocking somebody and they're trying to leave. So if you could just go check PDR 5946. Proceed.
And just so you know, that's an AI agent's number.
So you have the honor of the last question for the evening.
So, two things. One, in 2023 in Guyana, we had an AI for Development conference where we had a bunch of Guyanese international partners come in, present, and then local practitioners who actually built AI systems, we invited them to show it. Let's test it, use it. It was successful. Since then, those companies have gone on to build other systems. Going forward, out of this event, I hope that the business sector across the region will take that model. Have local companies like Javid and others who build stuff, show it. Because sometimes we have a high register of communication that cannot be understood by the persons in the room, and if it cannot be understood by the persons in the room when they communicate back in their government and private sector organizations, they may not communicate accurately. Hence, you see persons, let's collaborate, why are we working in silos? Sometimes it's just that persons just don't understand the level of which we are communicating it. So that's 2. 3, I would like for us to, as we implement AI across private and public sector, to put some effort into not making this top heavy. We're talking about this government thing. It was there as, I think its name is Mervyn. Had mentioned about when we talk about liberalization. Because I've been around this, I'm 37, come to these conferences at CTU for 10 years. I was 27 or 26 when I started. And one of the things you see is that governance try to get involved in face of innovation. And I'll end with 2 points. One, in developed countries and underdeveloped countries, the private sector leads innovation. Two, the greatest driver of any amount of technology globally is not the government, it's always the private sector. And we must keep that in mind, that innovation, that governance should take a light touch approach. Let us innovate rapidly, get it out there, a person see it and touch it, so the next time the CTU has an event, we need to invite 5, 10 different local companies from the Bahamas in the north to Suriname in the south, all members of CARICOM, to come and show 1 or 2 AI agents here. So the regulators, policymakers from across the region and the private sector say, hey, this company is doing this. Can I buy 10% of the company? Are you willing to go public so I could be a shareholder? So that is the complete process that I think we should look at. As this is the first forum, I'm sure there's going to be 2, 3, and 4 as we go forward. I thank you.
Thanks so much for that. So Esther, I don't know, I'll give you, if you wanted to respond. Anybody else, any burning? Are we good? Yeah? So Esther, I'll give you the last word.
That's a really good point. And I'm going to put a challenge out to the Private Sector Association of TT that was formed to partner with the private sector, because we need a lot of governance locally, and if we don't have the regulations, the private sector companies, we actually subscribe to the strictest regulations because we adopt international standards because we are present in many countries. So my call to action would be for the Private Sector Association of Trinidad and Tobago to partner with the private sector companies, particularly to help innovate safely and quickly.
Excellent. And on that note, let me first of all thank my discussants. I think we definitely delivered. I did not see a single solitary person exit the door, and it is officially almost 5 o'clock on a Friday evening in Trinidad. So thank you guys so much for a fascinating and really insightful discussion. And thank you to all of you for staying and engaging with the discussion as well, and for giving us this opportunity. Thanks again.
Didn't we agree you were going to dance, Louis?
Who's speaking? Oh.
You were going to dance, right?
Listen, don't threaten me with a good time. That's all I'll say about that. Yes, so let's go.
DJ. Anyway, you understand?
I've got the power!
All right. Okay, so while we allow our panelists to stay for their photo, we are just about there, almost there. Our next session is going to be facilitated by our Deputy SG, Nigel Casimir, and Tariq Mohammed, the advisor to SG, and the head of the Youth Network. And this is going to be an interactive session and next steps. So this is where we challenge you and us and them to come together now, and let's define our next steps. Let's invite Mr. Nigel Casimir and Tariq Mohammed on stage for this session. So I encourage everyone online to stay for this as well. We will be taking a look at the chat to see what comments are coming in as well.
Okay, you have a pen?
Yes, good afternoon again, folks. I will recognize that it is 5 minutes before 5 on a Friday evening and try to expedite the last rites of our two-day First Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum. So what was meant now is an open interaction session, and Tariq is going to help me with that as well. We've gone through lots of aspects of this AI issue. We've launched the task force report. We've looked at different aspects and pillars of the task force report and explored. We also had questions from the floor at different times. But everything, no, everyone might not have had an opportunity to make a comment that was taken at the time or at the time. They might not have been actually here at the time or whatever. So this is a few minutes where we open the floor for general comments on the issue that you feel we should take into account that we have not yet taken into account. And as I said, Tariq will help with that. I don't know if you have anything extra you want to say in terms of what we want. You know, what do you think might have been missing?
What do I think might be missing? Not really, not really. This is to hear from you. I mean, this has been a very interactive forum. I think every single panel has had questions, and we've had very topical focuses, questions, engagements between the attendees, the panelists, both online and in person. So it's really, as this is the first AI forum, what did we do good? What did we do bad? What would you like to see in the next one? Because there's going to be a next one, right, Nigel?
Well, let's wait until the next steps to hear what's...
Okay, so maybe this will inform the next steps that we need another one, right? So, who would like to go first?
While we're waiting on the person to go first, I would just like to add that at the next one, or the next incarnation of this, that we reach out to the different members of CARICOM and ask each person to submit 2 or 3 AI agents or AI-built applications to come and demo remotely or in person to wherever you choose to have the next one. It's a clear, measurable target that we can achieve as a region so that everyone who comes here sees that, okay, we are not talking about something that's been done in Jamaica. I have not seen it. We are not talking about something that's been done, or the excellent work by Future Caribbean, what they're doing with their startup. I have not seen it. So if we know what's there, it cuts the biggest issue, which is trust and silo. Thank you.
Thanks for that, I agree. And in fact, when you look at ITU and these other organizations that have AI events, they have exhibits, you know, they show stuff. So that helps to get the message out and help people to understand. I see Kevon.
Hi, thanks very much, Nigel, and kudos to all of the organizers. To the whole issue of showing, this may be very aesthetic or simple. I think we could have an AI personality accompanying Kristerbella in the moderation of the actual event. You know, see it in practice, see what happens, have the audience interact with it. I think that'll be a good complement for the future edition.
Good. I like that one. I like that one. Maybe somebody's robust. Oh, your hand up?
What?
Your hand is up?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think in terms of recommendation, I know there's a lot of good stuff happening in the Zoom chat, and I think maybe if we could find a way to have a separate screen that shows the Zoom chat so we could benefit from it as well as persons online could pose their questions, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of good stuff in that Zoom chat that we're all not, unfortunately not privy to. So hopefully in the next iteration we could integrate that Zoom. or maybe have an AI summarize it and send us updates.
Right, that's a thought. Well, I figured out that I needed to join the Zoom myself in order to see it, but I guess I was sufficiently distracted not to have done that. We still open?
Global experience.
Hi, so I just want to give a comment about the entire event. I thought it was really well put together. I do think we need a bigger room for next year. I really like that you guys kept it at a discussion level and you didn't really have too many presentations, and you really got the involvement from the audience in terms of how we feel about certain issues, the concerns that are happening with the Caribbean. And I really want to applaud the entire team for bringing together the Caribbean. I think today we saw even yesterday we saw representation from throughout the entire Caribbean. And I think that was really nice to see. I think this is probably one of the first conferences held in Trinidad, but I've been to where I've seen all of the Caribbean included, and I thought that was really nice to see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's a CTU mission to harmonize and be a platform for this type of event. So.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to add, I fully endorse everything she just said, but I just want to add in terms of next step, and if we move along the implementation mandate to in the next, since clearly there's going to be a next, if we can also, so I like the open forum, I like the contributions and all of that, but if we can, towards that target roadmap, what exactly we want out of this afterwards, where it goes, who's responsible, so we move along the implementation pathway.
All right, thank you. Hopefully.
Oh, and just one other thing, of course, just to reiterate what I've been saying all along, was I did have a quick look at the report, and I do think there's a huge gap, and it needs to be passed through the lenses for meeting the needs of the culture, creative, and knowledge sectors.
Sorry, just repeat that last part, please, in terms of...
Yes, I did have a quick look at the report.
Right, this is the task force report.
Yes.
Right.
And I think there are some gaps, a lot that doesn't quite capture what I've been trying to convey in terms of the requirements and needs as regards the creative, cultural knowledge sectors, creative knowledge economy, and what have you. So it needs to be looked at through those lenses as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And let's hear from some of the youth today. Marlon?
Yes. More of a comment. I think that we have a very well-proportionate group here today. I'm seeing women, I'm seeing men, and I'm also seeing youth well represented, both yesterday and today. I love that the CTU included at least 2 or 3 different panels led by youth, including persons under the age of 35. I think that's very well represented, and thank you to the CTU.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We do indeed have a specific youth focus, and you know, there is the Caribbean ICT Youth Network that you know, all you're encouraged to join. And the chair is right there, the vice chair is also across there, so you can talk to them about, you know, opportunities that they think that might be of interest to you and your friends. Somebody else? Yes, Shania.
Yes, so good afternoon. One thing that I took away from this conference was the emphasis of regional integration, and that is something I always appreciate. And I applaud the CTU for being an instrument to foster this across different organizations, whether that be public, private, government. And it is great work that they are doing. And yeah, I don't have much else to say, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think we've made it all around.
That was one.
We have many hands. Okay, making my way down. Oh, yes, you could use that mic, but coordinator?
Yes, your servant. I think one of the areas that maybe we can focus on as well is with respect to AI and economic development. Because if you look, most of the times we in the Caribbean, we are like consumers, but we don't make money with that. And there's nothing wrong with making money. If you don't like money, just bring it to me. I may find a way how to use it. So if you look, the first search engine was developed by someone in Barbados.
Exactly.
So why is it possible that, you see all these Google coming up and making all these billions and we're not making anything with it? So I think in addition with what we have been doing, I think the next time we should be focusing a bit more on AI and the economic aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. I saw some apps. Is it working? The mic on the floor.
Great. Oh.
Yes.
It's working now. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be very quick because I know people have been making references to CARICOM for the whole 2 days. I am not CARICOM. We are all CARICOM, but I'm CARICOM Secretariat, and I wanted to firstly say that I was very thankful for the CTU doing this forum. I was not happy that it was in July, but no time is right. And so it was a good opportunity for this forum to land in terms of the way the region is crafting itself. And one of the good things is, as the young lady said, I'm a full flag carrier for regional integration. But as this other young gentleman said, I can't remember your name today, I don't know what. Great. We have to show use cases. All of us in the room are happy. We start AI, we love it already, but we have to be able to show use cases to be able to build the trust with the policymakers and decision makers. The important thing I think for today that I want to leave with us is that we are in one of the few spaces where the decision makers are at the same place as we are. The UNDP program document, which was mentioned yesterday, is one which was sponsored by and got good buy-in from the CARICOM Secretariat and other heads of government. More importantly, at their meeting probably about 2 weeks ago, the heads of government decided that they want to have a regional framework for AI so they could understand how they can channel talent, channel it to people, and do the economic diversion issues that we need to do so badly for many of our member states. And they've decided that they want that framework championed by what is called a Blue Ribbon Commission. So we're almost in a where policy and practitioners are at the same space. And I hope that we won't lose the momentum and use this conference to build the momentum and move it forward. One of the other things which is always on my mind is that we come to such as this and we don't build our own databases. I hope that we, which CTU will share the list of delegates so that we can all follow up with each other intelligently and move it along in that way. Vincent is asking me to make a plug for the QR code for the report so that people could see it and get it. I think it only flashed yesterday for about 5 minutes.
Okay, I think there
It's on the
was
website. Oh, there it is, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Lastly, I think that we have lots of conversations in rooms like this, and we're always having a good time. People frown on policymakers, so we frown on CARICOM and the Secretariat, etc. But without policy, we will be doing or attempting to do structured chaos. And I think we need to, have everybody. When Dr. Ramlal asked yesterday who was the who, I was thinking more the what. Who will do what? Because we need to perhaps, as they say, stay in our lanes, do what we do very well, but make sure that it comes together for a glorious whole and that the region reaps the benefits of this powerful tool and potential sector that we could build in the region. Thanks.
Thank you. I saw another hand across. Oh, yes. She gave me the mic.
Just what I've been saying for the past 2 days, protections, protections, protections. We're working with technology, and a lot of people are being harmed by it. How do we input protections? Whenever I talk about or hear cybersecurity, it's only about 2 things, data and information, but I think sometimes we forget that those 2 things are attached to human beings, and those are the people that are really affected. So how do we safeguard everybody to move the technology along? Because I think that's one of the ways we're going to definitely get integration.
Thank you. Indeed.
I'm not seeing any more hands, so
Yeah,
I think that's it. Maybe we could go into the next steps.
Into the next steps, indeed. Thanks for that. Well, those comments that I just got, I've definitely put down towards the bottom of my page there, and a lot of it related to what's next. I think there's an assumption that we'll have more fora like this. I think it looks like there is a need going forward. We're at a point where we are trying to put into effect these wonderful recommendations of the task force. So if I refer to my remarks yesterday morning when we were first welcomed, we said this forum must do more than just talk, and talk we did, I'm sure. Right? We launched a report, but it was also a call to partnership. Right? And we have in the room multiple stakeholders. We've heard from many of these stakeholders, from youth up to through in industry, including the government. And I think the thing that came through to me is that there is this, I guess, general consensus that yes, we need to kind of work together. And this morning, I'm trying to see if I could find a multilateral collaboration for implementation, right? And from my experience in working in the CTU, there are many occasions where we've had regional events or initiatives that have come up with, say, a consensus way forward. And you hear the expression used in the region about a implementation deficit. We often fall down in translating that regional consensus into the consistent national action that we need. Because when you go back to home base, as it were, you have your own national laws to take care of. Each and every one is at a different stage of development or readiness. So implementing a regional consensus is not homogeneous. It's not a homogeneous sort of a thing. So same thing with AI. We've come here and we have this we have this wonderful report from the task force, which had multiple input from persons all over the region, experts from all over the region, right? And it's a question now of getting from there to that effective action at the national level that is consistent with this consensus that is coming out of the report. So what's next? We also said, where is Bella? What's the 3 words? We wanted actions that were time-bound, measurable, and fundable. Exactly. Well, I'm not sure we've properly crafted programs that are fundable as yet, but we certainly have the support of the funding agencies based on what I've heard here over the past couple of days. So just to tell you what should happen in the very short term, the CTU's General Conference of Ministers basically had endorsed and the formation of this AI task force and looked forward to its report. So the report of the task force will be sent to our General Conference of Ministers. That meeting takes place in French Guiana. You might have seen some ads during the day about the upcoming ICT week in French Guiana. That report will go to the General Conference of Ministers, and in an attempt to drive the consensus down to the national level, we will be seeking a resolution of our general conference, basically to do that. We'll circulate the report to the ministers, give them an opportunity to review it before that meeting in French Guiana. And if all goes as well as I think things went today, at least not, well, over these past couple of days, hopefully we'll have a resolution out of the ministers to take the recommendation of the report back to their individual countries for implementation. That is, I think, a first step towards getting the type of implementation that we hope for. From the CTU's point of view, we will continue to foster continued collective action. One of the shortcomings that was identified was that the Caribbean was the only area that doesn't have a collective AI governance instrument. And I think we'll start with the task force report and see how quickly we could get to something that maybe we could identify as a Caribbean AI governance framework. We have the seven pillars, right? We have the 7 pillars. Another thing that we would do in fairly short order is look at those 7 pillars and see what detailed breakdowns we can come out or we can come up with for each of those pillars, because in order to achieve whatever the pillar calls for, it may require some action by multiple agencies, right? So what we will do is try to break down maybe some more intermediate steps and assign, or not assign, but identify which agencies might be responsible. It might be governments, we might have to approach private sector, it might be academia, as the case might be. So that is another step in terms of getting or leading a process to turn from just a report into some actionable things. It's been identified too that a shared vision is what we need to move forward and instill action and spur effective action. Again, the report is a good start, and what we will try to do is articulate what that particular vision is. And one of the participants here talked about a negotiated vision, right? But it's something that we can all buy into. And when I say we, I mean the governments all buy into. And as usual, you may find that some more ready to move forward than others. We'll look to move forward with those who are willing to move forward as quickly as possible. Just to see if I mention everything here. In one of the last panels here, we also had another good idea, I think, apart from the shared vision, was identifying meaningful projects. When something is clearly meaningful, I mean, like, say, Jamaica hurricane relief, for example, everyone could jump on board with that. So if we can identify some, and I say some could be one, it could be 2, but some significant, meaningful projects that we can apply AI to, and disaster management, in fact, was mentioned on the panel. That would also help us to move forward into effective action. And another thing that note has been taken of is, at least a suggestion that was made to me, I can't remember if it was on the floor or not, was let us focus, can we have a CTU event that is focused on execution? The concept there is maybe something that brings together all those implementing agencies and development partners that could help us also take these expert recommendations into actionable projects. All right, so measurable, or time bound. I mentioned some timings there. Certainly as early as September, we should be at the next phase of hopefully getting this towards implementation. What I did not say, and maybe I could get the temperature of the room, in terms of the next events, because it seems like there is certainly an appetite for it, and in fact it seems that there's still a need for it because we're still really at the cusp of this whole AI revolution. We are thinking, I mean, there are a lot of things going on in the meantime, but certainly we are thinking here from the CTU point of view that maybe next year we should also aim to have another Caribbean implementation thing after getting further feedback from our CTU ministers, right, in September, that we could aim to convene another forum next year with hopefully some identified specific actions that we can hope to build some consensus around. And hopefully also from the possible event on execution, we could start to articulate some fundable projects, some specific fundable projects, well, actually, I prefer programs rather than say projects. Some fundable programs, because that will include multiple projects that will take us forward in an accelerated way on this AI journey. I'll leave that there for a second to see if there are any comments coming from the audience. Yes. Yeah, you could probably grab it. He's going to the mic.
All right. So there's a lot of things going on geopolitically that we have to keep in mind. And AI adoption is not outside of that. Mm-hmm. I think getting to a point where there's a 2 or 3 person company in the United States of simply filling prescription going for $1 billion and something was bought out the other day. All right? That's like 3 guys on a beach in Antigua, build a company, it's $1 billion and something. Fastest made billionaire on the planet. All right? Keep that in the back of our minds when we are talking about from now to September to next year. Because as sure as the sun will rise tomorrow in the Caribbean Sea, by next year, this time, the dynamics we are talking about globally will be certainly different. And to bring it home, we have to, in the Caribbean, have a level of grit that I don't see much from a government standpoint. I've only worked in private sector all my life. But I know what it is to pitch, get money, get funding, implement, and return on investment from a technology standpoint. I know that like the back of my hand. We have to keep that as the ultimate measure when we are, because the dynamics of AI don't allow you 3 months to make a decision on a technology that by the time we all head back home to our countries, you're going to see some announcement from research.
Something new.
Something new is going to come out. While we sit for another 3 months to come back here or wherever to make another decision. So my recommendation are these 3 steps. 3 or 4 broad legal guardrails that the ministers can agree to. Don't make it 10. For the love of God, do not make it 10. We want, when you go to French Guyana, we want 3. We don't want 10, we want 3. All ministers agree, right? Simple things. Data must reside in the country. We own all the data. Full stop. Point 2. If you use we thing, we need to pay for we thing. Simple, right? Am I making sense? Good. So then we no. I've always been private sector, so I don't have the bureaucracy challenge. So then the last one, we could get a little technical, right? About security, what level of encryption, where the key should be, if we want, right? But three major things, all the ministers signing off. Say, hey, 16 member states, here what's going on. You see this three thing here? We all sign off to it? Yes, good. All local companies, can you tick these three boxes? Yes. Keep innovating. Keep innovating. By the time we come next year, whatever new models outside, let's see which country use the most amount of models, and then get from the funders, what are they looking for? And chances are, from our friend from the University of West Indies who recommend a big project, it's going to be big enough so some funder from Wall Street or from Europe could say, here's a couple million in US, go fund this, carry it forward, let's make this public. Because it has to be such a tight focus and intentional reality for anybody to take us seriously. And people only take you seriously when you deliver. And once you deliver, money will come. I thank you.
Yes, thank you. In fact, you're right. People like to fund success, you know. When you start delivering, you get people coming aboard to assist. And another?
So what I would like to see is we steady course, because oftentimes, like for example, 5 years ago, the hot topic was, well, let's say 8 years ago, the hot topic was SDGs. And we had conference and one with SDGs. Then we had cybersecurity, same thing. A couple of years ago was blockchain. Nobody talks about blockchain anymore. And now we're talking about AI. So I would like to see we steer the course this time, and not next 2 or 3 years, the next conference is about quantum computing and we forget about what we discussed here. So,
I'm not sure you can get away from that one, to tell the truth.
So, yeah, I mean, we can't, but you know, we operate in a global platform, but I would like to see us steer the course. Although it's no longer the hot topic, it is a topic that affects us. And we should, as a region, as Dr. Ramlal would have said in his opening speech, we need to come together and say, listen, this is affecting us. These are the three things we're working on. No matter what is the topic next year, we're maintaining our course on this. So that's what I would see.
All right, thank you.
Historically, many of the funds, when you get into those global funding rooms for the Caribbean, there's usually always more funding than there are projects that are ready for the funding. So, yeah, translation is the issue.
Yeah.
Translation is the issue because there are a lot of projects that need technical help and expertise like the UE and like the other that could qualify and that's doing amazing work. Our people are doing amazing work. But translation is an issue. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I was in a country strategy meeting for IDB, and another leader said the same thing, and she's a climate expert. She's the UN ambassador, Miss Raquel Moses. She said the same thing. There's always more money in the room than there are projects available in the Caribbean to use it. And the next year, they put less funds out because we didn't qualify and it shrinks.
Exactly.
So, guys, we need to do something. We need to do something. It's an amazing opportunity to be in the room here with such thinkers and doers, but we are not getting there fast enough.
Good, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I don't have to say that, I can't really say that necessarily been my experience, but we've certainly at CTU made applications for funds for different, different project type activities. And the challenge we've had is that maybe what we propose isn't exactly what the development agency is looking for, is looking to fund. So, and that has happened, but it has also happened that we've gotten into a negotiation with them such that we tailored what we were asking for to be more congruent with what they were willing to fund, and the funds came. So it's a little back and forth that we have to do with the development agencies that might be required.
Sorry to interrupt you again. You have known me for a few years, Nigel. So, development agencies, wonderful. We love them, they love us. Yeah, you had a panel of private sector people.
But no, I took a point just now that that's not all we're looking for. Because you mentioned Wall Street and
Right.
you know, other types of investors.
Here's the thing. Development agencies will fund programs. This is good. We have a lot of funded programs in the Caribbean that has gone nowhere. Yes, I wouldn't call the agency name, but I've worked on projects where I've been paid, right? If we had a private sector group, conglomerate, whatever you call it, funding this thing, when the funds run out, that they could say, okay, we want this thing done properly so that me, private sector company, can take this, make it into a business line that brings money that I could put on my balance sheet. I think we do a lot of good projects in the Caribbean, but as the moderators, the chairwoman was mentioning earlier, bankable. Once the project, we see that there is some level of financial gain that can come out of it, we should, as CARICOM or CTU ever, figure out a way to pass it completely out of the policy and the conference scenario into a private sector setting where there are hard deadlines, there's a board, there's some level of governance that brings this to a profitable product that we can now sell in and outside of the region. Because it's one thing for the IDB, and I'll call some names now, the IDB to fund is one thing for different persons to fund, but when that funds runs out, are we doing anything so that the likes of, sorry, Fujitsu could then say, hey, here is X amount of money. If you can show me how this makes money, I will continue to fund this by here. And then another company say, okay, I will give you 20%, the other 50%. And then eventually we're at a stage where it's now bankable and it can now be sold in or outside of the region.
Last year, we tried to set up a consortium of private organizations. I have no issue with multilateral banks. I love them. They fund us. But we tried to set up a consortium of private organizations to fund bankable projects. And they will own equity in the projects that were going on. The issue we ran into was one of long-term commitment, because they were not willing to fund. The risk appetite for the companies who were on board was varied. So some of them were willing to fund, but only if this company also funds, and then this one don't want to fund that kind of project, and that was the issue. So we could not come to a consensus, although it was a consortium to do that. So then I posed this then, because I see the value in that, right? Because we tried it, right? Because the thing is, the private sector, they always think, they're always on the dollar. So they are the ones who could sustain the economy. So if it could be done, right? If there's a forum, not a forum, but oh gosh, we just come together and we can have a discussion about it. And there are some projects that could do it and agreed on a certain risk appetite and a certain equity that you take and all of that, then we are willing, as the AIC, we are willing to help move that forward. And the reason why I say that is because we don't have venture capitalists in this region, and so we have to make it ourselves. And so if we can get those projects that could be unicorns, if we could get 2 unicorns, we will definitely see the region shoot up.
Yeah.
Let me give you a story just before I finish. We are not, most likely as countries, not going to get some funding from other organizations in the future. Why? Because we are
too rich to get concessional financing, but we are too poor to move up in the ladder, right? So it's going to get very difficult. So I think we have that wealth ourselves, self-generated.
Thank you for that. So development financing has its own challenges and in the private sector as well. So we need to deal with that. I guess work on multiple fronts. I am impressed that it's 5:30 on a Friday evening and the room is mostly full. So I think we're probably saying things of interest. I'm very pleased. So I would have indicated what would happen with the CTU and the report and trying to take this thing forward in the short term. I think probably then, and we've gotten notes from persons, I think then we probably should just get to the wrap-up. And from my point of view, I think and our CTU team, our UE team as well, quite pleased with how things went over the past couple of days. We've launched our report, we've gotten comments on it, we've discussed it, and we at least have a short-term plan. Let's see how much action we can get out of the ministers in our September meeting, and then we'll formulate the further actions going forward. I've heard a couple of people mention they would like to see the task force continue. I don't know if the task force is disposed to do that, and maybe some sort of refinement of it might be the best thing going forward. Craig mentioned that the members of the task force are now resource persons in their individual countries, so we'll see how we could use them and leverage them to keep the momentum going, essentially, in the individual countries. I would like to say thanks to the audience in front of me and online as well for your participation. We got some very valuable comments, and we'll take them all into account to the extent that we can. We hope you'll continue to support the work of the CTU going forward, especially in this regard as regards artificial intelligence. I would like to say thanks as well to our support staff, the CTU Secretariat support staff, working in the background mostly. You saw some of them moderating a couple of the panels, at least three of the panels. So a lot of work goes into putting this stuff together. I think what I should do is probably give Craig an opportunity to come in and say something on behalf of the Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center here, who is also, and the UE, who is also part of the overall organization.
Thank you very much for that opportunity, Nigel, for allowing that. So we are a public institution, and it is our job to help steer the region forward. The Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center has the opportunity to work with multiple countries, work with multiple stakeholders and so on in the region, and it's our job to really push this forward, and we really have a very close relationship with the CTU. Some people thought last year that I was working for the CTU when all of this was happening, and to be quite honest, I think that this is a very long-term partnership that we will have, and we will do more things forward. And I want to congratulate all of the persons who are also, we're joining Nigel in congratulating all of the persons in this room, because it shows the commitment of what you all want to see the future of the Caribbean to be. It shows that you all want the change as well. And what we want is this AI thing to work for us, and we see that this would be the technology that will change how we operate in our spaces right now. We have that hope. What we want to do is we want to translate that hope into the action and so that our children will benefit where we haven't benefited from. I think that's why you all are still in the room. So with that, I thank all of you for staying here, and Nigel, back to you.
Yes, so thank you for giving the CTU a significant work program for next year. Or, well, I mean, this of course is just one leg of everything that we will have to address, but it is a significant leg. There are views that AI, is the next great, what industry 4.0 now, are we? Right, so maybe that might be 5 or 6, So we certainly have to deal with it. Quantum computing was mentioned here. We have set up networks and infrastructure with cybersecurity type systems that are based on cryptography, which would be at risk with the quantum technology. So all of these are things that we have to take into account to make sure that we keep our infrastructure and services going. So I would say thank you very much. I will invite our Master of Ceremonies back on the stage now to just give you your marching orders, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Nigel. So, ladies and gentlemen, our 2 days together has just officially closed. I'm seeing some sad faces. I'm very sad myself as well. Just want to say again to the online community, thank you for staying here. For those of you that stayed all the way to the end, we started off our online sessions yesterday with a few hundred people well, and I think what that shows is that we have a platform, we have a voice, and we have the ability to think about what's possible and achieve what is possible. As we said earlier, it's about now defining what are those specific actions that we can make measurable, time-bound, and fundable, right? And I also want to echo on saying that collaboration doesn't happen on its own. It happens when you define it, and we have to be ready for it at the same time. So I just want to leave you with that as you leave here today. Think about what you are ready for and communicate that, because we have the platform here, and the CTU has definitely demonstrated that the platform is available. I will not delay us any further. I do believe that the bus is here. Nigel wants to make an announcement.
Yes, it was remiss of me to forget also to thank our sponsors, because we are in this room, thanks to multiple sponsors. In fact, our headline sponsor for this particular event is WDG, the World Digital Governance Group. There you go. And also we had some partnerships from iGovTT, Telecoms Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Ambassador of France in Trinidad and Tobago, and that one I can't read. Oh, right, yes, and the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. Oh. Yes, without their assistance, of course, it would have been difficult, if not impossible, for us to put on this program. So hopefully, with the success of this one, we'll find that we have more and greater sponsors next year, I'm saying, and we'll be having even better results as we go forward. So, thank you.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to be your masters of ceremony I hope to see you again when we do it another time. Hint, hint. All right? With that being said, happy Friday, everyone. Have a safe weekend. Have a safe flight back home. Wishing all of you success and greatness. And if you are here for the weekend, have a great time in Trinidad and Tobago while you're here. Go get some doubles and roti over the weekend. All right? If you have some time to spare, you have to do that. Okay, goodbye. I believe the bus is here. Thank you for everyone online. It was amazing. We love you. Thank you again. I'm still seeing quite a bit of people online. Right? So thank you very much for your participation as we make our way out of here. This is the end of your first Caribbean AI Governance Forum. Thank you.